It was the year 2035. Technological advances had led to the creation of a metaverse called Connect. It was practically indistinguishable from the real world. Here, NPCs were like living beings. Just like ordinary people, they went shopping for groceries and enjoyed life. Players could master any martial arts skills or acquire magical abilities. Such opportunities attracted hundreds of millions of people to the amazing world of Connect. In one part of this world, a battle was taking place. A guy named Bae Do-hyun, nicknamed the Destroyer, was fighting against an army of knights. As soon as he destroyed one of the enemy team, they immediately flew into a raid. They realized that the young man was alone and could be easily defeated. So, shouting that they wanted to destroy the enemy of the empire, the army rushed at Bae Do-hyun. The guy was actually 13th in the metaverse rankings. He didn't respond to his enemies and simply pulled his sword out of the lifeless body. The Destroyer had psychokinetic abilities. He watched as a group of men flew at him with an attack. As soon as they got close enough, Bae Do-hyun destroyed the knights in front with a single movement of his fingers. Seeing this, the army commander ordered the rest to get ready and shoot at the guy. So, a few seconds later, a bunch of arrows appeared above the Destroyer's head. However, they could not harm him. Using his abilities, Bae Do-hyun created a field that blocked the enemy's attack. Watching what was happening, his enemies were perplexed. They couldn't believe that the arrows were just hanging in the air. Then, the men noticed that their arrows were flying back at them. Before they could react, the lifeless soldiers fell to the ground. But Bae Do-hyun didn't stop there. He grabbed his dagger and flew towards the enemies who were still alive. The young man attacked everyone in his path. Only screams of pain could be heard in that place. But the army was huge, so after sending several soldiers to the other world, the Destroyer stopped. At that moment, some kind of energy was swirling around the young man. It was telekinesis. Looking at Bae Do-hyun, the remaining enemies were terrified of the boy's overwhelming power. Suddenly, one of the soldiers' faces turned pale. He noticed various swords, spears, and other weapons circling in the sky. Their movements were controlled by the Destroyer himself. Having demonstrated his abilities, he directed them all towards his enemies. Sharp swords flew into the enemy army. At first, screams were heard again, but after a while, everything fell silent. All this was happening inside a building, and sunlight was streaming in through a small window above. It fell on lifeless bodies. The guy continued to move forward. At that moment, the Destroyer took off his hood and mask and, looking around, began to search for something. Suddenly, Bae Do-hyun's gaze was drawn to something to his side. Turning his head, he noticed the main thing. The old man lay helplessly and asked if this was the end. However, the young man was not interested in the man himself, but in the pendant around his neck. It was exactly what he was looking for. The emperor continued to speak in a trembling voice. He said that the prophecy stated that the saviors would reveal themselves. But the young man did not respond to the old man's word. He just silently reached for the pendant around his neck. However, things did not go so smoothly. The emperor grabbed Bae Do-hyun's hand and asked him where the people who would stop these endless battles were. The man asked the young man to answer why he had brought chaos to this world. He was interested in why he was burning cities, destroying innocent people, and enslaving their people. And yet, removing the pendant from the old man's neck, Bae Do-hyun asked him to blame the guilds that work for the government. After that, the Destroyer saw a light at the end of the corridor behind him. It was reinforcements. Meanwhile, the Emperor was already in very poor condition and shouted after the departing young man that he should remember that everything would be as God intended. The old man was sure that all people would pay for their actions. At that moment, Bae Do-hyun had already approached a large structure resembling a box. It had a small hole that was just the right size for the pendant. Without wasting any time, the young man inserted the pendant into the hole. After that, the stone in the pendant glowed, and the box moved. This opened an underground passage. As soon as Bae Do-hyun went down and looked up, his expression changed. According to the data, the first mythical artifacts of Connaught were stored here. And so it was. 5 years ago, the major guilds had signed a treaty with the Empire and destroyed this world. And the Destroyer thought that the old man's lamentations were nothing compared to what he had gone through in the last 6 months. The guilds had taken control of Connect, and he was the only solo player left in the top 100. So Bae Do-hyun opened his inventory and took the artifact. The young man thought that the guilds would be furious if they found out that he had taken it first. As soon as the Destroyer decided to leave, something caught his eye. Looking down, he noticed a game cartridge. Picking it up, Bae Do-hyun didn't understand what it was doing there. Suddenly, everything around him began to change. Dropping the cartridge, the guy grabbed his head. Apparently, it was a connection error, but the young man didn't understand why it happened. As a result, after a while, Bae Do-hyun found himself in the real world. He was sitting in his gaming chair, and his right side was bleeding. Our hero realized that things had been going too smoothly, and now it was time to pay for it. Lifting his head, he saw several men in front of him. One of them was holding a knife. With smiles on their faces, they wished the young man death. Baek Do-hyun couldn't even imagine that these people would go this far. One of the strangers contacted the president and said that they had the boy. Then, putting down the phone and lighting a cigarette, he said that their boss had ordered them to kill the young man and bring back his head. After that, the men grabbed our hero by the arm and told him that he shouldn't have tried to reach another level. They assumed that he thought he was cool, and having tasted a bit of fame, had lost his fear. But Bae Do-hyun was not so brave. He begged the men not to touch him. To avoid unnecessary conversation, one of the men in suits ordered another to put a bag over the young man's head. After that, he pointed a knife at Bae Do-hyun. It was very dark around him. Our hero did not understand how these people could destroy a person because of a game. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice asking him to wake up. Bae Do-hyun jumped up abruptly and began to look around, not understanding what was happening. He was lying on the bed. The young man was confused because he thought he had been killed. Then, turning his head, the guy noticed a maid standing next to his bed. The excited girl called him by his name, Raoul, and asked if he was okay. This shocked our hero even more. With wide eyes, he looked at the stranger and didn't know how to respond. At that moment, a status window appeared above her with the name Anna. The girl continued to look at the young man and noticed that he was covered in cold sweat. She asked if she should call a doctor. However, Bae Do-hyun still did not answer her. He had the feeling that he had gained access to classified information. A notification appeared in front of him, stating that the soul transfer had been successful. The closed beta version of Connect had been activated. The user interface was available to the young man. After reading this, our hero couldn't believe what was happening. However, he realized that he had entered the world of Connect. Stepping out onto the balcony of his palace, Bae Do-hyun felt his senses sharpen. After all, his feelings were different in the body of the destroyer. It was because of the power of synchronization. The player's power depends on the level of connection to Connect. Usually, synchronization does not exceed 30%. But Bae Do-hyun merged with the character by as much as 90%. He managed to hold on to first place in the Connect rankings for a year until guilds appeared. Our hero, in his new body, thought it was bad luck. After all, he had spent so much time achieving the same physical form as the Crusher. Then the guy remembered that this was a closed beta version with several users, so he assumed that he wasn't the only one who had entered the system. Baek Do-hyun decided that he still had access to his previous inventory. He immediately began scanning the information and discovered hidden user data. After that, the updates began to download. Then the guy thought that with the knowledge and strength he had gained in his past life, he would become #1 again. Baek Do-hyun's head began to buzz. Now his name was Raoul Ashton, and he was the youngest son of the 5th Earl of Ashton of the Kingdom of Reuben. Our hero also learned from the update that his county would soon collapse. The Ashton family had always held orthodox views. The count and his eldest son died suddenly, and the middle son disappeared without a trace. When the youngest son inherited the throne, a coup took place. At the same time, the barrier protecting the forbidden territory collapsed, releasing monsters into the wild. The inhabitants fought back, but they were unable to repel the attack. After our hero learned about this, he realized whose body he was now in. Looking at the view of the city from his balcony, the guy realized that soon, all of this would be destroyed. Turning abruptly into the room, Bae Do-hyun, in the guise of Raoul Ashton, said he would not allow this to happen. Although the young man had previously gone by the nickname The Destroyer, that was now in the past. He now had a new life, and his name was Raoul. Clenching his fists, the guy thought about how his past life had ended sadly, and now he wasn't going to let this second chance that fate had given him slip away. Our hero believed that there was only one way to prevent the collapse of the county. He needed to become stronger. The young man said that in a month, the traditional coming-of-age ceremony would take place, and if he made it to the finals, he would be able to enter the Royal Academy, where training would restore him to his former form. Taking the sword from its sheath, which had been lying next to his bed all along, Raoul began to swing it around and think that this was the only way he could protect himself. However, the body of the guy he was now in was too weak. Therefore, after such movements with the weapon, our hero fell to the floor. Lying on the floor, the young man marveled at how helpless he was at that moment. After all, he had only swung the sword a couple of times and was already out of breath. Then Raoul looked up and realized that he was only at the 5th level. He was not far from the maid who was standing near his bed. In that case, our hero decided that he needed to start preparing for the tournament right away. A month passed at this pace. The day of the tournament arrived. Raoul was there and was surprised by the number of participants. Looking at the stern men, the guy was even afraid to imagine that he would have to fight these bullies. At that moment, the young man remembered how he had trained and that he had had to put in a lot of effort to get to the qualifiers. After that, the guy looked at his stats. The last time he did this, he was at level 13. Now Raoul had increased his endurance. Then our hero smiled slightly because he had a backup plan for when he reached the semi-final. However, the young man's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when something flashed before his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed some movement. A stranger appeared in front of Raoul Ashton and said that his hand had simply slipped. The man was accompanied by 2 others. He asked the young man if a noble aristocrat had decided to take part in the tournament. The stranger's name was Dion, and the men behind him were his blacksmiths. Then Dion approached Raoul and said that there was no place for crybabies here. The young man already understood that he was standing in front of the middle son of Viscount Austin, Raoul's uncle. He was our hero's cousin. This man always picked on the young man during martial arts classes. However, the instructor and the count did not interfere, adhering to the family charter. Therefore, Dion could pick on those younger than him as much as he wanted. At that moment, the man again asked our hero to leave. In a threatening tone, he told Raoul Ashton that this time the young man would not get away with a broken bone. Dion said he would smash him to pieces. Then he turned to his friends and asked them to let our hero go, as he needed to cry into his pillow. Looking at Dion, Raoul understood that many people thought he would win the tournament. However, these thoughts brought a smile to the young man's face. After all, he was sure that in the final, he would leave his cousin dead. After a while, in one of the castles, a man in a suit addressed his master and said that the report from the first day of the competition had arrived. The boss immediately grabbed the notebook with the data because he wanted to find out as soon as possible who had distinguished himself. When he saw the report, the man was surprised. He asked his subordinate where Raoul was now. The latter replied with a smile that the young man was resting in his chambers. He also added that the young man most likely needed to recover his strength after such an intense qualifying round. The boss's name was Melvin Ashton. He was a count and also Raoul's father. After hearing this, he dismissed his subordinate. As soon as the door to his office closed, he laughed loudly. The man was proud of his son. After all, our hero was on the list, which meant that he had advanced to the group stage. Melvin Ashton said that the boy had always been the weakest of his sons, which is why he did not insist that he learn sword fighting. But suddenly, according to Count Raoul, a month before the tournament began, he started practicing. Watching the young man, the man saw that the first training session was a complete failure. But that did not break our hero. Melvin Ashton also knew very well that his son was being bullied and mocked, called a weakling, but he couldn't interfere. The Count was afraid of making the situation worse and putting Raoul in an awkward position, and he waited for the moment when the boy would be able to stand up for himself. In the end, our hero exceeded all of his father's expectations. While the young man slept, Melvin Ashton thought that when the tournament came to an end, he would go talk to him. At this rate, the day of the final competition arrived. The people in the stands were emotional. They were outraged by the battle they were watching. A huge man stood on the battlefield. Everyone was shouting at him to finish off his opponent. But the giant looked at the young man in front of him and couldn't understand why he was still standing. His opponent was Raoul Ashton. After that, the man decided to attack the young man. He swung his sword. However, our hero was able to block the blow. The giant was very surprised and attacked the boy with renewed vigor. The man asked him if it was time to give up. However, even after such an attack, Raoul jumped back and remained unharmed. All the spectators watched the fight with bated breath. They were very surprised that the young man had taken the blow again. Words of support for the young man began to come from the stands. They shouted at him not to give up. This greatly angered the man Raoul was fighting. Swinging his sword at him, the bully shouted that the young man couldn't run away forever. Attacking our hero again and again, the man asked if this was how the offspring of noble families behaved. Despite such pressure from his opponent, Raoul, fending off the attacks, asked the man to watch his language. The bully's name was Edmund. Once again, when the young man managed to dodge his blow, shouts of support from his friends rang out from the stands. They shouted for the man to finally deal with the young man. Someone even shouted that they had bet all their money on him. As a result, Edmund flew into a rage. He said that the jokes were over, and it was time to wrap things up. Some kind of energy began to form around him. Seeing this, the spectators were shocked. After all, the man was holding a mana sword. Covering their mouths, they advised our hero to run away. After that, with eyes burning with rage, Edmund directed the mana energy towards Raoul. However, after a couple of seconds, his face showed surprise. The Hulk did not understand why the guy did not dodge the blow. Then there was a powerful explosion on the battlefield. Watching what was happening, everyone in the stands jumped up from their seats. As soon as the dust settled, it became clear that everyone was alive. The referee ran up to the participants and announced the end of the trial. Raoul was the winner. Shouts of joy rang out all around. Everyone was thrilled by the excellent fight and by the younger son of Count Ashton. But Edmund, throwing his sword to the ground, was indignant. He did not understand why the young man had been chosen as the winner, and not him. In a raised voice, he wanted to say what would have happened if he had not been stopped. However, the judge quickly silenced the man, calling him a fool. He also asked Edmund to look at his neck. The judge said he had been forced to interrupt the fight, Otherwise, Edmund would have been killed. The fact was that the man had a cut on his neck. Edmund realized that when he attacked Raoul, he didn't move because he was aiming for his neck, waiting for the right moment. After this realization, the man fell to the ground. With eyes full of fear, he looked at the young man. Raoul himself approached his opponent at that moment and said that he would be punished for insulting the county of Ashton. While the bully was sweating with fear, the young man added that after the tournament, they would have a serious conversation. Sometime later, our hero was already in his chambers. Anna stood outside his room and wished him a good rest. As soon as the maid left, Raoul Ashton clenched his fists and shouted, "Hurrah!" joyfully. After all, he had won. After that, the young man, in high spirits, decided to look at the status window. Opening it, he saw that he had improved his sword skills. He had reached the 9th level of the novice rank. This brought an even bigger smile to his face, as his plan had worked. The thing was that our hero had taken advantage of the game's features and gained experience and skill points by fighting stronger opponents. The longer the battle lasted, the more points the guy earned. All this was thanks to one thing. The young man was talking about the experience multiplier he used in exchange for the ability to respawn. Because Raoul Ashton plays in hardcore mode, and if it weren't for this mode, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such results in such a short time. The young man was also pleased with the presence of 5 unique characteristics. Baek Do-hyun possessed telekinesis. Raoul had noble blood. The remaining 3 would have to be unlocked as the guy leveled up. Looking at the status window, our hero decided with a slight smile to use one of the characteristics in the next competition. At this rate, Raoul Ashton won every time. It didn't matter to him who his opponent was. As a result, the guy made it to the finals. The audience cheered or was amazed by what was happening. Some believed that the young man was simply lucky or cheating. People in the stands experienced a range of emotions. Our hero understood that the residents of Connecta had no idea about the abilities possessed by the players. Returning to his room, the guy decided that it was better not to use telekinesis unless absolutely necessary. Raoul laughed as he recalled moments from battles where he had exhausted himself. After all, his acting talent was not wasted. At that moment, an unexpected knock on the door pulled the guy out of his thoughts. It was Ivan. He was Count Ashton's subordinate. Entering the young man's room, the man asked him if he was injured. Raoul replied that he was fine, and added that if he were injured, he would call a doctor. Ivan approached the young man, put his hand on his shoulder, and asked him to be vigilant. He reminded him that not every wound could be healed by healers. In response, Raoul smiled and said that he understood everything and would take his words into account. After that, our hero thought about how Ivan genuinely cared about him. This was very unusual for the young man, as in his previous life, he had been on his own. Then, with an awkward smile, Raoul asked the man if he had managed to fulfill his request. Ivan replied yes, and handed the young man a piece of paper. The matter concerned Mr. Dion, so the man asked our hero excitedly if he was sure about his action. Raoul smiled and asked his subordinate not to worry, saying that he would definitely win. In response, Ivan told our hero that he believed in him and that he needed to go. Leaving the room, the man thought that Raoul reminded him of Mr. Melvin in his younger years. He was also a confident young man. However, this time the guy's opponent would be Sir Dion. This man spares no one who stands in his way. Meanwhile, Raoul Ashton glanced at the piece of paper Ivan had brought him and looked with interest at what was written on it. It was about the betting system. It was created to promote the tournament, and part of the money collected goes to the tournament participants themselves. So, putting the piece of paper on the table, the guy realized that the amount written there would be enough to become a worthy member of the Count's family. After some time, returning to the battlefield, Raoul Ashton thought that now he only needed to crush Dion. Looking at his opponent and grabbing his sword, the guy said that it was time for the final battle. At that moment, the audience split into 2 groups. Some shouted words of support to our hero, while others shouted to Dion to knock all the bad out of the young man. After that, Dion turned to our hero. He didn't understand how Raoul managed to reach the final, but said he would make him believe that signing up for the tournament was a bad decision. The man added that soon, the young man's fans would realize how pathetic he really was. Dion couldn't wait for the moment when Raoul Ashton would be crawling on the ground. It seemed that such threats should cause fear in the young man. But our hero yawned in response and asked if the man was done talking. This behavior angered Dion. Clenching his fists, the man insulted the young man. The spectators noticed how he was burning with rage and said that Raoul was no match for him. At that moment, the young man stood completely calm. He noticed that his opponent was just pretending to be tough. Looking at Dion's window status, Raoul saw that the man had 0 potential. Of course he looked impressive, but it was just for show. After that, the judge announced the start of the competition. Gritting his teeth, Dion said that our hero was finished. However, our hero suddenly jumped up and flew at the man with an attack. This surprised Dion greatly. He barely managed to block the young man's blow. The judge announced that the first blow was struck by Raoul Ashton. Jumping back and sighing heavily, Dion spoke unflatteringly about the guy and asked why he had decided to show off. But Raoul again did not respond to his opponent's provocative questions. He thought that the man was not as quick-witted as he had seemed. Continuing to swing his sword, our hero decided that Dion's strength was not worth paying attention to. The man attacked the young man in response and was surprised that he was able to dodge. Raoul again did not respond, but he managed to dodge because he could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. After that, the young man tripped Dion, and he fell to the ground. Looking at him, Raoul thought that he was facing an ordinary man who had sword skills but no practice, and he still managed to hit him. Clutching his nose, Dion screamed and couldn't understand how the young man had managed to fool him so. At that moment, Dion flew into a rage. Getting up from his knees, he grabbed his sword and said that now the young man was definitely finished. Looking at his opponent, Raoul realized that he was able to charge his sword, using the mana flowing through his body. The young man assumed that this was the extent of his opponent's knowledge. Suddenly, the spectators in the stands were horrified. Their eyes widened and their mouths fell open. This was because, somehow, our hero had managed to knock the sword out of Dion's hands. After that, Raoul Ashton said that the man standing in front of him was a nobody. This made Dion furious again. Outraged, he ran at the young man. However, the young man dodged again and tripped his opponent, saying that he had problems controlling his anger. Our hero also added that the man had fallen for the same trick twice. Raoul said that Dion was discrediting the good name of Viscount Austin. In response, Dion shouted that he would destroy the young man and rushed at him again with an attack. But he was defeated once again and fell to the ground. The audience was still perplexed. They couldn't believe that Dion had lost. After a moment of silence, our hero turned to the referee and said that his opponent was unconscious. The young man asked very unobtrusively if he had won. Stammering slightly, the referee said that Raoul Ashton was the winner of the coming-of-age tournament. Two groups reappeared in the stands. Some shouted that they believed in the young man, while others were stunned that he had won. And even though our hero was happy with the victory, he had one problem. His body's endurance failed him, and the young man fell to the ground. People around him were shouting, and a status window appeared in front of Raoul. It said that the task had been completed, and the guy had received a reward in the form of experience points. Continuing to look at the status window, the young man was happy that he would now be able to enter the Royal Academy. The Count himself watched the entire tournament with his subordinate Ivan. Ivan said that he was very proud of the young gentleman, as he had achieved great success in a month. In response, Melvin Ashton snorted discontentedly. Looking at his son, the man believed that the battle with Dion was nothing more than a game for him. Count Ashton thought that if the boy had really progressed so far in such a short time, then he was a true genius. At that moment, our hero noticed that his father was watching him. He began to wave eagerly at the Count. Raoul hoped that the man was convinced that he was worthy of studying at the academy, but after a while, Melvin Ashton told the boy the opposite in the reception room. Hearing this, the boy was outraged. After all, he had made it into the top 4 and even won the tournament, but the Count insisted and said that it was not up for discussion. He also added that he had concluded that it was too early for Raoul to leave his father's house. Melvin argued that the young man had nearly lost consciousness. Therefore, he decided that it would be better for his son to stay. Our hero replied that mastery of the sword is learned throughout one's life. He reminded his father that he had always said so. The young man declared that he wanted to improve and learn new things. He also declared that Melvin Ashton would not stop him under any circumstances. These words greatly surprised the man. At first, he did not know how to react, but then the thought flashed through his mind that the boy had grown up. After that, the Count rose from the table and agreed to his son's terms. But he had one condition. Melvin Ashton said he would only let the young man go if he could defeat him. Then the man pointed his sword at our hero. While Raoul Ashton stared at his father with wide eyes, the man asked him what he thought about it. As a result, a month later, an army of soldiers gathered near the palace to escort the carriage. Our hero was in it. With a not very happy face, he thought about how his father had finally let him go. After all, when Melvin Ashton challenged him, the young man took out his weapon and said he accepted the challenge. After that, the young man simply attacked the man. The Count was able to block the blow and asked if that was all his son was capable of. Without waiting for the young man's answer, he raised his sword above his head and said that Raoul would see true sword mastery. In the end, our hero was knocked out as soon as the man struck him with a counterattack, and the Count told the young man that this was only a fraction of his power. However, Raoul knew that this was not the case. After all, when the battle began, the powerful Lord Melvin was killed, and his county collapsed. Therefore, to avoid this, the young man said that his father must survive, and he, in turn, had to live up to the Count's expectations, since he had allowed him to leave the estate. Looking out the window, our hero decided for himself that he would become stronger and protect his family. He said that he would never lose what was dear to him. Meanwhile, Melvin Ashton watched the carriage from his reception room and thought about his son. He also remembered the moment when they fought. When the man managed to defeat the boy, he asked him how many times he had already tried. But kneeling and continuing to point his sword at the Count, Raoul said he would not give up. After that, the Count smiled broadly and said that the young man's persistence was commendable. He also said that this was how the men of the Ashton family behaved. Raoul continued to stand in a fighting stance. Seeing this, Melvin asked the young man to attack. As soon as the man said this, the young man began to act. Seeing what was happening, the Count was surprised. This was because the trajectory of his son's sword changed in a flash. As a result, a scratch appeared on Melvin's cheek. At that moment, our hero stood breathing heavily, and thought that even using telekinesis, he had only left a scratch on his father's face. The Count also reflected on what had happened. He believed that it was only a matter of time before Raoul became a man. After that, everyone would recognize him as a great swordsman. Melvin Ashton wanted only the best for his son, and wanted him to conquer the world. After some time, our hero and his soldiers stopped for the night. Raoul approached Philip and asked how far they had left to go to their final destination. At that moment, a status window appeared above the man, stating that he was at level 92. He said they had 5 days left to go. Philip also said that if the young man wanted, they could speed up. But Raoul believed that they should continue in the same vein. Our hero's father allowed him to take 50 people with him. Among them were 3 ordinary knights, 6 mentors, 15 students, and 20 cavalrymen. Each of them had reached level B or higher, but Raoul thought they would have to work hard to prevent the county from falling. Suddenly, a man named Jake approached Philip and the boy and said that the luggage wagon was ready. Therefore, they could set off. Then he asked Raoul if he was sure they needed to go there with such a large group for a whole month. Philip intervened and asked the man not to question his master's orders. The guy said he would explain everything when they got there. With a mysterious look on his face, he added that something very interesting awaited them ahead. The free city of Mira is one of the first cities players visit after completing the training mission. Here, many quests and hidden artifacts await them. In addition, there is a mana limit to prevent senseless destruction of each other. Mira's resources are endless, which is why players love this place so much. God's Domain is an area where you can destroy as many monsters as you want. This is the place Raoul wants to show his fighters. His goal is to raise their skill level as quickly as possible. Looking at the status window, the young man thought he had the perfect plan. Upon arriving in the city of Mira, he received a new assignment. As he continued to ponder, it seemed to our hero that no new options would open up for him before the official launch of the game. The young man wondered if he could get more if he fulfilled all the conditions. Then Jake approached him and said that the mayor was ready to receive him now. A short time later, they were inside the building. There sat Ronaldo, who was the mayor of the free city of Mira. He was informed that the younger son of Count Ashton and 50 other people had decided to visit their city. Upon hearing this, the man understood who they were talking about. The mayor did not understand why the young man had come here. Then he asked to let Raoul in, as the Ashton family made good money selling monster products. This could be useful to Ronaldo. So, a few minutes later, our hero was in his office. Seeing the young man, the mayor greeted him insincerely, pretending to be very happy to meet him. Shaking hands, Raoul Ashton noticed that his interlocutor was a deceitful scoundrel. Ronaldo asked the young man what had brought him there. In response, our hero said that he had heard that the man had a suitable place for training. The man confirmed this and said that the young man had made the right decision to come to Miru. However, Raoul was not talking about the whole city. He was referring to the cursed forest that he wanted to visit with the mayor's permission. Upon hearing this, Ronaldo was shocked because it was too dangerous. The man said that this was especially true for someone as weak as the young man. A second later, he realized what he had said and corrected himself, adding that Raoul was too young. Our hero did not like this answer, so he sighed heavily and said that he had no choice. The young man said that he would have to throw away the 500,000 gold coins that they were going to give the man for such a kind welcome. After that, Ronaldo opened his mouth wide and, grabbing the young man's hands, said he was joking. Then, with a smile from ear to ear, the mayor said that Raoul could go to the cursed forest right now. In response, our hero smiled at the man and said that his generosity knew no bounds. Now the guy said it was time to hunt monsters. After all, that way he would soon be at the top of Connect. The city of Mira is where Connect players live, but since it's a closed beta version, it's now empty. There was only one player here, and that was Raoul Ashton. Therefore, critical times had come for Mira. No one can appreciate the wide range of amenities offered by the lodging and the possibility of accommodating entire guilds. For the same reason, the price of land has dropped significantly. And in fact, the true purpose of our hero's visit was to purchase real estate. Raoul Ashton believed that if he bought all of Mira's land now, sooner or later it would be possible to build luxurious mansions for aristocrats on it. It would also be possible to build guild houses and housing for ordinary players. The guy said that in the future, the value of these lands would increase 100-fold. He thought that when players appeared and the battle unfolded, the city of Mira, blessed by God, would become an ideal place to hide. Raoul understood that before, it was possible to lease land and earn a living that way, but now that wasn't enough. The young man decided that he had to be fully prepared, calculate all the risks, and get ready for the coming battle. In his past life, our hero was unable to resist the financial prowess of the vile guilds. But this time, the guy decided that everything would be different. After a while, Jake asked Raoul, sitting at the table, if he really just needed to sign the paper. This question enraged the young man. He shouted that everyone else had already signed and was just waiting for him. Jake said that his mother had always told him to be careful when signing documents. In the end, the documents were signed. Thus, the first guild was formed. Now it includes Raoul Ashton and 50 other people on his side. Our hero formed the first progressive guild without players, and all of its members are entitled to the support of the system. The young man was sure that soon the confusion on Jake's face and everyone else's would be replaced by enthusiasm. After that, the guy and his people went to the branch of the World Combat Association. There, a friendly girl met them and asked how she could help them. Raoul asked how high-ranking the skill books she had were. A skill book was a collection of skills of varying complexity. With it, one could significantly expand their range of possibilities. The girl then explained that their branch offered skill books up to rank C. However, rank C was only available to VIP customers. Our hero became interested in what he needed to do to become one. The girl replied that the guy could contribute to the association by completing a task. There was also a second option, which involved making a certain number of purchases. The girl added that this would require spending money. The guy asked how much. The head of the Combat Association branch, Mira, replied that 10,000 gold coins were required. After that, Raoul took out a bag of gold and said that it was not a problem for him. The young man decided to start with rank D. When she saw that amount of money, the girl was shocked. Then, smiling broadly, she asked our hero which series he preferred. Smiling back at the girl, Raoul Ashton said he would take everything they had in their branch of the World Combat Association. After a while, Philip and Jake were already carrying stacks of books to the guild. Jake puffed and asked the guy if he really needed all of this, to which our hero replied that most likely now it all seemed useless to the man, but later the books would play a big role in perfecting their skills. In response, Jake said he had no doubt about their value. After that, the young man turned slightly toward the men and asked them to be a little more patient. That same evening, sitting in his room, Raoul Ashton looked at the stacks of books they had purchased, and even began to think that he had really gone too far. This was because there was a limit to the number of skills a player could possess. The young man understood that he would not be able to use all of his skills at once. Then our hero remembered the task window. After all, when he woke up in Raoul's body, there were 2 unknown items in his inventory. Looking at the skills, Raoul realized that he couldn't click on them and use them. However, yesterday, when he received the quest, they were open. After that, the young man remembered the inventory. There was a book called Skill Decks. He thought that he could activate Skill Decks by completing the current quest, which was to collect 10 skill books and enter them into it. Our hero took the first skill book he came across, and magic began to happen. The information from the book flew straight into Skill Deck. After it was all over, Raoul dropped the skill book. He had succeeded, and the mana energy stored in the book disappeared. But he had a problem. There were still a lot of books left, and it would take a long time to go through them all. So our hero thought about whether there was a way to enter all the skill books at once. As soon as the young man said this, the stacks of books began to fly up. After a while, the mana energy from all the books evaporated. Raoul was very surprised that the system understood him so quickly. Then he checked skill decks. The task was completed. As a bonus reward, the young man received 2 more skills. This was the ability to gain more skills from skill book, and also the ability to steal skills from opponents and add them to skill deck. Judging by Raoul's reaction, the second skill impressed him more. After reading a little information, our hero learned that Skill Decks was actually an artifact that he had found before his death. Some characteristics and inventory items from his past life remained, but his skills were reset, and the young man had only a copy of the real artifact. The young man also had only 3 EX rank characteristics and 1 item in his inventory. The next morning, Raoul Ashton's soldiers were shocked by the appearance of a status window and the creation of the first guild. Meanwhile, one of our hero's subordinates, named Bernard, entered the room. The young man did not look very fresh. This was because he had been reading skill decks all night and had not been able to sleep. After greeting the man, the young man asked him if he had conducted the briefing. Bernard replied to Raoul Ashton that he had done everything as his master had instructed. Then, with a broad smile on his face, the young man asked the man what he thought of the Book of Skills and whether he had read it. In fact, Bernard was not only a servant of the Ashton family, but also Ivan's stepson. Ivan taught him everything he knew. Since Bernard had been training since childhood, he had an excellent memory and was highly efficient. But there was another reason why our hero took him with him. At that moment, Bernard reached out his hand to the young man, and energy began to emanate from him. Seeing this, Raoul was very happy and said that he knew that everything would work out for him. Bernard had the ability to control the wind. The man thanked our hero for his kind words and bowed to him. Raoul believed that Bernard's main characteristics were lacking, but thanks to his talents, he was perfectly suited for the role of a servant or expert. After that, the preparations were complete. The young man turned to Bernard and asked if he was ready. The man was very surprised and asked what for. In response, Raoul said that when the knights were ready for the new realities, they would go to the cursed forest called the Domain of God. And after some time, our hero found himself in that forest. Before him stood a huge monster, whose entire appearance revealed its evil intentions. Then the giant swung at the young man and struck with all his might. However, Raoul flew up in time and dodged the blow. For him, the huge monster was too slow. That is why he was able to catch his opponent off guard and attack him. The young man's strength was so incredible that he was able to knock the giant's head off with a single blow. After that, Raoul asked his enemies who wanted to be next. Then the guy was surrounded by a crowd of monsters, just like the one he had just destroyed. They all growled and wanted to send the young man to the other world. Among them was a giant who was different from the rest. Apparently, he was the leader. Looking at our hero, he ordered the monsters to attack. Dozens of giants rushed at Raoul. However, the young man was not afraid at all and was ready for the attack. The God's Domain is not only a territory for hunting monsters, but also a symbol of peace. If players are injured, they will be healed, and if they die, they will be reborn in the city. Therefore, it is believed that there is no better refuge than Mira, and if any of the monsters are destroyed, the total number of monsters will remain unchanged because Mira blesses them. Humans cannot be reborn in the cursed forest, or use items obtained as rewards for hunting monsters outside of it. But if they try to take them out, the items will immediately turn to dust and disappear. This is because humans are forbidden from touching the property of the gods. However, there is a peculiarity here. This rule applies only to the inhabitants of the world. Players like our hero are allowed to take trophies obtained in battle out of the forest. Looking at the guy, Jake gritted his teeth and prayed that the system would help them. This phrase upset Philip, as Raoul took the entire blow himself. While the young man fought deftly with the giants, the most important of them stood aside and did not understand what power the guy possessed. So he asked him directly about it. Then Raoul Ashton smiled, and spinning in the air, asked if the monster meant this power. Seeing several swords approaching him, the giant was terrified. He could do nothing as the weapons pierced him. Meanwhile, Jake and Raoul stretched out their arms and shouted telekinesis in unison. In the end, all the enemies were defeated. Jake said that this was a very useful ability. Philip looked at the man and asked if he could refresh the fence silently. Then Jake asked if that was why he had come all this way to Mira. But of course, he did not rule out the fact that they had gained experience. After that, the man looked at his master and noticed that he was looking up, and some kind of energy was swirling around him. Raoul smiled and thanked his subordinates for their help. After all, it was only through their joint efforts that they were able to achieve such a result. Then he said that the guys could become stronger by studying skill books. At that moment, Philip stood with a thoughtful look on his face and thought that the guy was right. He also remembered the moment when they were training, and he attacked one of the monsters with a crescent strike. As soon as the man managed to win, our hero approached him and asked if he now understood why he preferred skill books to combat armor. And since Philip was greatly impressed by what had happened, he said it was amazing. Now the man thought he had quickly mastered this skill and wondered where the young gentleman had acquired such knowledge. Philip was distracted from his thoughts by the sound of a sudden notification. When he saw it, the man was horrified. In an agitated voice, he immediately turned to our hero and asked him to look at the guild chat. Meanwhile, Raoul himself had already seen what was happening. He told the guys that they were returning to Miru, and things were indeed bad in the city. Some stranger was holding his sword over a soldier's head, and saying that it was hard for him to hold back and watch Ashton do whatever they wanted. Attacking one after another, another red-haired man said that if Raoul had listened to him, they would have put everyone in their place long ago. The wounded soldier asked the third man what he wanted. The man attacked him and asked if their great-grandfather hadn't taught them to be careful. They were three brothers. They were the sons of Viscount Rendell, The eldest was named Ramon, the middle one Jerry, and the youngest, Kale. One of the soldiers told Ramon that they would all regret what they had done, because the young master was coming. But he didn't let the poor man finish, and finished him off with his sword. With a mad smile, he shouted, and waited for Raoul Ashton to arrive. After all, they were eager to talk to him. But suddenly Ramon noticed that something was wrong. Looking at the soldier he had just attacked, the man realized that they were not dying. And Jerry, standing not far from his older brother, continued to laugh and was eager to meet Raoul. Meanwhile, Kale said that he thought representatives of noble families were forbidden to point weapons at each other on the territory of the Free City. Ramon replied that he didn't care. He said that if they were questioned, they had nothing to do with it. The man thought it was a great idea to put an end to the Ashton family. He said that perhaps the truth would even praise them. And as soon as Ramon said this, his head exploded. His brothers were horrified. Turning around, they saw a male figure behind them. It was an enraged Raoul Ashton. The guy declared that the boys had committed a crime against his county, and now more than their worthless lives were at stake. After that, Jerry flew into a rage. He asked the guy how he dared to destroy a member of the Rendell family. Kyle was also outraged. He didn't understand where the guards had gone and who had let Raoul in. The fact was that our hero's men were holding the guards back. Philip was holding a sword to the throat of one of the soldiers. He told the young man that Viscount Rendell's knights were surrounded. He also added that he would make sure that none of the townspeople were nearby. Bernard and Jake stood nearby the whole time. Raoul Ashton praised his men for their work. Then, looking around, the young man saw many soldiers who were seriously wounded but still alive. He asked Bernard to take them all to the temple. After that, the young man opened his inventory and took out a sword. He said that he would deal with Viscount Rendell's sons himself. The Viscountcy of Rendell, like the county of Ashton, is one of the 5 military families of the Kingdom of Reuben. But the history of the Rendell family is not rich in events. It joined the 4 military families when the head of the family, Viscount Hudson, became a master swordsman. Without any particular merits, they had to find ways to strengthen their status. They began to create great knights. Their goal was the county of Ashton. After all, it had stopped training swordsmen and lost its former power. In addition, the Ashton family could be manipulated. Conflicts and skirmishes occurred more than once. Most often, the instigator was the Rendell family, and with skilled swordsmen, no one doubted that they would win. And the sons of Viscount Rendell apparently held the same opinion. Looking at Raoul, Jerry did not understand what power he possessed. It was also surprising that the boy's sword appeared out of nowhere, and while our hero was distracted, as it seemed to the guard from the Rendell family, he quietly took out his sword and attacked him. However, Raoul noticed these movements, and, deftly dodging the blow, launched a counterattack. Seeing their ally fall to the ground, the rest of the Rendell family guards began to tremble. Philip reminded them that Raoul had said he could handle it himself. Meanwhile, one of the guards stood and thought about how strange it was for the boys to sheathe their swords. He decided that this would work to their advantage. Then Kale couldn't take it anymore. Running up to the young man, he asked if he really intended to fight them alone. Swinging a huge mace at our hero, he said that this was not a training ground. Raoul Ashton was not at all frightened by his opponent's movements. With a single swing of his sword, he cut the man's body in half. Kyle screamed loudly from the sudden and crushing pain. Jerry, seeing this, flew into a rage. Turning to his guards, he asked why they were still standing there. The man ordered them to destroy the young man immediately. The guards were all trembling. The strongest man, who stood out from the others, reached for his weapon and said that the boy had left them no choice. His name was Jeremy. He didn't want to intimidate a 15-year-old boy, but he also didn't want to stand by while his comrades were destroyed. It seemed to him that it would be wrong, to say the least. After that, all the other guards followed Jeremy's example. Watching what was happening, Raoul knew that the main weapon of the Rendell Viscount was the rapier, so he thought he was dealing with representatives of the elite knights. The young man also noticed that Captain Jeremy was at level 65, while the others were around level 60. Raoul himself was at level 45. In a fair fight, the young man had no chance of winning. The soldiers told him he had time to change his mind and surrender. After all, they had no intention of sparing Raoul, but our hero did not want to retreat. Without wasting any time, he jumped up and attacked the knight closest to him. The knight did not even have time to react. Blood splattered everywhere. After that, Raoul swung his sword behind his back again and decided to attack using the bear strike. Another knight from the Viscount family covered his face from the sudden gust of wind and did not understand what was happening. At that moment, Raoul jumped at him and attacked. Again, drops of blood flew in all directions. It seemed that the young man had everything under control, but suddenly Captain Jeremy jumped up from his seat and, pointing his sword at our hero, flew at him. Seeing this, the young man was very surprised and blocked the blow, jumping aside. Jeremy stood next to a knight from his squad. "Talk to him," he asked. "Was Raoul really unharmed?" The knight replied, "Yes." After that, the man remembered that 2 of his knights had died. But earlier, he had heard that the guy was weak and had no idea how to wield a sword. Angered by his thoughts, Jeremy grabbed his sword and told our hero that the rumors about him were lies. Now the man declared that he would fight him with all his strength. This did not scare Raoul Ashton. Pointing his weapon at the man, the boy told him to attack. Looking at his opponent, the young man noticed that he had a rapier and a dagger. He assumed that Jeremy had mastered the Rendell Meteor sword technique. Smiling, the man said that our hero's bravery was admirable. However, it should not be forgotten that Mira was a sacred city that healed all wounds. Jeremy believed that without help, Raoul would not be able to cope. However, the young man disagreed and said that the man was mistaken. He even said that he was willing to bet that his knights had not trained once since arriving in Mira. These words put Jeremy in an awkward position. He did not understand where the young man had obtained such information. Then Raoul explained that he had noticed that the man's knights had healed, but still lay on the ground paralyzed with fear. From this, our hero concluded that they were simply not used to facing death. So Jeremy realized that the guy was not only familiar with the art of combat, but also seemed to see right through his opponent. The man realized that Raoul was dangerous. Then, frowning, he asked one of his knights to cover him. The knight replied that the captain could rely on him. After that, they rushed to attack our hero. Everything happened very quickly. Raoul was unable to fully block his enemy's blows and suffered numerous cuts on his body. The knight standing next to Jeremy noticed that the guy was exposed and decided that this was a great moment to destroy him. Immediately after that, he took a step forward. Noticing this, Jeremy immediately tried to stop him by shouting. However, he was unsuccessful. The knight did not have time to do anything. With a deft movement of his sword, our hero attacked him first. Looking at his ally, who was no longer breathing, Jeremy tensed up. He knew he had to act immediately. Therefore, the man immediately activated the Rendell Meteor sword skill. Seeing this, Raoul was initially surprised because he recognized this skill. But then he drew his weapon and began to defend himself. Jeremy attacked the guy with the most powerful ability used in combat. It was very difficult for our hero to fight back, and even telekinesis did not help. However, he understood that he had to hold on. Continuing to attack the young man, Jeremy was surprised that he could resist him. The man realized that he had the advantage because he attacked Raoul again and again, not giving him a chance to counterattack. But one question kept running through his head. Jeremy did not understand why, despite such a dire situation, the young man had a haughty expression on his face. And at that moment, burning his opponent with his gaze, Raoul Ashton said, "Ready." These words made the man think. He didn't understand what they meant, and stared at the young man with wide eyes. And while Jeremy was distracted, our hero was able to knock the weapon out of his hands with quick and precise movements. Meanwhile, while the man was disarmed, Raoul analyzed his skill, and after that, he activated his imitator skill. As soon as everything was ready, the system asked if the guy wanted to use the Rendell Meteor sword skill, and Raoul confidently answered yes. When Jeremy saw what our hero was about to do, he was perplexed, blocking his opponent's powerful blow with his hands. The man did not understand how Raoul knew about this skill. Jeremy shouted at the top of his voice, asking who had taught this young man, and who had betrayed the Rendell Viscountcy. Suddenly moving closer to the man, Raoul smiled and said that it was him. Jeremy did not understand how he himself could be a traitor to the Viscount. However, he did not receive an answer to this question. Our hero plunged a dagger into his body. Then the system showed Raoul that the synchronization status had reached 100%. Now the man's skill could be placed in skill decks and used. The young man was surprised that everything worked out. He spent a lot of energy using the S-rank imitator to suppress his opponent. Imitator was a skill the young man had learned with the help of skill deck. He could copy one skill at a time without taking his eyes off the target at the moment of activation. Otherwise, the analysis percentage would be reset to 0. That's why Raoul didn't blink while the enemy was attacking him. Also, the skill could only be stolen in one-on-one combat. Then our hero opened the skill screen and saw that, thanks to skill decks, 3 more skills were available to him. After that, Raoul looked at Jerry. The man was very frightened and asked who the young man was. He was also interested in how he learned about the meteor skill. Our hero was surprised that he was still there. Then he turned to Philip and asked him to destroy the men within an hour of their resurrection. The subordinate bowed to his master and asked his allies if they had heard the order. The other knights answered yes. After that, they headed towards Jerry. The red-haired man was trembling and begged for mercy. However, no one heard his plea. While Jerry screamed loudly, Raoul thought that earthly rules did not apply here and that the games were over. After a while, our hero said it was time to leave. Now this was his new reality, which he was not going to waste. The guy said that even if he had to swim across a river of blood, he would never give up. Watching everything through his binoculars, Reynaldo was horrified. He didn't understand what was happening. According to the plan, the Knights of the Viscount of Rendell were supposed to beat up the young man, and he would get his share by sending the guards to help. But instead, Raoul Ashton ruined everything for the man by knocking out a dozen fighters in one fell swoop. And at that moment, our hero turned his head sharply toward Reynaldo, who was watching him. Frightened, the man immediately dropped his binoculars. He realized that the guy had noticed him. Clutching his head, Reynaldo remembered the rumors that Raoul could only boast of his status and pretty face. Meanwhile, our hero, leaving behind the mutilated bodies of the Viscount's knights, said that now it was definitely time for them to go. Reynaldo began to think that all this was just a mask on Raoul's face, behind which a great master of the sword was actually hiding. Continuing to hold his hands on his head, the man assumed that in that case, the young man had long known about his machinations. Reassuring himself, Reynaldo decided that now he needed to build a relationship of trust with the County of Ashton. After some time, our hero was sitting in his room, thinking that he had gone a little too far. But despite this, he said that the game was worth the candle. Moreover, the guy had hit the jackpot of 5,000 gold coins. And thanks to the magic bag with spatial magic, he didn't have to worry about the excess weight. The young man also acquired a rapier and a dagger. These were the main weapons of the people of the Rendell Viscountcy. But most of all, Raoul Ashton was delighted with the ticket in his hands for a random skill book. The guy really hoped he would be lucky, because he was tired of unlucky tickets. So, folding his hands, our hero began to pray that the ticket would not be empty, and that he would get anything. Continuing to pray, the guy tore the ticket in half, and a bright light filled the room. The system notified Raoul that he had received a skill book called Spear Mastery Riviera Level B. The young man's joy knew no bounds, as this was exactly what he needed to leave for the capital. Smiling, our hero said that fortune had smiled on him today. Now he had only one unfinished business left. The guy said that a month of preparation should not go to waste, and that he was finally ready for something. A week later, Raoul Ashton was back in the cursed forest, fighting a huge monster. Having won, he managed to raise his level to 51, and now a class upgrade was available. Having fulfilled all the conditions, the guy received the Expert Swordsman class and the Expert Psychokinetic class. Philip and Jake congratulated their friend. After all, being a sword expert at 15 was a rarity. In response, our hero remained silent and raised his hand. This movement caused the stones lying beneath him to fly in the direction of his hand. Then Raoul stretched his hand forward, and the stones flew into the tree standing in front of him. After that, the guy took out his sword, and jumping up, used his bear strike skill. Everything around him lit up. The blow left a huge crack in the ground. Raoul did not even expect such a powerful recoil. Philip was amazed at his master's strength, while Jake laughed and said that they were no longer needed by the young man. He also asked if they could take a break. Suddenly, Philip gave him a light blow to the head. He said that the man would think about resting when he reached the young man's level of skill. In response, Jake told the commander that he was joking, but Philip didn't find it funny and asked him to stop talking nonsense. After that, our hero said that it was too early for them to relax. The men asked the young man what he planned to do next. They were also interested in whether he wanted to send a message to Ashton County, to which Raoul said he would contact his father later. While Philip and Jake were arguing, the young man thought about how he had defeated many monsters, thereby increasing his skill level. He also threw out bait for someone to take the bait. He was talking about the Imperial dogs. Then Raoul turned to his subordinates and said it was time to go. Meanwhile, in one of the houses in the city, a girl named Nakia was working. She was an alchemist. Her workday was over, and she couldn't help but wonder why potions had been in such high demand lately. Looking at the various magical ingredients, Nakia believed that it was all thanks to the County of Ashton. After all, monster body parts are needed to make potions. However, they are not often found in the cursed forest, so the ingredients are not easy to obtain. But the Knights of Ashton County suddenly kindly offered Nakia their help, and now she could brew potions every day. In addition, Raoul was a frequent visitor to her shop. The young man always asked if the girl needed anything, and inquired about her work in general. Smiling, Nakia thought that such attention was unusual for her, but she was still grateful to the young man. With a slight blush on her face, the girl also said that our hero was very handsome. Then Nakia suddenly began to slap herself on the cheeks, and force herself to pull herself together. The thing was that there was an 8-year age difference between her and Raoul. The girl said that the guy was too young for her, and on top of everything else, he was also an aristocrat. Nakia thought about all this on her way home. Finally, when she reached her destination, she entered the house and informed Nikki of her arrival. However, no one answered. Then the girl noticed a note with a knife on the bed. She was terrified. The note said that her sister had been kidnapped, and that if Nakia wanted to save her, she had to keep her mouth shut and wait for further instructions. These words made the girl cry. It seemed that she was ready to do anything to keep them from hurting Nikki. Nakia rushed out of the house and ran as fast as she could. She thought that her sister must not leave the city. There were rumors that many reports of missing persons had been filed, and that the city administration had promised to investigate. Nakia wondered what to do. She couldn't go to the city administration because the kidnappers were probably watching her, and it would take time to hire mercenaries and guild members. Then the girl remembered our hero. He had once told her that she could turn to him for help if she got into trouble. Nakia had no other choice, so she decided to find Raoul Ashton. Meanwhile, the system notified our hero that the girl was on her way to him, but the guy wasn't surprised. He knew this would happen. Then Raoul asked all his people to take their position. He also told them to focus on the goal and report to him about any changes in the plan. The young man entered the Connect community and clicked on a block called the Connection Cafe. It was an information cafe that he had run in his previous life, and it was only available to premium members. As a star player, he received all the necessary information from fans and informants. Gradually, the cafe turned into an information treasure trove where all of Connect's hidden information was stored. Raoul was glad that it hadn't disappeared anywhere, and since the guy couldn't make further plans relying solely on his memory, the Sfiaz Cafe could help him with that. Our hero searched for information on the free city of Mira and looked through all the available tasks there. The young man hoped that his plan would work. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached Raoul and said that Nakia had arrived. With a slight blush on his face, the guy wondered if he could change her future. After that, he asked his people to be kinder to the girl. In fact, Nakia had been called many names. She was both a crazy alchemist and a bloodthirsty witch. She got these nicknames because people feared her. Many civilians suffered because of her in the process of creating chemical weapons. Nakia experimented on people in her quest to take revenge on the Empire. But now the young man was faced with a desperate girl who needed help. Rushing to Raoul with tears in her eyes, she asked him to help her find Nikki. In response, the boy smiled and asked her to calm down and explain everything in order. Continuing to cry, the girl said that her sister had been kidnapped. 2 hours ago, the lady who lived next door and looked after Nikki was supposed to take her home, but something had gone wrong. Nakia blamed herself for everything. Grabbing the girl by the hand, the young man promised to find her sister. Moreover, he had some ideas about where she might be. Then he told Nakia that he would let her know as soon as he found Nikki. In the meantime, the young man advised the girl to stay here, where Bernard would look after her. Bowing to the guest, Bernard said that she had made the right choice in turning to the young gentleman, as he always kept his promises. After a while, Raoul and his men set off. Philip said that Pierce was tracking down the enemies. The man also said that he had received permission to carry out the operation from the mayor, and the system showed that a gang of criminals was hiding in the forest. The guys needed to crush the scoundrel. Then Raoul asked Philip if he had given the mayor the list of rats. The man replied yes. Our hero wrote the names and locations of all the criminals in the city on that list. He used all available channels of communication and obtained all the information. In this way, the guy wanted to eliminate all flaws in the plan. After that, he told his people that they could move forward. Meanwhile, some strangers were hiding in the bushes near the knights. They looked at each other and said something. Elsewhere, Pierce's group was hiding. With a serious expression on his face, the man said he had found what he was looking for. Judging by the tracks on the ground, the enemy's lair was in front of him. So, without wasting any time, he ordered the others to begin the operation. At that moment, Pierce jumped onto a tree branch and decided to use a skill he had recently learned. This skill was called detection. Activating it, the man's eyes lit up red. As a result, he was able to see 2 men in the lair through the walls, holding bows in their hands and ready to attack. So Pierce realized that the young gentleman was right. Their enemies had indeed set up magic circles and barriers. He decided he had to report this to Raoul, but our hero himself informed the man that they would soon be there. Looking at this message, Pierce remembered that his life had recently been different. The youngest son of Earl Ashton, Raoul, unlike his brothers, grew up to be a weak and untalented child. Most of the servants and knights tried to avoid him, and when the boy was looking for volunteers to go with him on a journey, few expressed a sincere desire to do so. Then Raoul visited the training ground and talked to the knights, among whom was Pierce. Turning to him, the young man said that he knew that the man wanted to go beyond his capabilities, and he offered Pierce his help. As a result, our hero took up a sword and began to guide Pierce, pointing out areas that needed improvement. And despite the fact that Pierce wanted to achieve more, he doubted that Raoul could teach him anything, but he decided to trust the guy. As soon as Pierce did everything our hero told him to do, he was amazed. The man's movements became much clearer. Then he remembered the young man's words that it would be difficult for him to master the bear strike, and that his advantage lay not in strength, but in agility. Pierce also remembered how Raoul told him to hone his archery skills. After all, the young man had heard that he had a talent for it. This surprised Pierce, as few people knew that he could shoot a bow. But the young man had noticed it. It was then that the man decided to follow Raoul. Now Pierce thought it was the best decision of his life. He believed that those who had refused Raoul's offer were now kicking themselves. Thanks to the skill books our hero bought, Pierce not only reached expert level in archery, but also improved other skills. He said that without Raoul's help, he would not have succeeded. Pierce also thought that today, the guy could show his true strength. And at that moment, he looked down, his face stretched out. Climbing down from the tree, Pierce greeted Raoul, who had arrived with his subordinates. The boy looked at the gang's hideout. The system said that they needed to destroy the magic circle and get inside to obtain information. Continuing to look at the lair, Raoul thought about how they were all similar, no matter what city they were in. However, spies from the Kranan Empire were hiding here. Usually, Connect players receive tasks while at starting points, such as Myri, and then they get rewards for destroying monsters or bad guys. But now our hero was dealing with difficult people. Slave traders and mercenaries were no match for the Kranan spies. They are also called Imperial Tracker. They track down players, blackmailing them and depriving them of the opportunity to cooperate with others. Raoul believed that the trackers were causing a lot of problems, so he couldn't allow them to continue their rampage. After that, the guy waved his hand at Pierce. It was a signal for the man to attack the enemies with his bow. Pierce hit the target on the first try and destroyed the enemies standing behind the wall. This opened the way for our hero and the rest of his men. Raoul thought about destroying the magic circle with the scroll he had recently acquired. But suddenly, the young man decided not to rush. Looking ahead, he noticed a stream of mana. So he reached into his inner pocket, took out a dagger, and decided to try to absorb the energy. Our hero realized that he would succeed. Raoul plunged his weapon into the magic circle and destroyed it. Now he could save money instead of spending it on scrolls. This was exactly what Pierce expected from his master. Then, turning to Jackson and Neil, the man said that they were moving on to the bait stage. He said he would let them know when it was safe to enter. Meanwhile, Raoul Ashton thought about how good it was to have his elite knights by his side. Then the young man told his men about the plan. He asked them not to take prisoners, and not to forget to use their rapiers to deliver the final blow. In response, Jake said he didn't understand why they needed to poke them with that stick. Raoul asked Pierce to cover him and look for prisoners. He said that the main task of the men was to rescue Nikki, who was Nakia's sister. At the very end, our hero turned to Philip. Pointing his hand forward, the young man called all his men to action. They went to the criminal's lair. Moving along a dark corridor, the guys reached an opening in the wall. Raoul assumed that this was the hideout itself. At that moment, Pierce reported to our hero that he had successfully infiltrated the enemy base. It was a good sign. The young man thought that the hunt was beginning. Looking around, he noticed that the hideout had high ceilings and wooden fencing. The young man also saw his opponents, who were most likely around level 30 or 31, which was typical for thieves. A few minutes later, Raoul Ashton turned to Philip and Jake and said that the analysis was complete. Now they could move forward. But before that, the guy used sign language to explain to the men what they needed to do. Then, after a single hand gesture from the gentleman, Philip and Jake rushed forward. Raoul followed them. With incredible speed, he approached his opponents. Flying above them, the young man attacked them. After that, the guy landed and grabbed his bow and arrows and began to attack the rest. Philip and Jake also easily dealt with their enemies. One by one, they sent them to the other world. One of the criminals watched all this from above. With horror in his eyes, the man sounded the alarm and ordered his men to guard the entrance. After that, he told them to destroy the intruders, and the army of enemies began to grow. Raoul noticed this. He also saw that they were blocking the arrows with their shields. At that moment, our hero was spotted, and all the enemy's arrows were aimed at him. Seeing this, the guy was very surprised and did not even move from his place. He did not take his eyes off the arrows flying at him. However, none of them could hurt Raoul. This was because he used his skill to create a barrier that did not let anything through. Noticing this, the criminals were shocked. Seeing that the arrows bounced off the guy, they began to call for reinforcement, and they were already there. The men ran behind our hero and decided to attack him hand to hand. Raoul was not intimidated by such difficulty. He strapped his bow back on his back and thought he needed to use something else. Then the young man took out several small daggers and placed them between his fingers like Wolverine. One of the enemies approached him and, saying that it was the end for him, rushed into the attack. But he had no idea how wrong he was. Raoul easily blocked the man's blow, and then he flew away from the young man, unconscious. Watching this, the other criminals were terrified, All the arrows lying on the ground began to rise into the air and approach our hero. Seeing this, one of the criminals was speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes that magic was happening right now. Then, Raoul Ashton waved his hand, and the arrows turned toward his enemies. With one movement, he was able to neutralize all the criminals. With arrows in their bodies, the men groaned and could not get to their feet. At that moment, the young man thought that the rapier was a light weapon, but not powerful enough. He believed that more effort was needed to pierce through armor. After that, our hero jumped off the pole he was standing on and landed next to his wounded enemy. He wondered where the rest of them could have gone. Then his gaze was suddenly drawn to Jake, who was dealing with one of the criminals. While the man was screaming and begging for mercy, the man did not hesitate and sent him to the other world. Noticing this, Raoul gasped. Clutching his forehead, he realized that Jake was rebelling against the use of the rapier. The young man believed that it was better to save his mana. He reminded him several times not to leave any traces that would reveal his skill with the sword. But later, Raoul decided that there was no need to worry. After all, the minor obstacles had been dealt with. Our hero's group had neutralized everyone. After a while, they were standing together, discussing what had happened. Pierce apologized because, after searching the entire prison, they still hadn't found Miss Nikki. Raoul didn't see anything wrong with that, and asked if he had briefed the prisoners. Pierce said yes, and added that they had given them clothes and food. Jake couldn't believe that they had dealt with all the criminals. Then Raoul thought that something was definitely wrong here. Pierce didn't understand what the guys were talking about. The young man explained that Nikki wasn't there, and that all the criminals were of the same rank, without their leader. Also, there was a magic circle waiting for them at the entrance, but the mage was not there. From this, they concluded that the important figures and other prisoners might be somewhere else. Jake looked at Pierce and said that everything would go down the drain if they didn't find them. Pierce added that he hadn't found anything suspicious. He decided that his abilities were not enough, and that a skilled magician was at work here. Raoul responded by supporting the man, saying that he had only been working for a month. After that, our hero asked the guys to follow him, as he seemed to know where the enemies were hiding. After a while, they were near a small house with a light on. The guy asked his allies to search the huts and report if they found anything suspicious. Philip said that everything was clear. In the end, they only had to check one hut in front of them. Going inside, Raoul Ashton took out his rapier and asked the guys to get ready. He said that now the most interesting part was about to begin. Then the young man kicked the table in front of him and swung his weapon. Subsequently, the boards beneath them collapsed, revealing a metal cover under the floor. And under the cover was a secret staircase leading to the basement. At that moment, Raoul felt something approaching them, and literally a couple of seconds later, a huge, inhuman hand appeared from the depths of the basement. Fighting it off, Jake asked what it was, but no one answered his question. A huge red monster emerged from the basement. A little later, several more appeared behind it. Seeing them, Philip asked everyone to stay close together. After all, it was pointless to try to fight them off, as it would be more difficult to defeat the monsters. After that, the red giant headed towards our hero. Raoul stood bravely again and waited for his enemy to come closer. As soon as the monster tried to attack the young man, he struck it with his rapier. The giant roared in surprise at the unexpected pain. Philip shouted that these were demons of the Imperial Cavalry. He also said that they needed to behead them. Fighting off his opponents, Jake did not understand what the monsters were doing in this place. Our hero, while fighting, wanted to study their characteristics. As soon as Raoul defeated one of them, a notification appeared in front of him. It said that this was a level 41 demon cavalryman of the Imperial Army. In principle, the young man thought so. After all, in his past life, these giants had caused him a lot of trouble. After 6 months of playing Connect, he was tasked with raiding the Empire's lair in the starting city. And when the best players had almost cleared it, 10 of them changed classes twice, and formed a punitive force of 100 guilds to capture the fortress. However, as soon as the secret Imperial Cavalry appeared, most of the players didn't last a minute. That day, our hero miraculously managed to escape, and for the next 6 months, none of the rankers dared to approach the Empire's lair. At that time, the demonic cavalry numbered about 50. It was not surprising that players who had barely reached level 50 were unable to defeat them. One could only guess what the outcome of the battle would be this time. Raoul noticed that there were far fewer demons today. Moreover, their level of training was no match for the skill of his elite knights. Moreover, with the help of his skills, the guy could see all the weak spots of his red opponents. Therefore, his team only had to deliver the right blows. Sticking to this tactic, after a while, Raoul and the others won. All the monsters were neutralized. Pierce didn't understand what the demons were doing here. He assumed that they had confused the entrance to the front courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Philip said that it was probably dangerous to go down. However, Raoul saw no other choice. He also believed that they did not need help. In turn, they had to find the main criminals before anyone reported their arrival. Philip told the young man to stay with them. He also asked to be allowed to deal with the enemies with Jake while he and Pierce were busy searching. Then Raoul thought that he couldn't do everything at once, because he would still get experience points, even if he didn't destroy the enemy with his own hands. So the guy decided it was time to delegate responsibility. As he sent the men on their way, he was pleased to know that he had reliable subordinates. The men descended into the basement, covering themselves with shields. Jake was in a very combative mood. As soon as they reached the bottom, they saw a room that looked like a scientist's lair. There were huge flasks with monsters in them everywhere. Looking around, Pierce said that it was very bold of the enemies to set up a laboratory for conducting experiments with chimeras in another country. Then Raoul said that those demons were most likely the missing residents of the city of Mira. He remembered that when he was reborn, he thought about joining the Empire, because in 10 years, it would completely take over the continent, but it was ruled by a madman, and our hero believed that it was unwise to follow the orders of such a man. There were many rumors about the Emperor, but Raoul knew one thing for sure. The guy said that he treated people as a means to an end. All people without noble blood were divided into classes. Living a life of endless hardship, they would eventually become useless and be used as guinea pigs or sent to the slaughterhouse. If members of the upper class acted against the emperor's will, they were executed. Once, a general spoke out against the tyranny under which the people lived. Then, the mark on his shoulder flashed red. The general was torn to pieces. This scene was forever etched in our hero's memory, and he abandoned the idea of joining anyone else in order to save himself. Now he believed that he had to do everything he could to stop the experiments. Philip and Jake stood near a door from which a dim light emanated. They asked Raoul to take a look. Below stood a mage and the other criminals, who were talking about securing their return route. Scanning the situation, Pierce said that there were 4 knights, 3 mages, and 10 demons among them. The mages were setting up a magic circle at the entrance to the cave. Philip said he would take care of the knights. Pierce advised neutralizing the mages, and Jake had the Imperial cavalry. After that, Pierce shot an arrow at one of the mages. Panic broke out among the enemies, and they realized that there were intruders. Then, our hero called on the guys to attack. Taking out his bow, he decided to use a charged shot. Among the enemies, Raoul noticed a 5th-level mage. The young man thought that he should deal with him first. Aiming at the man, the young man realized that arrows usually couldn't penetrate such a barrier. However, with the help of telekinesis, Raoul could set the flight path. That's exactly what he did. Pulling back the bowstring, our hero made his move. The arrow pierced the barrier protecting the mage and destroyed him. The deed was done, and now the criminals could not escape through the teleportation gate. The knights looked in horror at the destroyed magic circle. After that, their commander informed everyone that the retreat route was blocked. He also said that the seal must be broken and the intruders destroyed. At that moment, all the criminals, shouting that they were fighting for the Emperor, rushed into the attack. Unexpectedly, Raoul Ashton was surprised and stood rooted to the spot as the knights ran towards him. And just as the enemies were about to strike their first blow, a shadow flashed before the young man. It was Philip, who shielded his master with his body and shield. Watching this, the young man noticed that his subordinate was barely holding back the criminals. He couldn't believe that the strength of a high-class knight was not enough. After that, the young man turned to the status window. Standing before him was a knight named McDowell. The young man assumed that the red mark had affected his stats. Jake fought on, not understanding what was happening or why he was being beaten so badly. So he turned to Raoul for help with notification and asked for permission to use a sword. He believed that it would be difficult to destroy demons with a rapier. In response, the guy said that Pierce and Philip were doing a great job against the enemy. He also added that he believed in the man, but was apparently mistaken. These words enraged Jake. He said that he was just worried about Pierce, and therefore decided to clarify. This provocation from our hero had a positive effect on the man. With a single movement of his rapier, he defeated several monsters at once. Watching this, Raoul Ashton smiled and thought that it was time for him to get to work. After that, the young man approached the monsters and destroyed them with a few swings of his rapier. Watching this, Jake wondered how the gentleman had found the monsters' weak spots so quickly. At that moment, McDowell realized the situation they were in and understood that our hero and his team were superior to them in strength. The guys continued to fight. The man noticed that they were fighting with rapiers and assumed that they belonged to the Rendell Viscount. However, McDowell saw that the guy's movements were not so skillful. Therefore, he began to doubt this. Then Jake said that the man didn't need to know who they were because he was going to die anyway. He said that the Imperial dogs were only good at wagging their tails. These words enraged McDowell. He asked Jake how he had the right to insult the Imperial trackers. Then his gaze fell on our hero, who was standing behind everyone else. The man asked himself if this young man was really their commander. After that, McDowell broke into a smile. All because at that moment, he figured out how to get out of there alive. The man ordered all the monsters to give their lives for the Emperor, and for the honor of the Empire, they rushed into the attack. Looking at the demon running towards them, Raoul froze. He realized that it was the Black Sacrifice. The demon attacked Jake, blocking the blow with his shield. The man felt how strong his enemy was. After that, he jumped back. It was a skill that deprived the bearer of mana and life energy, and allowed them to gain strength for a short period of time. Raoul assumed that the criminals had something in mind, since they resorted to such a method. A notification appeared in front of him, warning him to be careful. Turning around, the guy saw McDowell running towards him and Philip with an attack. The system notified him that the man had E-level Imperial Army Warrior Power Armor. Its maximum duration was 2 hours. Then Philip rushed towards him and told our hero that he was trying to distract him. As soon as he attacked McDowell, he immediately realized that his blow had been blocked by a force field, so the man continued flying towards Raoul. Approaching him, he said that the boy's end had come. After that, McDowell struck the young man with all his might. The ground beneath him shattered into pieces. However, after a couple of seconds, genuine surprise appeared on the man's face. Somehow, Raoul Ashton was able to block the blow and remain unharmed. The man asked the young man if he really had power armor. Moreover, McDowell noticed that the young man could change its details. He assumed that, judging by the filling, our hero had F-level power armor. However, his intuition told him that when the transformation process was complete, something terrible would happen. Therefore, McDowell decided not to waste any time and immediately attack Raoul Ashton. As soon as the man's hand was near the young man's face, he did not understand what had happened. He thought about dodging the enemy's blow using his flash skill, but suddenly, a notification popped up, and it was as if he was nailed to the spot. The notification said that Raoul had collided with power armor and awakened Regnator. According to our hero's status data, he possessed a unique characteristic. The system also said that the young man had fulfilled all the necessary conditions and could now activate Regnator. But the guy didn't have enough mana. The search for an additional source of energy began. That's how the telekinesis skill was found, and the connection was successful. Raoul understood what it meant to wear power armor, a barrier that blocked all physical attacks, but was inferior in strength to a mana blade. The defense skill that neutralized spells was 3rd level magic, and inside it was a core that increased the owner's mana and physical ability. The wearer of power armor cannot be defeated, even if the enemy has a higher level and more experience points. Its power is unfathomable. However, it was created for the inhabitants of Connect. Therefore, players cannot use it, and power armor remains their pipe dream. For non-player characters, it was the only way to fight back against players. However, with a joyful smile on his face, Raoul declared that the power armor was now his. Continuing to swing at our hero, McDowell did not understand why his attacks had no effect on the young man. Finally, after one of the man's blows, the young man jumped back and looked at his enemy with anger in his eyes. Then, using a stream of energy, he pulled a rapier lying nearby toward him. Without wasting any time, Raoul attacked McDowell. The latter watched in horror as the young man broke through the barrier. Taking a blow from our hero, the man thought his end had come. With burning eyes, he said that he would take everyone with him. Radiating powerful energy, McDowell shouted that it was all in the name of the Empire. Watching the man scream in pain, the boy noticed that he would soon merge with his power armor. Then, a notification from the system appeared in front of Raoul, stating that Regnator had discovered a forbidden fragment of power. The young man did not understand what this meant. The system explained that, according to the oath, part of the seal was being released. After that, the guy started to glow. As he continued to shine, the system added that Regnator was ready to show his true power. A few seconds later, beautiful and powerful armor appeared on our hero's body. Now the young man's size matched that of his opponent. Meanwhile, McDowell continued to groan from the unpleasant sensations in his body. Then, he gathered his strength and flew towards Raoul Ashton to attack him. Looking at his enemy, our hero thought the sight was disgusting. McDowell looked terrifying. When he swung at the guy, it was accompanied by an unpleasant roar. Fighting the Imperial cavalry, Jake and Philip watched their master and were shocked by what was happening. A few seconds later, there was an explosion, the shockwave from which was so powerful that the men had to take cover behind their shields. As soon as everything cleared, it became clear that our hero had blocked McDowell's blow. Then Raoul decided to attack him. Noticing the guy's clenched fist approaching him, McDowell shouted loudly. His whole body began to glow from within. The young man continued to aim his fist at the man and said goodbye to him. After that, McDowell's voice fell from his shoulders, and our hero, after such a battle, exhaled heavily. The armor on his body began to evaporate. The guy couldn't believe what he had done, and wondered if he had managed to stay within the time limit. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately began coughing up blood. Philip and Jake began to worry and asked the gentleman if he was all right, waving his hand at his subordinates to let them know that he was fine. He thought about how this was the first time he had ever felt anything like this. Looking at his wrist, where he wore a gold bracelet, the young man felt as if he had lifted the veil of eternal power. Covering his eyes, Raoul Ashton thought that this time he had borrowed energy from other sources. Then, with burning eyes, our hero clenched his fist and declared that someday he would deal with this himself. After regaining his composure a little, the guy took out the stone that had been in McDowell's chest. To be more precise, it was a pocket teleport and a mana stone. Raoul understood that they would find a use for it later. Then Pierce approached him and said that Nikki and the other prisoners had been found, but not all of them had survived. In response, the young man said that they had done everything they could. He asked the man to tell the hostages that they would soon return to their families. Pierce added that Miss Nikki was unwell. In that case, Raoul said they should hurry up and leave. Jake asked the guys about the treasure. Raoul was surprised and asked the man if he really wanted to take it, and he replied yes. He also asked the guy if it was possible to leave such valuable things in an unknown location. Then our hero thought about it and decided that Jake was right. The young man understood that he would not be able to wear McDowell's power arm, but it could serve as proof that they had caught the Imperial tracker. Raoul said that the trackers were not easy to defeat. He remembered how easily they took the lives of ordinary people. Many users left the game because of them, but now there was no need to provoke them into battle. The guy decided it was better to focus on strengthening their combat power and increasing his authority. Then Raoul turned to Jake and asked him to forget about the treasure because he needed it for his plan. The guy also said that it was his trophy. The man was outraged by these words. In response, our hero said that his subordinates would still receive their reward. This made Jake extremely happy. He was delighted about the future bonus and vacation. Watching Jake run away, the guy couldn't figure out if he was a fool or a genius. Then he turned to Pierce, who said that the bait had worked. Raoul was very curious to see what his enemies would do. However, there was nothing to think about. Still, the young man wanted to see their discouraged faces when they realized they had fallen into a trap. Meanwhile, the Rendell family was walking to some place. Ramon indignantly asked the guide if they were going in the right direction. The man thought that they had followed Raoul into the forest, but lost track of him. He was furious that because of the boy, they had ended up in the temple and lost all their money and weapons. They also lost their mana and lost the battle. In addition, only 12 knights remained in the guard, and even Captain Jeremy donned power armor. The man thought that they couldn't miss the chance to take revenge while their enemy was outside of Mira. At that moment, their guide said they had arrived. In front of the Rendell brothers was a dark corridor. Then Cale asked if this was really the place they were looking for. It seemed eerie to him, but they had to search it. Ramon agreed. After searching the area, the Rendell family found a chest of gold coin. This made Ramon very happy. Although they did not find Raoul, they managed to get some gold. Jerry thought they had found a real treasure cave. After all, there were various artifacts and magical items there. However, that wasn't the biggest find. Next to them lay power armor, which the Rendell brothers looked at with even greater joy. Meanwhile, our hero returned to the city with his group. There, the townspeople greeted him with respect. They thanked the young man for taking the brunt of the attack and said that they had cleared the hideout in the eastern forest and rescued the captives. Raoul praised them. They were novice knights and members of the first guild. The northern hideout had been cleared and supplies had been delivered. The western hideout had the same story. Each of the knights was trained in the sword skills of Ashton County and knew how to use mana. Raoul thought about how their ranks had grown to 100 fighters. After that, he shouted to his men that it was time to return to base. After a while, they returned, where they were met by surprised knights. They did not understand why there were so many people from the county of Ashton. Then the young man turned to one of the men and asked if he was the commander, and indeed, he was. The man said that they had been ordered to gather all the civilians. Nakia was standing among the crowd. While everyone was rejoicing at the return of the children, she was thinking about her little sister, and then she noticed our hero Nikki in his arms, unconscious. After that, Raoul turned to Nakia and asked if she had really been waiting for them. The girl's body trembled, and she stammered her thanks to the young man. The young man said that Nikki was not feeling well, but that she would be taken care of in the palace. Then Raoul turned to Bernard, who said that the Reverend had already arrived. At that moment, our hero thought about how they had saved the lives of many people who could have died. In addition, they had changed the future of a girl who had almost made revenge her life's goal. Perhaps Nakia would no longer become an alchemist and create potions that would turn the world upside down. But Raoul hoped that she would play an important role in the prosperity of the empire. The guy said that when he returned to the past, a lot had changed. The young man no longer followed the principles of humanity and was not afraid to take away someone's future. Today, he could have saved many more people if he had acted faster. But our hero turned away from them, wanting to please Nakia and earn points. He managed to achieve his goal and rescue many prisoners. Raoul believed that the city was no longer in danger, and that in the morning, he would receive a reward from the mayor. But even so, our hero was somehow unable to shake off a feeling of unease. Turning to the people, Raoul Ashton noticed an old woman in the crowd, who was looking for her son with sadness in her eyes. Looking at her, the young man thought about the people who did not need to complete the tasks. However, they had to face more serious trials. Now Raoul understood how selfish his intentions had been. He shunned ordinary people, not wanting to waste time on them. Reborn, the young man promised himself to forget the past, but continued to live as if there was nothing more important in this world than the game. He understood that living by the rules of the game system was not bad, but the young man did not know if it was right to let it determine the meaning of his life. Until that day, Raoul had made plans based on Bae Do-hyun's goals, but now the young man decided that he would not repeat the mistakes of the past. Then the young man told Philip that the merchants were now grieving the loss of their loved ones, and asked if he could collect their personal information, given the circumstances. Philip asked if this applied to every person. Raoul confirmed this, and asked the man to find jobs for all the victims and pay them money. After that, the young man thought that Philip had already worked so hard in battle, and now he was burdening him with more work. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. For Philip, everything seemed surprising, because the gentleman usually only intervened in matters that were beneficial to the common cause. But he asked the young man not to worry, as everyone else would be happy to carry out this order. Although there was one grumpy comrade in their team, Jake indignantly assumed that the man was hinting at him. With anger in his voice, he said that he was not opposed to good deeds. Then Jake turned to Raoul and asked if it was true that he would let him go on vacation anyway. In the end, the man thanked the gentleman, and everyone around was shouting, "Glory to Ashton County." Watching this, the guy realized that the support of the merchants would be a great help in the fight against other guilds. Raoul liked seeing them happy. He even thought he could stay here to gain some practical experience. While our hero was talking to the residents of Mira, there was a stranger in the crowd who was watching him with a smile on his face. After a while, the young man was sitting in Ronaldo's office. The man apologized to him for causing him so much trouble. He said that thanks to the young man, Mira could breathe a sigh of relief. But Raoul believed that he had done nothing remarkable. The mayor insisted on his opinion. Then the young man said that he himself was surprised to learn that the dark forces of the empire would reach the territory belonging to the kingdom of Reuben. He said that, judging by the refuge, they had been working on their research for a long time. And Reynaldo said that this was not the first wave of kidnappings. However, the treaty tied their hands. It prohibited them from creating their own army, and they could only afford a guard. But outside the city, the man said she was losing some of her abilities. He then added that representatives of the Rendell Viscount had visited them. The mayor said that they claimed to have destroyed the kidnappers' lair and were demanding compensation. The man believed that they should be thrown out, but the young man asked him not to do so. Our hero confirmed these words and added that it was a necessary measure. Reynaldo understood that the young man wanted to make those people heroes, but he didn't understand why. The mayor believed that Raoul deserved all the glory. In response, the young man laughed and thanked the man for his concern. However, he hoped that the mayor would grant his request. Reynaldo sighed and said that it was unusual for someone of Raoul's age to be so level-headed. He added that the young man should not worry. At that moment, our hero was thinking about the Rendell family, taking all the credit for themselves. He wanted them to attract the attention of the Kraken Empire. Then the mayor said he didn't know what to give Raoul. He thought money wouldn't be enough, and asked the young man to say what he wanted. The young man decided to ask the man for a favor, saying that he had heard that Reynaldo had a large collection of valuable books. He wanted to look at it. Reynaldo said that the young man could stay there as long as he wanted and choose any book, but even that seemed insufficient to the man as a reward. He decided to take Raoul to a secret treasure trove so that he could choose a gift for himself. In response, the young man said that the mayor's generosity knew no bounds. This brought a broad smile to the man's face. He said that he always showed generosity to those who deserved it. After some time, our hero found himself in the library. Looking around, the young man could not believe that this place was so amazing. Approaching the bookshelves, he thought that at first glance, you wouldn't even realize that this was a real treasure trove. An innumerable amount of skills were stored here. And while the guy was standing there with a book in his hands, the system asked if he wanted to buy the Book of Skills Piercing Thunder, rank A. The young man continued to marvel at the scale of the library. Just looking at these books filled him with a deep sense of wisdom. Walking through the rows of the library, Raoul thought that he might never return here, and did not want to miss the opportunity to find that very coveted book. Then, the young man looked at one of the top shelves, and noticed a book there that emitted a dim light. He decided to check it out. It was a book called Research on Ancient Rituals of Spells and Methods of Mental Cultivation. Despite its rather long title, Raoul decided to open it. After that, a flood of information poured over the young man. This book was restricted to users with extrasensory abilities. Our hero realized that only an S-rank psychic could master the skills of this special book. The young man was very happy to have found it. In the past, his B-rank meditation skills had helped Raoul reach the top of the Connect ranking. But he didn't have enough spiritual strength to stay there, and while the young man was looking for a way to increase his guild's power, other rankers had already taken all the skill books. They were always difficult to find. Soon, everyone knew about the art of meditation of Kverkus. A fire mage from Japan said that the mayors of the starting cities kept copies of the S-rank in their mansions. One of them, Shigehisa, found it in the library of Mira. Another, Raoul, found it in the city of Ignet. But the magic spells written there were useless to him. But now the young man knew that spiritual power would not run out. At first, the effect of extrasensory abilities would be small, but gradually, the higher the level, the greater the power and rank. And a certain amount of spiritual power would definitely make his task easier. And the guy thought that if he reached the same level of mastery that he had in the past, before the battle with the Empire began, victory would be his. Clenching his fists and smiling slyly, Raoul Ashton believed that this day would go down in history. As a gift from Reynaldo, the guy chose a mana ring, although there were plenty of similar ones in Ashton County. Then, looking at the ring, Raoul Ashton decided that it was probably time for him to start customizing. The guy completed all 70 tasks in one night. He also studied all the skill books up to rank C, tried all the rare items, and collected 50,000 game coin. After that, the young man opened the status window. In just 1 month, Raoul's physical characteristics exceeded 65 points, and his mana and spiritual power reached 70 points. Now our hero could consider himself an experienced player. The stats of top-ranked swordsman and psychokinetics reached 90 points. In his previous life, Raoul had achieved the same results in terms of willpower and perception. And now, he was going to score high in all characteristics, and hoped to become the first player in history to reach 100 points. The guy was reborn with his previous inventory intact, and he managed to unlock skill decks by activating Regnator. He was tasked with breaking the seal, but to do that, he had to complete 50 more tasks related to skill slots, and the current power of Regnator seemed insurmountable to the guy. In addition, he unlocked the Keen Eye characteristic. Thanks to this, he was able to see the status of non-player characters and track the flow of mana. The guy assumed that he had gained this ability when he absorbed the demonic energy of the Imperial Seeker. Along with it, a new task appeared. Raoul thought that if he followed the familiar path, he would constantly encounter the Empire's warriors, because they were also looking for fragments of the magic stone. Our hero decided to go without crossing paths with them, but now there was no need for that, because he was both a player and a resident of Connect. The young man decided for himself how to construct the scenario and what task to perform, and if his goals did not coincide with the plot, he followed his desires no matter what. The next day, Raoul Ashton was sitting in his office when Bernard came in. He said that Miss Nikki had regained consciousness. He also informed the gentleman that Miss Nakia was requesting a meeting with him. The man asked if the young man wanted to visit them. Our hero immediately got up from the table and said that he would be happy to meet the girls. A short time later, he was already with them and asked Nakia and Nikki how they were feeling. Nakia threw herself at our hero's feet, thanking him. The girl did not know how to repay Raoul for his kindness, but he asked her not to worry about it. He advised Nakia to take care of her sister. Then, turning his gaze to Nikki, the young man wondered whether he should check her status. Meanwhile, Nikki greeted Raoul and thanked him in a weak voice for saving her. After that, Nakia turned to our hero and said that her sister was a little shy. The guy replied that he understood. Raoul also understood that the girl was not feeling well and thought he should go closer to her. As soon as he did so, he noticed stormy blue waves in Nikki's eyes. Continuing to look into the girl's eyes, our hero did not understand what was happening. He was very surprised and asked himself if no one else could see anything like this. To be sure, Raoul decided to use his new ability called Keen Eye. As soon as the young man did so, he couldn't believe his eyes. It seemed to him that Nikki was an ordinary child. The status window said that the girl was at level 5, but her potential was SS rank. Raoul assumed that the disease was suppressing her abilities, and he wondered what would happen if Nikki were cured and her skills returned to their previous state. The guy couldn't even imagine how powerful the girl would be in the future. Then Nakia asked him if something was wrong. In response, our hero began waving his arms and saying that everything was fine. Then he looked at Nikki, thinking that he needed more information. A few days later, Raoul gathered all the necessary information. Looking at photos of people and sorting through them, the guy realized that everything was going according to plan. He and his team caught more criminals and saved about 50 people. Now Mira is the safest place on the continent. Construction was completed, and the guild house opened its doors to its first guests. Many Morans decided to thank the guys and offered their help. Among them were talented workers, and Raoul was confident in the success of the work. Our hero only had to resolve the issue with Nakia, and just at that moment, the girl entered his office. Sitting down on the sofa, the young man asked her how Nikki was feeling. In response, Nakia thanked him and said that her sister was much better. She also thanked him for inviting the priests. In response, Raoul Ashton smiled and said he was always happy to help. Looking at Nakia, he understood that Nikki was still not well and that divine power alone was not enough. Then Nakia said that she had heard that the young man was leaving today and added that she had not been able to thank him properly. After that, the girl asked the young man how she could be of service to him. Nakia thought that Raoul had helped her for a reason, but she really wanted to help him. But the girl was afraid that the guy would turn out to be just like all the noble aristocrats she had met before. After all, there are many greedy people in the world, and yet she did not want to disappoint Raoul. Then our hero asked her not to fill her head with nonsense. After that, he handed the girl some pieces of paper and asked her to read everything that was written there. They were some kind of document. When Nakia saw them, she was surprised. It was a letter of pardon, stating that all her sins had been forgiven. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. Excitedly, she turned to Raoul and asked how he had managed to do this. In response, the guy smiled and said that money works wonders. This document forgave all the mistakes she had made. Our hero had to spend a large sum of money to obtain the Alliance's permission. Looking at the document, the girl thought about how she had suffered from the ban on using mana for 5 whole years, and now the young man had solved all her problems. The girl blamed herself for daring to compare Raoul with other aristocrats. Then the guy asked her how she got banned from using mana. Nakia told him that she had left her father's house when she was little. Her mentor saw her talent and helped her join the Alchemists Association. At a very young age, she became famous as a gifted alchemist. She mastered the 3rd circle of magic at the age of 13. Disaster struck unexpectedly. An epidemic swept through her hometown, and she lost her family. Only Nikki was waiting for Nakia at home. The girl took her with her, but the misfortunes did not end there. When Nikki turned 6, she was diagnosed with an incurable disease. The girl believed it was her fault. She spent 2 years searching for a cure. At 18, Nakia achieved mastery of the 5th circle of magic. And when death came very close to Nikki, she decided to break the taboo. With the help of substances stolen from the association, Nakia kept her sister alive. But soon, the deception was revealed, and she was banned. After some time, they came to Miru. With God's blessing, Nikki began to get better, but not all Meruans accepted the girls, knowing about the ban and her illness. After calmly listening to Nakia's story, Raoul said that they had been through a lot. After that, he handed her a test tube with some liquid and asked her to drink it. The guy said it would set the girl free. Although Nakia was very surprised, she trusted the young man. As soon as the liquid entered her body, the girl's eyes lit up. Nakia felt at peace again, as if those 5 years had never happened. She had missed that feeling very much. Looking at the girl, our hero also observed her status. At the same time, there was a slight smile on his face. As soon as the glow faded, Nakia realized how she could thank Raoul. Kneeling down and placing her hand on her heart, she said that she would serve him faithfully and wait for him to save and make other people happy. After that, Raoul put his hand on her head and said that he accepted her devotion and would not forget her words. Then the young man took some notes from the table and handed them to Nakia, saying they were for her. The girl was surprised and asked what they were. Raoul replied that they were notes about Monofalaria. He also added that they should help Nikki. Taking them in her hand, Nakia was delighted. Our hero then explained that these were the works of a great alchemist who had left this world, but they were missing a fragment, so they needed to be studied. He said that Nakia would now be able to create the perfect medicine for her sister. In a sense, this was his first order to the girl. With tears in her eyes, Nakia said she would make the best medicine in the whole world. Looking at the young man, the girl decided for herself that she would serve him faithfully until the end of her days. After a while, the young people talked. Watching Nakia leave, Raoul was not used to conversations of this kind, but he did not mind learning to find common ground with the inhabitants of Connect. Raoul made a lot of effort to get a new member to join the first guild. That's how he talked about the alchemist who would leave a lasting mark on history. Sitting on the sofa and watching Bernard, the guy thought about how Nakia would create a cure, and all because the great alchemist he had told the girl about, who had left this world, was Nakia herself. In the past, she had fought against the incurable disease Monofalaria. Many people had died in the process, but the cure had been created. Now it didn't matter. The young man was lucky that information about Nakia's cure had been preserved in the Nexus. He deliberately gave the girl incomplete records so that she would develop her skills. Raoul said that if Nakia failed to make the medicine in time, he would give her the missing fragment. This concluded our hero's mission in the city of Mira. Therefore, it was time for him to depart for his new destination. And the guy was talking about the capital of the kingdom of Reuben. It was also known as the Tomb of the Sword, the large and populous city of Turum. Raoul was looking forward to meeting him, and now, sitting on the couch, he was ready to hit the road. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Jake was surprised by the number of people in the capital. Everything was different here. Then Raoul said that for the county of Ashton, there was no need to wait in line, so they should go ahead. Most of the guild members stayed in Mir. The young man took fewer people with him to make it easier. As he continued to move forward, a look of surprise appeared on the guy's face. The thing was, everyone on the street was going about their business. He didn't understand why no one was meeting them. So the young man immediately turned to Bernard and asked if he had sent a message about their visit. The man replied yes. He suggested that there had been some kind of mistake and said he would go to the estate to bring an escort. However, Raoul thought that Bernard would wander around for a long time looking for it, and suggested that they go together. Bernard approached one of the passers-by and asked if she knew where the Ashton County estate was located, but the girl had no idea what he was talking about. Bernard continued to ask others about the county, but they looked thoughtful and told him to look for the estate in the Noble district. After a while, Raoul arrived at the right place. There he was met by knights who told him they couldn't let him pass because his estate wasn't there. The guy knew that his family was not popular, but not to that extent. Jake began to get upset and said that the county of Ashton was fighting and risking its life, and they did not know him. The man said that they were the ones who supported peace. Raoul was surprised that the townspeople did not know how influential his family was, and did not understand why no one knew about the estate. Then the guy turned to Bernard and asked if he could visit the information office and find out the address of the Ashton estate. After a while, they gave the knight a piece of paper with the address of the estate, and he was very surprised. It was the address of Baron Gendar. Hearing this, our hero became wary. The knight explained that Mr. Gendar had been living there for about 10 years and said he would take the boys there. After that, Raoul turned to Bernard and asked him about the Baron. The man said that Gendar was 50 years old and a distant relative of the young man. The Baron was also responsible for foreign affairs. In that case, our hero asked to be taken there to see the estate with his own eyes. After some time, they all stood near the large estate. The guard standing there asked the group to repeat who they were. Philip introduced Raoul and said that they would like to see the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The guards asked them to provide an invitation, but Philip did not understand what they were talking about. In that case, they were told that a celebration was currently taking place at the estate. After that, the guard pointed to some tents nearby and asked the guys to wait there until he returned. Upon hearing about the celebration, Raoul became angry. Jake was also puzzled. Without thinking twice, he ran up to one of the guards and asked in a harsh voice what was going on. The man was outraged that the guards did not want to let the master in. Jake ordered them to let them through immediately. Upon hearing this, the Baron's people began to shout that intruders had arrived. The guards were so frightened of our hero and his team that they even threw away their spears and ran away. This surprised Jake even more. Then he turned to Raoul and asked what it was and why the guards had fled. However, without answering this question, the young man decided that they could go in. As soon as they moved forward, they heard shouts telling them not to move. A man accompanied by 2 guards stood in front of them. He pointed his weapon at Raoul and asked who they were and why they had caused the disturbance. Philip, who was the Supreme Knight of the Order of the Golden Bear of Ashton County, introduced himself first. He asked where Baron Gendar was. Then the man asked why they needed the Lord. But after that, his eyes widened. Only now did he realize what Philip had said. Upon hearing that the men were from the county, the man immediately fell to his knees and began to apologize. He said that he had been informed of their visit too late. He ordered the other guards to immediately take the guests to the reception hall. At that moment, Jake and Raoul did not understand what was happening around them. Looking around the grounds, the young man realized that the rumors were true and that the estate was indeed enormous. It would take a long time to see everything here. Then he looked at the main building of Ashton County, where only direct relatives were allowed to enter. The young man did not understand why music was coming from there. He was even more surprised that the front courtyard was crowded with strangers. Jake asked a guard what the occasion for the celebration was. The guard explained that it was the birthday of Aaron, the youngest son of Baron Gendar, the owner of the estate. He also said that celebrations were not uncommon here. However, Jake was more upset by the guard's revelation of whose estate it was. At that moment, Gendar came out to them and said that he had been waiting for them. Turning to the young man, he asked if he was Raoul. In response, our hero did not answer him, as he was examining him with his keen eye. Raoul understood that Gendar looked strong, but he was not even close to being an expert. He also realized why people did not take Ashton County seriously. The young man could understand his father's decision to entrust him with foreign affairs, but he was not going to accept it. In addition, the Baron even looked down on him. Then Gendar told the young man that he was his uncle. Upon hearing this, our hero was surprised, as his father had never mentioned the man in such a context. In response, the Baron laughed and said that the Ashton family tree was complicated, and it would be difficult to explain their relationship. He asked Raoul to simply call call him uncle. The young man did not want to allow the Baron to use him for his own interests. Therefore, he asked Bernard if he could explain what had been said in plain language. Then the subordinate said that Baron Gendar was the third cousin of Count Ashton. He also said that the man held the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Baron was enraged by the young man's audacity. Turning to our hero, he asked if his father had not taught him how to communicate with his elders. Raoul assumed that the Baron was either on good terms with his father or was simply mocking the county of Ashton. Then the young man asked Philip who had the right to address him informally. Philip replied that only Viscount Austin had such a right. In that case, Raoul asked him why these rules had been created. Philip replied that it was to clearly define the boundaries of the hierarchy. When the Count's children reach adulthood, they inherit the title of Viscount and part of the territory. Now our hero also owned land. And the boy asked the man why his third cousin, whom he had seen for the first time, dared to place himself above him. Smiling, Gendar asked the young man to forgive his mistake. He also said that from now on, he would treat him with all due respect. In response, our hero decided that they had more important questions to ask. He asked the Baron to explain what was going on, but the man said he did not understand what he was talking about. Then Philip joined the conversation and asked why no escort had been sent for them. Gendar replied that he had ordered a carriage to be sent for the boys, and that there might have been some mistake. The Baron added that there had been a lot of commotion there today. Philip then asked why the man was celebrating his birthday in the main building of Ashton County. Gendar clearly did not like this question. The Baron said that in order to show everyone what they were worth, it was necessary to hold a big celebration. In the context of international relations, this was simply necessary. Gendar believed that an ordinary guardsman could not know about such thing. This hurt Philip, but he did not react to it because he did not want to upset his master. After that, Pierce approached them and, handing Raoul a piece of paper, said that he had found it in the courtyard. It was an invitation. Judging by it, our hero said that the celebration had nothing to do with the county of Ashton. After all, the invitation only had the surname and coat of arms of the Gendar family. The Baron said that it was a formal reception on behalf of the county. The young man added that the venue was Baron Gendar's estate. Then the man said that the invitation should not be taken seriously. He also asked to close the subject, as the young man was acting outside his authority. In addition, the man reminded him that Raoul was not at home. In that case, our hero asked him if everything was all right. Gendar confirmed this. He said that according to ancient tradition, they always hold celebrations in the main building when it is empty. Raoul even saw the sense in these words. Then the young man said that as a trusted representative, temporarily carrying out the will of His Excellency, he ordered the celebration to be ended within an hour. He also asked for details about the funds allocated for the event. Gendar was furious at what he heard. Then Raoul thought that his father had probably anticipated such an outcome. So he asked the man if he really refused to follow the order. Without waiting for the Baron's answer, the young man pointed his sword at him and asked if he would be better off worrying about his family members rather than his guests. Raoul also said that he had shown generosity. In that case, Gendar agreed, but said that our hero would regret it. But the young man believed that the worst thing that could happen to him was that his father would scold him. Raoul did not understand where the Baron got so much confidence and fearlessness. Watching the man walk away, our hero thought that no concrete evidence of the fall of the Ashton County had been found, and the guy decided that maybe he could find it here and hit the jackpot. As a result, after a while, something happened that shocked the boys again. Instead of putting them up in the main building, the Baron's people gave them a wing. A man appeared behind Raoul and said that since the main building was too crowded, Mr. Gendar had ordered that they be given a separate place. Our hero thought this was all nonsense, so he said he intended to live only in the Ashton County mansion. The guy ordered everyone to follow him. After a while, they were already there. Bursting through the doors, Raoul indignantly asked the Baron if he was out of his mind. Looking at Gendar, the young man realized that the Baron had managed to settle his entire family in the 3-story mansion, where only the Count and his relatives had the right to reside. The young man asked if the Baron would really claim that he was using the office and the main building of Count Ashton's estate in accordance with tradition. In response, Gendar said that the Ashton family visited so rarely that it would be wasteful to keep the house empty. Then, Raoul lost his temper and ordered the man to leave the building. The young man said that if they did not leave the mansion today, he would cut off all their heads. The young man declared that from that moment on, he was relieving Baron Gendar of his duties as foreign minister. Raoul also said that if the Baron wanted to object, he would have to bring documents tomorrow, confirming that he was fully performing his duties. After these words, Gendar frowned and gritted his teeth, but he did not respond to the young man and turned away silently. In the end, The man left the mansion with his belonging. Our hero dealt with this, and now he needed to find some information. The young man was afraid that, given the condition of the estate, they had long since been disposed of, but it turned out that this was not the case. All the documents related to this were in the office where our hero was. Raoul assumed that the Baron was sure that he would not be able to find him, but in his previous life, the guy had studied business administration and worked in a trading company, and Bernard was an expert on everything related to estate ownership. After a while, Philip and Pierce came into the office. They informed Raoul that the Baron and his family had left the building. The young man was surprised that all this had happened without a scandal. In response, Philip said that they had quietly gathered their essentials and left. But our hero saw nothing surprising in that. He said that the Gendarme family thought they would soon return and live here again. In that case, Philip asked the gentleman if he was sure of his decision. Raoul replied that it was simply necessary to get rid of rotten people immediately. Moreover, our hero thought that a branch of the First Guild would fit in perfectly here, and the young man did not want to allow any fools to contradict him. Pierce suggested that the Baron was under someone's protection. He feared that something bad was coming, but Raoul didn't care. He simply asked them to believe in the power of the county. Jake jumped up to the guys, hugged them, and suggested they stop the serious conversation and take a look at the estate. He also asked his allies not to worry and to listen to the Lord. In response, Raoul smiled and said that the man was right. He added that everyone except Bernard could be free. Continuing to hug Philip, Jake was in a good mood, unlike his ally. As soon as everyone left, the guy turned to Bernard and asked if he knew what they were looking for. The man replied yes, and asked the gentleman to trust him. The next day, our hero was in the courtyard of the mansion, waving his arms and wielding swords. He was not alone. On the other side, with the same weapons, was Bernard, who was breathing heavily. Raoul asked if he had noticed any progress. He believed that Bernard had learned to wield 2 swords very quickly, but, dripping with sweat, the man said that he still had room to grow. A month and a half had passed since Bernard discovered his extrasensory abilities with the help of a book of skills. Raoul believed that he had talent. After all, it is quite difficult for wind mages to master weapons to perfection. After that, the young man suggested that Bernard move on to martial arts. The easiest and most effective way to raise your skill level at the beginning of your journey is to use several skills at once. The boy asked the man if he was ready, and he said yes. Their training was interrupted. Bernard noticed someone behind him and said they had guests. Our hero smiled, as wind mages are able to pick up information from a great distance. Then he suggested that Bernard greet the guests properly. In that case, the man asked the gentleman if he needed anything. With the same slight smile on his face, Raoul said to bring him everything. Raoul stated that he intended to receive a reward for his hard work. Bernard, meanwhile, understood that the young master's expression did not bode well. He knew that if the Baron stood in his way, it would be bad. After a while, Raoul stood in front of the gates to the mansion. Jake looked around suspiciously and asked the young man if there was some kind of treasure buried here. Answering his own question, he said that he could not explain why so many people had gathered in this place. Looking around, Raoul Ashton noticed that some of the knights radiated enormous energy, and the outer courtyard was filled with warriors. Looking at the boy out of the corner of his eye, Jake seriously doubted that his master could handle everyone on his own. The man hoped that the young man knew what he was doing, and before them stood Baron Gendar. He thought that everything was going according to plan, and that the boy had taken the bait. The Baron believed that he needed to resolve all issues in his absence, and only then would he be able to take office. The Ashton family's blood relatives living in the capital, having learned of what had happened, could not remain on the sidelines. Gendar said that by expelling him from the estate and depriving him of his post as foreign minister, the boy had created problems not only for him, but also for others. After all, they also held banquets using funds from the county budget. They even received payment for managing the estate through the Baron's pocket. Gendar admitted that he had made a mistake in using the Count's office to host a banquet in his own name. The man believed that the young man did not even understand what he had gotten himself into. He also did not understand why his brother had made Raoul his representative, and did not want to miss the opportunity. Our hero was determined and strode straight to the center. Rumors spread among the crowd that the young man was very handsome. People said that blood cannot be fooled, and at 15, the young man was already 6 feet tall. Others did not understand how this boy could annoy the Baron. Someone remembered that Raoul had participated in the tournament and won. Climbing the steps, our hero said that he did not expect to see so many guests here. He asked if everyone was so concerned about the question of rights to the estate. An enraged Gendar confirmed this. He said that they had all gathered here to express their outrage at his unreasonable behavior. The Baron asked the young man if it wasn't time to stop the mess and apologize. In response, Raoul said that they would now figure out who was right and who was wrong. This made Gendar even angrier. He said that for many decades, blood relatives had managed the estate, succeeding one another. The crowd also became indignant about this. They were annoyed that a child had been given authority and that funding had been cut. While the people were rebelling, Baron Gendar stood at the front with his arms folded, smiling lightly. Our hero watched the commotion. He understood that he was not being given the opportunity to explain, and that the Baron was to blame for this. However, that was not the most important thing. The young man thought that the consequences could be much more serious than he had imagined. 5 influential families had gathered here. The first were the blood relatives of the Earl of Ashton. Raoul believed that they had certainly taken part in the meeting, without hesitation. The second were scouts from the Kranan Empire's Guild of Trackers. Their empire was behind all the conflicts taking place on the continent. But our hero did not expect to see the third group here. A group of people stood behind everyone else. They were the Knights of Delamian, one of the 5 most influential families in the Republic of Brennan. The man standing in the middle was named Graham. Next to him stood several other sword experts. But the guy had no idea what representatives of a much more powerful family were doing here. And, of course, the Knights of the Viscount Rendell were there too. Among them stood a guy named Raphael, and he looked menacing. Raoul did not understand why the 4th young master of the Viscount Rendell, whose appearance alone was a reason to start a battle, was needed at the meeting. The young man assumed that he wanted revenge for the incident in the world, but would not act openly. And the last ones at this meeting were the traitors of the Ashton clan, and the culprits of this chaos, always ready to take the reins of power into their own hands. At the end of the hall stood a man named Titus. He was from the Jaden family, and was the eldest son of the Viscount. Our hero's father, Count Melvin Ashton, had 2 brothers. The older brother was Jaden, and the younger was Austin. Melvin was the most talented, but according to the right of primogeniture, the position of Count was to pass to Jaden. He was an arrogant and cruel man. He either maimed or killed anyone who annoyed him. Once, Melvin reached the level of expert in sword mastery, increasing his chances of getting the title. Jaden understood that his brother was surpassing him, and envied him. He planned an attempt to destroy Melvin, but his plan was uncovered before he could carry it out. And then the man was stripped of all his privileges. Time passed, and Melvin became a count. Jaden still received the title of Viscount and a large piece of land, but he could not come to terms with his defeat. In the end, he sold his assets to his rival, Marquis McNeil, gathered his supporters, and left the kingdom. This story took place 15 years ago, when Raoul Ashton was born. Therefore, the appearance of Viscount Jaden's son made it clear to our hero which side Baron Gendar was on. The incident that led to the breakdown in relations with Viscount Jaden did not affect the others present in any way. The young man believed that they hoped to get rid of them and take the estate for themselves. In the past, the county had split into many factions and then collapsed. Raoul believed that they had probably made a wise choice. But now he was here. The young man was determined to make it clear to all of them that they had made a mistake. The young man reached out to Philip because he knew the whole picture and could take the first step. After that, the man struck the iron plate he was holding. The loud, sharp sound shocked the entire crowd. Then Raoul said that he had heard enough complaints, and it was his turn to speak. He turned to Bernard and Pierce and asked them to hand out the books. The man immediately went to carry out his master's order. People were puzzled by what was happening. They did not understand what these books were. Moreover, they were called the Report on the Management of Financial Transactions relating to the estate of Count Ashton. They contained evidence and materials from the investigation into the case of Baron Gendar, who was suspected of embezzlement and misappropriation of funds. After reading about this, the Baron himself was beside himself with rage, and the people who thought the same began to look at the man with surprise. Then, Baron Gendar couldn't take it anymore and threw the book down, saying it wasn't true. The crowd thought that this was official information. The Baron did not understand how the young man, who had only arrived yesterday, had been able to gather all this information. Noticing this reaction, our hero assumed that the man was now ready to talk. Raoul said that according to the documents, 200 people were currently undergoing free training to become knights on the estate's territory, and the young man asked where they were now. With a dissatisfied look on his face, Gendar replied that they had taken their equipment and fled. Raoul asked incredulously if the man was saying that all the knights were from other cities. This seemed strange to the young man. After all, the purpose of the free training was to spread his influence in the capital. Then the Baron shouted that they had run away. In response, Raoul said that they would check the addresses of each of the students. It was also said that Gendar had given 100 golden swords to other barons as gifts, but according to the report, 10 of them turned out to be fakes. In addition, the Baron recruited 100 S-rank warriors, but Raoul only saw F-rank knights. Moreover, the young man added that banquets were constantly held in the main building of the estate in honor of the birthday of the Baron's son or his wife. He did not understand how this related to the estate. Our hero was amazed by this entire list. It took them the whole night to obtain this information. When the boys discovered that some of the documents were fake, they had to sneak into Gendar's house. Thanks to Raoul's ability to analyze information and Pierce's research skills, they found the real account book. After that, Bernard set about organizing the account book. Finally, our hero used his copying skills and made dozens of copies of it. All this was done to open the eyes of those present to Baron Gendar's machinations. Then the young man addressed the people and said that he had provided them with evidence that more than half of the funds had been embezzled by the Baron. He asked if anyone still had any objections to the minister's dismissal. At that moment, there was a round of applause in the hall. It was the indignant Baron Gendar. Continuing to clap, he asked the young man how long he had been preparing everything. The man could not even imagine that his nephew was such a terrible person. With a thoughtful expression, Raoul Ashton tried to guess where the Baron was going with this. Taking the book of reports in his hands, he asked the people at the meeting if they found it all suspicious. Gendar had never seen such a thoroughly prepared report in his life. He said that a formal investigation usually took a maximum of 3 pages, but the young man had managed to compile 30 pages. The Baron did not believe that the young man had gathered so much information in one night, and thought that Raoul had planned everything before his arrival. And now he was trying to throw a spanner in the works. After Gendar's words, people in the hall shouted that there was a whiff of political conspiracy in the air. They also believed that the young man was trying to save budget resources, and they were curious to know whether the Count would stop supporting other families. At that moment, Baron Gendar declared that this would not happen and turned to Jackson. After that, the man approached our hero with a list of their demands. He said that if Raoul signed it and left the capital, they would forgive him for his actions. In that case, the young man asked Jake to read the list. The first item on the list was to transfer ownership of the estate to Baron Gendar and his family members. Second, the right to manage the estate, including its administration, would be determined by members of the Ashton clan living in the capital. Third, to lift the ban on the practice of sword fighting for members of the collateral line of the family. Upon hearing this, Jake said that the Baron was getting cocky. This accusation hurt the man, and he asked Jake how he dared to treat them this way. From this, he understood how the main family conducted business. Jake then crumpled up the list of demands and said that they would never see the estate. He also said that he had never heard such nonsense in his life. After that, the Baron's patience ran out. The man reached into his inner jacket pocket. Gendar took out a knife and pointed it at the young man, saying that he had crossed the line. Noticing this, our hero's people and all the families who had come to the meeting took out their weapons. At that moment, Raoul turned to Jake and said that it was time to end this. The Baron thought about the fact that he had pointed a weapon at the young man, but the latter did not even bat an eyelid. Gendar also wanted to intimidate the young man, but he was surrounded by 3 of the best orders of the Golden Bear. He believed that he did not stand a chance against them. The Baron told Raoul that his knight had insulted them, and added that if the guy did not apologize and execute him, they would consider that an insult as well. Gendar said that to avoid bloodshed, it had to be done immediately. In response, our hero smiled and said that Jake had laid out all the facts. Then he threw away the man's demands and said he was tired of pretending. The guy knew that there was no hope for a peaceful settlement, but he thought that Gendar would at least be confused. After that, he took out his sword. Stabbing it into the floor, Raoul Ashton declared that the man was much more cunning than he had thought. Our hero addressed the Baron and said that he knew he would never sign his terrible demands. He also continued to look at Gendar and asked what he really wanted. The man understood that the younger son was the weakest and most talentless of his sons, but now he did not know what was going on. He was sure that he would not give in to the young man. After that, Gendar declared that Raoul and his men would not be able to fool him. He said that they would not leave this place until they signed the agreement. As soon as these words came out of the Baron's mouth, all the gates in the building were closed, and the weapons of all the families at the meeting were pointed at our hero. Gendar turned to the young man and asked him to think carefully. Raoul's eyes flashed bright blue at that moment. In response, he laughed and said that the man had dug his own grave. The young man asked the Baron if he realized that his actions could be seen as a declaration of war on the county. After that, there was an uproar in the hall. The family shouted at Gendar that this had not been agreed upon. No one wanted to go against the county, but the man said it was too late to back down, because now they were all in the same boat. He asked the crowd if they really thought the county would forgive them. Our hero turned to the Baron and asked what his next steps would be, since he would not be signing the papers. Then Gendar shouted back at the young man, asking if he really didn't understand what was happening. He said that hundreds of knights and guards were waiting for his signal. Moreover, the Baron understood that he had an ace up his sleeve, that even the Order of the Golden Bear could not handle. Raoul thought that he was right, that the others were just watching, afraid to take action. In that case, no one could stop him. Pointing his sword at the man, our hero asked the Baron why he was so sure that he cared. These words terrified Gendar. He couldn't understand how the young man wasn't afraid of knights armed to the teeth. The man had saved his secret weapon for the most extreme case, and using it would surely start a battle. but he had no other choice. The Baron could not even imagine that the rumors about his younger son not being a weakling were false. So, taking out a gilded bear head statuette, he said that Raoul had insulted and humiliated him in front of all these people. The Baron appealed for justice and said he demanded a trial by combat. After that, the golden bear's head flew in his direction. This surprised our hero. After all, such a challenge to a duel could only be issued once in a lifetime. It was the only way to fight a representative of the higher nobility. The young man was surprised that Gendar was willing to do this against his nephew. So the young man asked the man why he was accepting his challenge. Then the Baron said that it was his last act of mercy. He believed that it was better than taking the young man's seal by force. Raoul asked if Gendar really thought that taking it in a fair fight would be more noble. Gritting his teeth, the man said that it was up to our hero to decide anyway. But if he refused, he would have to use force. In response, the young man snorted. Raoul believed that the Baron could hide behind his arrogance as much as he wanted, but he already knew the answer to his proposal. Then the guy asked what the man's conditions were. He immediately assumed that the Baron himself would not be the duelist. Then Gendar said that there would be 3 participants representing the interests of each family. The winner would be the one whose duelist lasted the longest. The man added that only direct relatives would be allowed to participate. This greatly upset Philip, because there was only one Raoul in the Ashton family. Then the Baron said that there were many representatives of the Ashton family in the hall, and if anyone supported Raoul in this dispute, they could take his side. Gendar was not responsible for this. This made Philip even more furious. But Raoul did not react, and asked the Baron about the terms of the bet. He said that if he lost, he would sign the paper, but it was unclear what Gendar was betting. Raoul believed that the stakes should be equal. Therefore, our hero declared that if he won, he would confiscate the houses of everyone whose signature was on the accounting documents. This made everyone gasp. The young man said that if everyone did not agree, there would be no duel. He asked the man what his choice was, after all. Gendar did not understand what the young man was doing. At this rate, he could turn everyone against the Ashton family. But this suited the Baron. The main thing was that he wanted to force Raoul to comply with his demands, and he didn't care if people lost their mansion. After that, the man said he agreed to these terms, and asked if the young man would accept the challenge. Then Philip said that it was an unfavorable deal. Despite the fact that his subordinate was right, Raoul accepted the challenge, and even received a new assignment. There was no turning back. Our hero turned to Philip and asked if he really thought he would not win. But the man said that he was simply afraid that unforeseen circumstances might arise. The young man asked Philip not to worry. The young man also said that if the duel did not go according to plan, it would be possible to intervene. Raoul believed that the duel was being staged for entertainment and that they would not accept defeat. After that, our hero declared that he accepted the challenge and that they needed a second to make sure that the man kept his word when he lost. In response, the Baron smiled slyly and asked the young man not to worry, as a special guest would be the second. Then he turned to a gentleman in the crowd and asked if he could take the place of the second. The stranger said it would be a great honor for him. The crowd began to whisper. No one understood who this man was. Then Gendar announced that this man was known for his excellent sword skills and was a prominent figure. He was also a rising star in the kingdom of Reuben. He was the 4th son of Viscount Rendell, named Raphael Rendell. After that, the people on our hero's side became enraged. After all, the Rendell family were their enemies, and Raphael said he had no intention of coming, but it would have been rude of him to decline the invitation. The man said that he did not even expect such an event to happen. Raoul turned to Raphael and said he hoped he would judge the duel impartially, to which the man replied that he would certainly do so. After a while, the participants in the duel were invited to the center. Looking around, the guy realized that his guesses were correct. No one dared to support the Ashton family, but that was better for Raoul. After all, he didn't have to deal with scum. Then it was time for the duel, and our hero's first opponent was the 3rd son of the Gendar family, Aaron. He thought that the guy had ruined his holiday and was the weak link in the Ashton family. It seemed to him that Raoul had become too cocky after winning the tournament, and now Aaron wanted to knock him down a peg. As soon as the referee announced the start of the match, the man jumped up from his seat without wasting any time and swung at our hero. Raoul didn't even move. His eyes flashed bright blue, and there was a sound as if someone had been injured. Hearing this, Raphael Rendell waved his hand and immediately declared the end of the fight. The second announced that our hero had won. He pointed his sword at Aaron, who was lying on the floor with foam at his mouth. Watching this scene, all the spectators were shocked by what had happened. They were amazed that it had all happened so quickly. No one even noticed how the young man had struck the man. This made Gendar furious. He believed that this fool had missed his chance to restore his family's honor. After that, Raphael turned to Raoul and asked if he was ready for the next fight. At that moment, a volunteer from the crowd stepped forward and said it was his turn. It was Baron Caspi, one of the best swordsmen in the capital. Raoul believed that this fight promised to be exciting. The man immediately attacked the young man, but he was able to block his opponent's blow. In response, Caspi smiled and said that Raoul had good technique. He also added that the young man had confident movements and quick reflexes. Now the man understood why Aaron had been knocked out with the first blow. After that, Caspi approached our hero and swung his sword at him. He thought the boy had incredible sword skills, and all this despite the fact that Raoul was 20 years younger than him. However, the man also had something to surprise the boy with. At that moment, he swung his weapon behind his back and used a bear strike. The attack was so powerful that the shockwave reached the audience. But how surprised Caspi was when he saw that Raoul had blocked the attack. Looking at his opponent, our hero thought it was a pathetic parody of his family's technique. He didn't even understand what the man was thinking when he used it on him. Raoul knew he was unmatched in this because he had constantly perfected this technique. Now he could block a sword filled with mana. Meanwhile, Caspi was puzzled by the fact that our hero was so familiar with this sword technique. Then, swinging his sword at Raoul again, the man asked the young man how he would like his next trick. Caspi attacked the guy. But this time too, our hero managed to block the blow. Raoul assumed that he had learned the techniques in the capital and was now trying to use them in battle. After that, the crowd shouted words of support to Caspi. They believed that the boy did not have enough combat experience and would not last long. And all this seemed ridiculous to Raoul. After all, such words were spoken by losers with an inferiority complex. The young man believed that they were simply jealous of him. His family had strong personalities with many virtues who had gone to Turim in pursuit of their big dreams. But these respectable aristocrats had chosen a different path. Unlike the fools present in the hall, they refused the count's support and built their own families. Then, Raoul reached for his sword. As soon as he drew it, a shockwave spread throughout the hall. Feeling it, Caspi gasped. Our hero told him that everything that was happening was very unfortunate. He believed that if the man had delved deeper into studying the Ashton clan's techniques, instead of spreading himself too thin, he would have achieved much more. These words angered Caspi. He asked the young man who he thought he was to speak to him like that, and without wasting any time, he swung his sword at Raoul again. At the same time, Caspi asked the young man if he really thought he could defeat someone with 15 years of experience in the bear strike technique. Caspi used the storm wolf technique. A strong wind rose around them, and the silhouette of an animal loomed over Raoul. The crowd cheered. They shouted that Caspi's military service had not been in vain, and that he would surely win now. However, our hero was very determined. He grabbed his sword sharply and parried the man's blow. Approaching his opponent, the guy said that it would never dawn on him that what matters is not what skills you have been taught, but how masterfully you wield them. Looking at the sword approaching him, Caspi shouted that Raoul was a fool and that he could not defeat him with a basic sword form. The man barely blocked the young man's blow. He also did not understand what was happening, as Raoul changed the trajectory of the blade in a fraction of a second. Watching the young man in horror, Caspi assumed that this was the fifth form of the bear strike technique, piercing attack. But a moment later, he realized he was wrong, as it was the eighth form, called the horizontal slash. After that, Raoul struck him with a technique called the fiery whirlwind, which was the third form. Next came the sixth technique. Continuing to block the blows, Caspi was confused. This was because our hero was changing from one form to another very quickly, and the man behind him couldn't keep up. After that, blood spurted from somewhere. Caspi was wounded. He was still in shock and did not understand how such a fusion of forms of one technique was possible. Sword technique consists of several forms. They are a combination of basic styles. Therefore, when using sword techniques, they are often changed to create different combinations. But Caspi thought that Raoul's movements were too unpredictable, and that in a short period of time, he quickly changed forms without losing quality. Scratches appeared on the man's body, and he could not even imagine that such a gifted offspring was growing up in the Ashton family. After that, Caspi dropped his sword with a cry, and our hero had already pointed his sword at his throat. Raoul asked him what could be achieved with a simple combination of forms, and whether he understood that this technique possessed enormous power. Looking at our hero with horror, Caspi was sweating profusely and called the young man a monster, and then he fell to the floor. Continuing to point his weapon at his opponent, Raoul thought that all he needed was sharp eyesight, quick reflexes, and the ability to assess the situation. The guy was sure that sword skills didn't matter. Then the second announced that our hero had won, and Baron Caspi had been defeated. This terrified Gendar. People began to whisper that they had heard that the Count's younger son was shirking his martial arts training. Gendar calmed down a little later, and decided that there was nothing to worry about. After all, his opponent was a boy who had only recently taken up the sword. He asked if anyone could guess who the next participant in the duel would be. The man believed that if it was who he thought it was, Raoul would not stand a chance. After that, Raphael Rendell said it was time to welcome the last duelist. The man himself wanted to see the people of Ashton County, who were stumbling underfoot, swallow dust as soon as possible. Raphael would have thoroughly enjoyed the young man's defeat. However, to be honest, he didn't care about the outcome of the duel. At that moment, a man who wanted to fight stepped out of the crowd. Looking at him, Raphael guessed that it was Dave. The man was slightly older than him and was the son of Baron Gendar. Dave was also not one to shy away from a fight. Smiling broadly, Raphael wished our hero a painful defeat before the fight began. After that, he announced the start of the third duel. At the same time, the man shouted at Dave to trample Raoul. Looking at his man, the young man could not even imagine that they would put forward such a serious opponent. Then Dave himself turned to Raoul and asked him to listen, as he would not repeat himself twice. He told the guy to give up peacefully. Otherwise, the man said he would cut him into pieces. He also asked the young man not to show off his useless technique. Suddenly, our hero's blade began to glow with the purest mana. The spectators noticed this, but some still believed that Raoul was no match for Dave. Continuing to radiate light, Raoul told the man to stop talking and finally attack. After that, Dave immediately decided to act and aimed his sword at the young man. Jumping up from his spot, the man asked the young man not to cry after his attack. With these words, he swung his weapon in front of him. However, Raoul Ashton very deftly blocked his opponent's blow and ran towards Dave, attacking him in return. The man was able to block this attack and asked the young man if that was all he was capable of. He asked Raoul to continue attacking and asked again what had happened to his magnificent attacks. Watching the man approach him, our hero noticed that his sword had a mana-enhancing effect. While continuing to fend off attacks, the young man was very curious to see how long this effect would last. He didn't have to wait long for the answer. After a while, Raoul saw that the mana was gradually dissipating. Dave did not calm down and attacked the young man. Swinging at him once again, the man asked how long the young man would block his blows. Before he could answer, our hero was hit with another attack. Holding him back, Raoul was slightly out of breath. The blow slightly damaged the sword but did not break it. This surprised the young man, because when a swordsman with average mana encounters an expert's blade, the former's sword is usually destroyed. Therefore, he assumed that Dave had a fake mana blade. And then the guy decided it was time to wrap things up. After that, our hero quickly rushed at his opponent, catching him off guard. Then Raoul told the man that he had lost, and with a smile on his face, called him a cheater and an imperial dog. These words hurt Dave deeply, and he indignantly asked how the guy dared to say such things. At that moment, the man swung his weapon at Raoul again. The young man wanted to block his opponent's blow, but suddenly his sword broke. This caused a bright light to spread throughout the hall, blinding Dave. At that moment, our hero decided to act and swung his fist at him. The blow hit the man squarely in the face, and he lost his balance. But Raoul didn't stop there. Directing his other fist at Dave, the guy wished him sweet dreams. After that, the man flew into the nearest wall of the hall. Shaking off his gloves, our hero turned to the second, as he had not announced anything. After that, Raphael Rendell said with a dissatisfied look on his face that Raoul was the winner of the duel. Silence fell over the hall, and the guy headed toward his subordinate. Showing them his broken sword, the young man said that he really liked it. The men bowed to their master and said that he had done a good job, but Raoul said that it was easier than easy. Then he turned to Philip and said that when it was all over, the man should arrest his last opponent. The boy said that he thought he saw the imperial stigmata on the man's body. Dave's behavior seemed strange to Philip as well, and Pierce brought the young man a new sword. Taking the sword out of its sheath, our hero asked the Baron with shining eyes what they would do next. Meanwhile, Gendar himself was in shock. He understood that Dave had broken the rules of the duel, but he was still an expert with a sword. The Baron believed that Raoul should have been unconscious by now, so Gendar pointed his finger at our hero and said that he was a cheat. He shouted that the guy had pulled some kind of trick, but looking around, the man saw no reaction from the crowd. He realized he was doomed. Then Gendar remembered the documents. His last chance was to enlist the support of the Jaden or Rendell family. The Baron shouted sharply at his men and asked why they were standing still. The man ordered them to immediately take the guy's documents. Gendar said that they had no other choice and had to attack. After that, the men began to draw their swords. Watching this, Raoul smiled. After all, it was all very predictable for him. Then he turned to his subordinates and asked if they were ready to have some fun. And of course, they answered yes. But suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. The man asked them not to come closer. This surprised Raoul greatly. A wall of men formed in front of them, addressing Gendar and saying that they would have to deal with them. They were servants of the Ashton estate who had decided to support them. The battle began. The men defended themselves so that no one would touch Mr. Rawl. At that moment, the young man decided that he needed to understand what was going on. And suddenly he realized that he had stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Gendar was outraged that Ashton's men had stabbed him in the back, but they said that the Baron himself had taken all the money that belonged to them. One of the men said that they hated the county because they did not know who the real traitor was. These people had been personally recommended by Earl Ashton for admission to the Royal Academy. They had performed well in the tournament upon reaching adulthood, and since the dormitories were closed during the holidays, they had to move here. The living expenses were to be covered by funds allocated to the estate, but the Baron appropriated them for himself. He even forced the students to work on the farm to save on servant wages. This made Jake furious. Clearing the status window, Raoul said he doubted that the man had always been like that, but he believed that the Count had given power to the wrong person. Then Jake asked what they should do. The man thought that if the Ashton family continued in the same vein, they would suffer seriously. And then our hero asked his subordinate not to worry, as someone would be coming to them soon. Jake was very surprised by this. As soon as the young man said this, someone entered the room where the meeting was being held. The stranger immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. A man's voice came from the back of the room, complaining that someone was blocking his way. Everyone else began to scatter in horror at the sight of the stranger. Baron Gendar did not understand what was happening and watched everything with wide eyes. The people continued to scream that it was the end for them all and that someone terrible had been sent to them. After that, someone on the Baron's side shouted very loudly. Before them stood a muscular man who asked who dared to wave a sword within the walls of Count Ashton's estate. It was Mr. Dillon. One of his hands was the size of a normal person. No one understood where the Count's heir had come from, and besides the muscular man, a whole army entered the hall, and they all looked scary. A young man from the Baron's side tried to stand up to Dillon. However, one glance from the man made him stutter, and he flew out the window. Gritting his teeth, Dillon thus removed the obstacle in the form of the young man from his path. Rumors spread throughout the hall that the man possessed unprecedented strength. He was also the strongest warrior in the kingdom of Reuben. Meanwhile, Dillon was looking around, searching for someone. Finally, his gaze fell on our hero. Seeing Raoul, the man said he had found him and thrust his sword into the floor. After that, Dillon ran up to him and lifted him up joyfully. He asked the young man how his little brother was doing and if anyone had been bullying him. Since the boy did not answer, the man asked if he had water in his mouth. In response, Raoul asked him to let him go. Dillon smiled and did so. Then he said that Raoul had grown over the past 2 months, but he still had a long way to go before he could match his biceps. He believed that a man should have big muscles. Looking at his brother, Raoul rolled his eyes slightly and asked if he had been walking around like that the whole way. Dillon replied yes, and said that extra clothing restricted his movements. Moreover, he wanted everyone in the capital to appreciate his muscles. Hearing this, Raoul slapped his forehead and thought about how the Count's successor was wandering around the capital without a shirt on. He was very ashamed of this. Then Dillon put his huge hand on the young man's head and said that one way or another, he had to take care of his health. Glancing at the crowd behind them, the man added that if Raoul had big muscles, all these people would not even think of attacking him. After that, Dillon himself pointed his weapon at his brother's offenders and asked if they were ready to answer for their actions. Our hero realized that they would soon resolve the situation, but he didn't understand why his brother had brought the vice captain and all the high-ranking knights with him. The guy thought that 25 sword experts would easily defeat the Baron's men. Meanwhile, Gendar stood with wide eyes, thinking that he just wanted to teach Raoul a lesson, and now it was all over for him. Then the man noticed that Raphael Rendell was hiding behind the wall, trying to save his own skin. The Knights of the Republic of Brennan, who were the Baron's secret weapon, turned away. Gendar was outraged by his assistance. At that moment, Dillon decided to look around and see who was in the hall. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Raphael Rendell, who was trying so skillfully to hide from everyone. When he saw Dillon, Raphael froze in place. The man approached him, grabbed him by the ear, and said that he hadn't changed at all. Then he asked what number Raphael was. He replied that he was 4th. Smiling broadly, Dillon remembered this himself. After that, he asked another question and asked if the man still picked on the 3rd and 6th. Indignant, Raphael replied that it had been a long time ago. Dillon didn't like this reaction at all. He asked if the man had raised his voice at him. Then Raphael quieted down a little and replied no. Dillon then said that from that moment on, his family's problems were none of the red-haired man's concern. He asked Raphael to stay away. Dillon asked the man how he felt about this proposal. Smiling broadly, Raphael said he would not interfere and added that he had things to do at home. Watching the man walk away, Dillon asked him to tell his first brother that he was ready to fight at any time. He also asked everyone who was not related to the Ashton family to leave. No one argued with these words, and people began to disperse. Then, glancing sideways at Gendar, Dillon asked those who had been brandishing weapons to stay. He said he had something to discuss with them. Reaching for his sword again, the man looked at the Baron and asked where the document they so wanted to sign was. A large shadow fell over Gendar, and he didn't even know how to respond to the huge man. That same evening, Raoul and Dillon sat quietly on the sofa. The young man thanked his brother for coming and asked if he had gone too far, but the man himself did not think so. Then the boy asked Dylan, who was left to protect his wife and son, if he had mobilized so many people. In response, Dylan laughed and said he couldn't have done anything else. Raoul remembered that he had contacted his brother late at night and assumed that it must have been difficult to organize everything in a hurry and come to the capital. The man said that the guy knew why he did it. He also believed that his father had not entrusted him with the seal in vain. Dylan said that he had simplified the process a little. Then our hero thought that the man was right. By using the portal, Dylan was able to get to the place faster and resolve the conflict. The young man thought that teleporting the entire squad cost Dylan about 3,000 gold pieces. Then he asked his brother what he would do with the traitors. There were about 30 of them in total. Raising his fist menacingly, the man declared that they would pay for their sins, but among them were his father's brothers. The young man was worried about how his father would take the news. Then Dylan said that his father had not said anything against it, which meant there was a chance to get rid of the rats. They got away with a lot, and our hero believed that Dylan was behind it all. After all, according to the connection, he was a politically active and calculating man. He has muscles and brains, so he is a very strong opponent. Dylan noticed that the young man had turned pale and asked if he was afraid that he would kill everyone. The man also patted the young man on the head and said he had done a good job. Although Raoul said he had done nothing, he just decided to intervene. After these words, Dylan hugged his brother. He was proud of the young man for writing the report and defeating 2 opponents in a duel. Raoul told him to save that tenderness for Livia, but Dylan said that the guy's sister-in-law wouldn't let him touch the girl, even though he was her dad. Continuing to succumb to the man's shaking, the young man turned to Dylan and showed him the report on the results of the blood sign. He asked the man what he should do with it, and Dylan saw that all 27 mansions now belonged to the guy. He advised him to do with them as he wished. This surprised Raoul. He understood that all the property would be worth at least 100,000 gold pieces, and since it was a family matter, they would all deal with it together. Dylan said that this was the young man's reward for winning a fair fight. He also asked the young man not to worry about him or his family. The man said that the boy was the son of the Ashton family, which meant he should be 100 times more confident. He believed that Raoul deserved it and handed the papers back to him. Taking the report, our hero smiled broadly and thanked his brother. He said he would try to follow his advice and asked if he could do him a favor. The young man handed the papers back to the man and asked if he could take care of it and leave him only Baron Gendar's house. Dylan was surprised. Raoul understood that the value of the papers depended on who disposed of them. Besides, it seemed to him that it would be incredibly difficult to sell the mansions. Then the man said that our hero could rely on him. As a reward, he said he would teach the young man something and wait for him in the field in the morning. The man said that the reward would be that the young man would learn the secret of the perfect body. With that, he began to show off his muscles. Then Dylan asked Raoul if he was already excited. Looking at his brother, our hero smiled and confirmed it. The man did not expect any other answer. He said that his father and Lawrence were also eager to learn it, but he would only reveal the secret to the young man. Raoul was very interested in learning this secret. As a result, our hero was in for a hellish month of training with his brother. The young man even swore that he would never train with him. Finally, the day of the academy entrance exam arrived. Bernard and the others saw their master off and wished him a safe journey. The man wished the boy high results on the entrance exam. In response, Raoul said he would try not to work too hard. He saw no need to give his all in a child's test. Dylan was already sitting in the carriage and asked his brother if he was sure it was a good idea. In response, the young man asked if the man really thought he would change his mind. Then Dylan smiled and told him to come as soon as he passed the exam. Raoul thought his brother would tell him to do his best, but that wasn't the case. The guy wanted to pass the tests quickly and graduate from the academy. Studying was just an excuse to get out of the house. He understood that if he fit in with the group, he would be wasting his energy. So our hero set off on his journey. After some time, he arrived at the academy. Looking around, Raoul did not expect it to be so crowded on admission day. Dylan said that there were more people than usual this year because some of them had postponed their admission. The young man was curious about the reason for this. After all, he hadn't found anything about it on the connection. Moreover, there was a waiting list consisting of aristocrats who were supposed to enroll this year. But the guy didn't expect much from life at the academy. After that, our hero heard how they began to congratulate various men on their successful admission to the academy. Among these names, the young man heard his own and asked Philip what this meant, since the man had said that there would be no applicants from military families this year. But now there were many representatives of such families here. In response, Philip said that when they left Miru, no news had been received. Raoul had been training with his brother for a whole month, while Bernard was dealing with estate management issues. The young man asked Dylan to explain what was going on. It was clear that the man was aware of the situation, but he told Raoul that he would soon find out everything himself. He also asked the young man not to work too hard on his exams. Upon hearing this, our hero's face contorted as he sensed that problems might arise. However, the young man did not dwell on this for the time being. Continuing to move through the hall, Raoul asked Pierce to gather all the information, including that about the training ground. The man agreed to carry out the order. The young man observed the situation and could not even imagine that so many strong guys would enter the academy this year. There were members of the highest aristocratic circles here. Raoul said he didn't want to compete with them. Our hero also thought that it was not worth worrying about this, and that it was better to focus on his plan. After that, the start of the solemn ceremony was announced. The host sincerely welcomed everyone to the Academy of the Kingdom of Reuben. Then he decided to introduce the students to their professors. At this news, the students' faces lengthened and their mouths opened. Raoul studied the staff lists and found nothing remarkable there, but he was wrong. The host said that it had been very difficult to hire this person. When Raoul saw him, he opened his mouth in surprise. The man added that this person would temporarily serve as vice-rector and head of the Department of Magic and Management. It was Alfredo Gray. He was one of the 3 wise men of the continent and a supreme magician of the 8th Circle. The young man did not understand what the man was doing here. Alfredo Gray introduced himself and greeted everyone. He said that it was a great honor for him to be invited to such a prestigious place. While the man was talking about this, our hero continued to ponder. He knew that the man possessed unsurpassed magic of illusion and vision. In addition to this, Alfredo also practiced alchemy. Gray loved to wander the world, for which he was nicknamed the Wandering Sage. Even the magical tower had to ask the Information Guild for the whereabouts of their master. And for Raoul Ashton, what was happening seemed strange. The man should have appeared during the formation of alliances, not now. Gray continued speaking and said that now the curriculum would include vision magic, which they would demonstrate on the entrance exam. After that, the floor was given to the Academy's rector, Spence Templeton. He said that the materials for the entrance exam had also been revised. Raoul thought that the level of preparation required should remain the same, otherwise he would have to work hard. Then, Templeton said that the applicant with the highest score would receive an award. Hearing this, the young man was surprised. After that, the system gave him a task that was basically doable for Raoul. The fencing faculty is divided into 5 groups: S, A, B, C, and D. 60 students out of 600 can get into Group S, so it seemed easy to the guy. However, he wondered if it was worth striving for more. After all, our hero did not even understand what the best student would receive. That is why the young man did not see the point in it. Then Jake turned to his master and, holding a piece of paper in his hands, suggested that there was nothing remarkable about the special reward. After reading the benefits, Raoul decided that he had to take first place. After all, the winner was given a personal training room and an entire library. Attending lectures helped improve his skills, and Raoul left his home and came here to meet an important person. He would have even spent his time hunting monsters instead of listening to lectures. But the availability of training equipment and vision magic changed everything. Even though the summoned monsters weren't real, the guy could still earn experience points. The library was full of skill books with the necessary information. Raoul thought it would take him 3 years to take advantage of all the Academy had to offer, but now he could save a lot of time. Of course, if he passed the exam with flying colors. After that, they announced that the test would begin soon. All first-year students were asked to go out to the square. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Turning around, Raoul noticed a red-haired guy behind him, who asked if he was really from the Ashton family. Looking at the stranger, the young man realized that he was someone from the Rendell family. But despite this, he decided to ask the man who he was. Since the stranger called Raoul a boy, he said that he was not old enough to be addressed that way. This greatly upset the man. But our hero did not argue. He simply turned around and said that he did not even want to find out who the man was, because he did not have time. Of course, the stranger did not want to part with the young man like that, and decided to stop him. But Jake quickly cut him off. He said that it didn't matter what family the stranger belonged to, because there was a limit to everything. The red-haired man got angry at this, and asked who these people were who were blocking his way. In response, Jake asked him not to make a scene. The stranger's subordinate leaned toward him and reminded him that there were many people around. In that case, the man shouted that Ashton's offspring constantly annoyed him. Then a man from the Rendell family threateningly told the guy to wait a moment. But Raoul Ashton didn't care about these words. As he had done the first time, he silently turned around and walked forward. A crowd had already gathered in the square. Among the students who had come to support their family members, the young man even saw some famous people. Among them was the Duke Marquis Temple. He was the best knight in the kingdom. There was also Macus Clifford, a mid-level axe master from the Marquis McNeil family. And, of course, the increasingly popular Viscount Rendell could not be overlooked. Raoul thought that many members of these families were already studying here and had a lot of influence. Jake was delighted with what was happening. With a satisfied look on his face, he said that it was like some kind of festival here. After all, there were so many beautiful ladies around. He also believed that the young gentleman would beat everyone. The man said that everyone would be speechless when the guy took first place. At that moment, Jake noticed something strange in the crowd. There was a guy standing there with a sign on which words of support for Raoul were written. The man couldn't believe that all these people were standing in the back. Then, wishing Raoul good luck, he said he would take care of it. After that, our hero looked at the freshman lists. The young man did not understand what all these people were doing here, because in the past, they were famous. This was especially true for Dalton Templeton and James McNeil. Raoul said that these men would reach a level of mastery, and it would not be easy to defeat them. Meanwhile, one of the men announced that the first test would begin soon, and that everyone needed to go to a small auditorium. Raoul understood that his opponents were just children now, and that first place should belong to him. It was time for the entrance exam. The first test was a written test. The young man did not prepare for the written test, because all the necessary information was available in the communication and community systems. After the written test, it was time for the physical strength test. One of the hosts invited the students to the training hall and divided them into groups. He also asked the students to follow the instructions of the observers. As soon as everyone entered the hall, Raoul sensed something. The guy sensed a field limiting the flow of mana. The others also felt that something was wrong, but did not understand what was happening. Then the examiner said that the students could not even try to use mana, as the test was being conducted without it. Looking ahead, Raoul noticed a pear-shaped force gauge. He remembered that the database mentioned a force meter, but there was no mention of a pear. As a result, the examiner began to invite students to come to him. They all approached and struck the dynamometer with all their might. Thus, certain results were displayed on the scoreboard, and the man called the next person to him. Raoul realized that the highest result of their 2 attempts was recorded. He calculated that the average force of the blow reached 1,500 units, and in principle, it didn't seem like that much to him. The endurance of the man who was next was 43 units, and his strength was 50. He was among the top 5 in Raoul Ashton's group, and the young man decided to watch how this man would cope. As soon as the blow was struck, our hero was very surprised. The scoreboard displayed the numbers 2,250. Raoul was very surprised, and the crowd began to shout that this was what they expected from McNeil. With a serious expression on his face, the young man realized that this man was the first to break the 2,000 mark, and the young man believed that if McNeil could achieve such a mark, then he had to do no less. Meanwhile, in another room, there were many people sitting at a table. They all had their eyes fixed on the screen. There was a broadcast of the second test. Watching it, the professors thought that McNeil had indeed shown a good result. They said that for a kingdom famous for its best knights, their students set the bar high. As soon as they heard about Gray, everyone started submitting their application. The man himself noticed that the physical strength of the young men reached over 1,000 units. In response, one of the men said that their academy focused on magic. Another said that he was curious about what made Gray join them. After all, the magic tower made it clear to them that there was no one to wait for. Then the sage replied that he simply wanted to evaluate the effect of the new magic circle. Gray laughed. One of the men said it was a great honor for them to participate in the implementation of his project. Another professor agreed with him. After all, Gray had allocated funds for the creation of a training facility. All these words brought a smile to Alfredo's face. He said he was happy to be there and to see these young talent. Moreover, the man had heard that many of them came from military families. Another professor confirmed this and added that many had come to cheer them on. One such student was on the screen at that moment. It was the stranger our hero had encountered earlier, who was also the 13th son of the Rendell family. His name was Caleb. This was mentioned by a man sitting among the professors, whose name was Viscount Mackenzie Rendell. He said that after seeing the boy's outstanding abilities, His Excellency himself volunteered to train him. After that, Caleb asked to be admitted to the academy. All the wise men waited for the boy's performance, and at that moment, Caleb approached the power meter and made his strike. Then the result appeared on the scoreboard. The young man scored 3,500 points. Seeing this, the men on the side of the screen were pleasantly surprised. They believed that Count Rendell's favor towards him was well deserved. At that moment, one of the professors thought that the Rendells were several steps ahead of them, and that it would take a lot of work to even the playing field. Next to take the test was James, from the Marquis McNeil family. The men watching him discussed how James's talent went beyond the academy. As soon as the young man struck the dynamometer twice, all the professors were astonished. He exceeded the mark of 3,500 units both times. 3,612 units was a new record for this test. More precisely, it was the highest result among first-year students in the history of the academy. Watching this, Gray smiled broadly. He said that even knights barely managed to score 3,000 when the measuring device first appeared. Behind him sat a less than pleased Rendell. Next, Dalton, the grandson of a swordmaster, was invited to take the test. It was the boy's first public appearance. As soon as the young man struck the power meter, the mark showed 2,900 units. The men on the screen side were shocked. However, one of them did not understand why everyone was so surprised by the blow. After all, the result was lower than the previous one. But the thing was that Dalton had struck with one hand from behind his back. As a result, the professors continued to observe the young man. The second strike was even better. Seeing this, one of the men laughed and said that he had made the boy apply to the academy, but the boy was not happy about it. But Dalton was hitting without even straining. But that was to be expected from the Templeton family. Viscount Rendell continued to be indignant and suggested that everyone take a break for lunch. He thought that the rankings were clear. But in response, Gray said that there was one more young man among the members of prominent families. The conversation was about Raoul Ashton. Rumor had it that the boy had been admitted to the academy thanks to a letter of recommendation from his father, and he was only 15 years old. Since most of the applicants were around 19, the men doubted that the young man would be able to compete with them. Then McKenney replied that some students did not care about graduating from the academy and only came to gain experience. At that moment, Dylan's voice was heard. He apologized to the professors for interrupting their conversation. When he saw the man, Gray broke into a smile, unlike Viscount McKenney. After all, he had been talking to the vice-chancellor a little earlier. It was a great honor for Dylan that the gentleman remembered him. Gray said he couldn't forget such a strong man with a frightening gaze. Then one of the men turned to Dylan and asked if he would tell them what had made him laugh. Dylan explained that he was amused by the professor's old-fashioned reasoning. After all, it was rather egocentric to believe rumors without having an opinion of one's own. This made Mackenzie furious. Dylan said that Raoul had probably enrolled in the academy to have fun. These words again caused a storm of emotions in Mackenzie. He thought it was complete nonsense, since no one had ever graduated from the academy before the age of 20. In that case, Dylan said that everything changes. Then Mackenzie asked if his brother would be able to leave his mark on the academy's history. But in response, the man said he was not a prophet. And to be honest, Dylan was also curious about why Raoul had enrolled in the academy. While Rendell continued to be indignant, one of the men asked everyone to calm down and not embarrass themselves in front of the guests. Then they all turned to the screen and tried to find the freshman they had just been talking about. As soon as they found our hero, it seemed to them that the guy was radiating light. Some even wondered if Raoul and Dylan were really brothers. In response, the man laughed and said that it was indeed his younger brother, who was also the jewel of their family. The professors found the young man very attractive and said that in that case, it was not even necessary to have sword skills. These words continued to boil Mackenzie Rennell. Dylan understood that this was not without reason. After all, he knew about Raoul's skills after the incident with Baron Gendar. Dylan thought that Caleb had probably already reported everything, and now the Viscount was trying to draw everyone's attention to his 13th son. And at the moment when the situation heated up, the man hoped that Raoul would give it his all. Otherwise, Dylan was already beginning to worry that he had said too much. Meanwhile, the young man had already approached the dynamometer and began to make his first swing. As soon as the guy hit, one of the men on the other side of the screen cheered. The professor thought that if he could grade the students on the test, he would give Raoul the highest score. The scoreboard showed a score of 2,999 points. This result impressed many. The examiner announced that our hero was preparing for his second strike. At that moment, the young man looked at his fist and thought that everything was going according to plan. Some observers began to shout words of encouragement to Raoul and wished him to score more than 3,000 points. They also advised him to be brave and said that age was not an obstacle. Although Raoul did not hear them, he made his second strike. After that, all the professors jumped up from their seats. Dylan smiled broadly and thought that his little brother was doing great. The scoreboard showed the numbers 3,615. This meant that Raoul had exceeded the best result by 3 points. At that moment, our hero mentally exhaled, realizing that everything had gone as it should. Then the examiner praised him and asked him to return to his seat. As Raoul walked back into the hall, everyone stared at him intently. None of the students dared to say a word. As soon as the guy sat down on the bench, he immediately turned to the system and began to record his results. The system itself advised Raoul to enter the names of students whose results exceeded 2,500 points at the end of the test. Then, closing the status window, our hero looked around, hoping that no one had noticed anything. He remembered that when he reached the expert level, his strength began to grow, and thanks to training with his brother, his strength had reached 68 points. Raoul thought that he could easily score 4,000 points on the strength meter, but he had to match the level of the first-year students. Therefore, he needed to gather information, and then he pretended to put effort into his strikes. But in reality, our hero used telekinesis to soften the impact, and the blow had to hit the exact spot that the guy calculated using the system's calculator. Raoul wasn't sure if all this was necessary, but until someone who posed a threat to him appeared, he had to be careful. The guy believed that until other players appeared, he would hide his true power. After all, the young man believed that society would find it difficult to accept them. In his past life as a ranker, our hero openly used his power. This led to the guild analyzing the guy's skills and tracking him down. The young man fled, hiding until he lost his life. Raoul was not going to make that stupid mistake again. He decided to lie low and quietly eliminate his enemies. He wanted others to play the role of victims now. Then the examiner said that the guys needed to prepare for the next stage. These words shook the young man, and it was time for him to stop daydreaming. While he still had time, our hero decided it would be best to check his status. Opening the status window, Raoul read his characteristics. After that, the young man read that an obstacle course awaited them next. The emphasis there would be on strength. The guy hoped that this time, James and Dalton would give it their all. He also wanted to test his abilities. Being a descendant of the great sword master Duke Marquis is a blessing. However, such status implies a fair share of responsibility. The Duke Marquis never forced his children to learn sword skills, but they decided to do everything possible not to lose their position. Everyone shouted that the boy must not dare to tarnish his grandfather's honor. They believed that Dalton, as the grandson of a swordmaster, was obliged to win the tournament. Of course, such pressure was not to the young man's liking. His talent obliged him to be the best. Dalton surpassed many of his peers, but the constant competitions drove him crazy. So Dalton decided to enroll in the academy to get rid of the boring training. And when the test was held, Dalton didn't understand why it was necessary to take the test on the very first day of enrollment. At that moment, he wanted to be at home. The noise around him pulled him out of his thoughts. He looked at the scoreboard and saw that Raoul was in first place and James McNeil was in second. This was unexpected, all because James was in second place. The guy thought he was the best he had ever fought. He couldn't even imagine who could have outshone him. After that, the examiner asked everyone to line up as they moved on to the next test. And at that moment, Dalton noticed our hero in the crowd. The young man wasn't quite sure if his name was Raoul, but he felt like he had seen him somewhere before. In the end, Dalton decided to approach him. Unexpectedly, Raoul turned to him and asked who he was. Dalton introduced himself, and it seemed to him that he saw a golden sparkle in the young man's eyes. He also thought that the young man was far from his level. Then Raoul said that if the young man had everything, he would leave. However, Dalton was not going to say goodbye and asked our hero to stay. It had been a long time since anyone had talked to Dalton like that, and Raoul probably knew who he was. Usually, people tended to try to win his favor. Dalton was becoming more and more interested. He also really wanted to see the look on Raoul's face when he defeated him. The time for the third test had come. Our hero thought this test would be easy, as their task was to run as fast as possible. However, they had to do this while fully clad in steel armor and avoiding obstacles along the way. As soon as the test began, the examiners began to announce the participants who had been eliminated. Hearing this, the other students were slightly frightened. Raoul thought that even though their skill level was already low, it was impossible for 100 people to fail the test at once. Rumors began to spread among the crowd that after Vice Chancellor Gray's arrival, some changes had been made. No one was able to complete the test, but the young man decided to see how quickly the next participant would reach the finish line. A little later, the scoreboard showed a time of 9 minutes and 12 seconds. This was the best result so far. Our hero continued to watch. Dalton lay behind on the bench, knowing that his turn would come soon. He did not seem interested in the tests at all. The guy moved forward. Raoul decided to check the system to see if there had been any changes. One of his subordinates said that so far the best result was just over 7 minutes. Raoul asked to keep track of any changes. After that, the examiner turned to our hero and began to explain the rules. He said that all the traps and obstacles were created with the help of illusion magic. However, this did not prevent them from causing real damage, which also affected the results. The young man did not interrupt the man and listened to the rules in silence. Then the examiner said that if the armor was unable to withstand the damage taken, the person would be eliminated from the competition. In the end, wearing steel armor, Raoul Ashton began to run. He was number 285. While performing the test, our hero felt that the armor was heavy. It was very difficult to move in it, and now he understood why many failed the test at the very beginning. But with his expert level, the young man believed that it would not be difficult for him to pass the test. And immediately after these thoughts, Raoul noticed the first obstacle ahead of him. A violent stream was rushing towards him. Trying to dodge it, the guy didn't understand how many mana stones it took to create such an illusion. He was even more surprised that all this was for an entrance test. Jumping over the raging torrent, our hero thought it was a real waste. Continuing to move forward, Raoul encountered a second obstacle. These were forest traps. As soon as Raoul stepped on a certain area of land, arrows immediately flew at him. In some places, spikes appeared under the guy's feet. Deftly jumping over them, Raoul stopped and realized that new ones would soon appear. And that's exactly what happened. The boy raised his sword, and small daggers flew at him. After overcoming another obstacle in his path, the ground beneath the young man's feet began to crack. But Raoul was not frightened and continued to run forward. At that moment, the young man received a notification from the system. It said that James and Dalton were moving very quickly and would soon complete the test. Besides them, Caleb also stood out, but he couldn't compare to James and Dalton in terms of skill. The guys moved calmly and easily avoided the traps. Through the system, our hero asked the men to continue their observations and keep him informed of James and Dalton's progress. After that, the guy looked up and saw a wooden bridge. It was not only suspended, but also had cannons shooting fireballs. Pulling out his sword, the guy thought it was another waste of nerve, but nothing could stop him. He continued to run forward. Raoul quickly crossed the bridge. He tried to calculate the speed at which he needed to move, and suddenly felt a gust of wind. The young man's eyes widened as the bridge began to sway, and he lost his balance. However, that wasn't the worst of it. At that very moment, the fireball cannons came into action. Grabbing his weapon, Raoul Ashton decided that he couldn't let them hit the bridge. The guy began to fend off the shells flying in his direction. Our hero understood that it would be easier to do this with a mana blade, but for now, he couldn't draw it. After fending off the attacks, the guy decided that was enough and ran forward again. After overcoming the obstacles he encountered on the bridge, Raoul realized that he had succeeded. He only had to pass the last obstacle. A cave stood before our hero. Raoul realized that it would be more difficult to avoid traps here, and that they were more dangerous than the others. But the young man had no intention of stopping. Reaching for his sword, our hero set out to find a way out of the dark cave. Meanwhile, James was also undergoing a test. Arrows were flying at him, and he was fighting back as best he could. At the same time, the man did not understand what he was doing here at all. Not only was he forced to enroll in the academy, but now he also had to study with these worthless people. James had already won a tournament where most of the participants were over 20, and he already had experience serving in the capital's guard. He was sure he would soon become a knight. If it weren't for the Lord's order, James wouldn't have been here at all. He was also annoyed by the guys from the Dalton and Ashton families. The man thought that his task was undoubtedly more important than their rivalry, but if he lost first place to them, he would be a complete failure. After that, James began to wonder when the cave would end, and at that moment, he noticed a bright light in front of him. Of course, the man immediately ran forward. All the arrows flying at him broke in half, and James made his way out. In the end, his result was 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Either way, the man was sure he would win. And while everyone was in shock at the time on the scoreboard, James now simply had to win. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. The man dropped to second place as Dalton overtook him in time. James thought this was impossible, because even if all the obstacles and traps were removed, he didn't think he could achieve such a result. Dalton, who had just come out of the cave, thought it was a good warm-up. Looking at him, James's jaw clenched. He realized that because of this guy, all his plans were going down the drain. The other students admired Dalton. Dalton looked around, searching for Raoul, and wondering where he could be. James was shocked by this, and didn't understand why the guy needed Ashton. After all, he understood that when he and Dalton had duels, he always didn't care about him, and now he needed Raoul. James thought that he was up to something, but he calmed down and thought that there was nothing to worry about, because he wasn't far from Dalton. The man was sure that Raoul, who had not yet reached the level of an expert, would still not be able to beat his record, and either he or Dalton would take first place. Suddenly, new results appeared on the scoreboard. Raoul Ashton ran through the obstacles and passed the traps in 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Everyone was shocked. People shouted that our hero had beaten Dalton again, and no one understood how the young man had managed it. Meanwhile, Raoul put his sword behind his back and rejoiced that he had timed it perfectly. James was very upset. Clenching his teeth, he wondered how the guy managed to do it if he hadn't even reached the expert level. Dalton, on the other hand, was smiling. Folding his arms, the young man assumed that student life would not be so boring. The observers were also stunned that Raoul had again scored the highest mark. Someone said that first place would definitely go to the young man. After that, all the professors turned to Dylan and began to express their admiration. In response, the man thanked everyone for their compliments. Then one of them said that he didn't even know that Ashton County taught the techniques of wanderers at such an early age. Another said that he thought that, unlike James, the young man would act more openly, just like Dylan, to which the man replied that Raoul was a special boy and had already mastered more than one skill. Then the smile disappeared from his face. He realized he had to say something in response, although Dylan himself was surprised to see how the young man had passed the obstacle course. James McNeil tore the traps apart. The precise movements of Dalton's long blade resembled the techniques of the swordmaster Marquis. In this test, they both resorted to the well-known techniques of their families. Raoul, on the other hand, wielded a great two-handed sword, like a true representative of the Ashton clan. However, his highly precise movements impressed everyone. What was most surprising was that the young man did not activate a single trap in the cave. Only seasoned travelers or bandits possessed such skill. Dylan thought that, unlike James and Dalton, Raoul did not even use his mana sword. The man understood that the guy had hidden the fact that he had reached the level of an expert, and had also kept quiet about his wanderer's navigation skills. Clenching his fists, Dylan thought that Raoul shouldn't have lied to him and decided that they needed to have a serious talk. But despite this, the man smiled and said that he was very proud of his brother. As a result, after some time, the third test was completed and the entrance exam came to an end. After long trials, our hero was congratulated on his victory, and he got into the carriage so as not to attract any more attention. Watching everything through the window, Raoul thought about how exhausting it was to hold back his power. But despite this, he managed to fool everyone. And since our hero had now accomplished his task, he decided he could finally relax. At that moment, the guy's eyelids began to grow heavy. He needed to get some good rest. Then the young man remembered a situation from his past life. A girl was lying in his arms, and he was shouting loudly, asking who had done this and why. Standing before him was Han Gilju, the head of the Dasan Guild. In response, he laughed and said that the guy was screaming as if he had lost his entire family. The man asked him to join them, but he refused. He asked if he really thought he could defeat them. In response, the guy gritted his teeth and looked at the man. Noticing this, Han Gilju laughed and asked why he was suffering so much over the death of a non-player character. This made the guy even angrier. No one could even imagine how much this girl meant to him. They met while completing a main scenario quest, and since then she had become his guide. For over a year, the young man had cared for her and protected her. This girl was his family, and now she had died at the hands of a guild that had nothing to do with the storyline. In that case, Han Gilju didn't stop laughing and said that he still wanted to kill our hero. He ordered his subordinates to deal with him, and as soon as the guild members aimed their swords at the young man, a kind of energy appeared around him. While the young man radiated it, all his enemies behind him screamed in pain. Small daggers pierced their bodies. It was a good attempt. Then our hero raised his head, and all the daggers flew toward it. The guild members did not understand what was happening. Even for the number one ranger, this was an incomprehensible force. At that moment, the young man laid the girl on the floor and gently stroked her head. Gritting his teeth, Han Gilju was indignant that the guild had deprived him of his skills, despite the fact that he had invested a lot in it. And then the man's face contorted into a different emotion. All because our hero used telekinesis to throw a small dagger at him. The guy wanted to know why his guild was destroying the conductor. The man was so frightened that he couldn't utter a word. In that case, the young man decided to apply pressure, and bringing the dagger closer to his enemy's face, ordered him to answer immediately. Our hero wanted to know why they were destroying non-player characters. He also asked the man if they weren't afraid of being penalized. After all, it is extremely disadvantageous for a player to destroy NPCs that affect the main storyline. After all, this would result in his account being permanently deleted and the profiles associated with it being banned. The guy said that others would take their place, and their deaths would not affect the course of the game. He did not understand why they would risk their lives and take the lives of innocent people. In response, Han Gilju laughed and said, "Do you really think he cares about something as trivial as a penalty?" The man said that only scoundrels like the young man were afraid of him. He said that many dream of defeating NPCs for 10,000 won. After that, our hero grabbed Gilju and ordered him to give him a clear answer, but the man believed that he didn't need to, as the young man would destroy him anyway, and then he would return to the game for mere pennies. Then the guy remembered that this was the grandson of the owner of one of the 5 richest companies in Korea, Dasong. Han Gilju said that the young man would still be crawling at his feet. He believed that the one with more money always wins. In that case, the young man grabbed him sharply by the hair. Our hero thought that he would not change his decision. In the end, he destroyed the man. That day, kneeling before the girl he couldn't protect, the young man made a promise. With tears in his eyes, hugging his lifeless girlfriend, he said he would do it. The young man decided that he would destroy them again and again until they got tired of being reborn. The guy wanted to get rid of the Dasan Guild forever. After some time, Raoul woke up. Opening his eyes, he thought about how he had dreamed of his past life for the first time. And the young man felt very sorry because he had not been able to keep his promise. The guy was distracted from these thoughts by a message from the system. Opening it, Raoul saw that an update had been released and a schedule for some events in Connect had appeared. This surprised our hero very much. Although the young man knew that an update was coming, he could not have imagined that it would happen so soon. In that case, the guy realized that they would meet soon, and this time, he was determined not to let the girl die. However, the problem was that Raoul could not predict the exact time of the update, so at the moment, his preparation left much to be desired. Our hero only had a month left. The young man understood that if he missed this chance, he would not be able to carry out his plan anytime soon. He He needed to speed things up. Raoul decided that he had to take control of the scenarios and gain as many advantages as possible before other players appeared. He knew that his future depended on how well he used the time he had been given. To begin with, the young man needed to improve the guild and expand its ranks. Then he needed to visit the library and travel to other cities. Raoul didn't know where to find the time for these things, so he decided to make a schedule. So the guy spent the whole night figuring out the tasks ahead, and he managed to come up with the most effective and accurate plan of action. Meanwhile, in one of the buildings, the leader of the Imperial Hounds, Silver Zero, was getting ready for something. In front of him were balls with some people. They began to discuss how the king had not been seen anywhere except at mandatory meetings. He did not even appear at his grandson's academy entrance ceremony. Silver Zero praised the work of his colleagues. Then he said that in a month they would begin to implement their plan. The man's colleagues began to rejoice, but the leader of the hounds slammed his hand on the table and said that this was only the first stage. He reminded the others that it was important to continue playing their roles. After that, one of the men turned to number 7 and asked if he had conducted an investigation into Meyer, to which he replied that the first stage was complete. The man added that due to the kingdom's interference, it was not easy to get to the battle site, and he was sure that the Rendels were also involved. But another man was outraged by this statement. He said it was nonsense, and that the Rendels had not taken any action. He asked his colleague if those who had been exiled to Miru had invaded their camp. Number 7 said that the facts spoke for themselves. The man said that combat armor and other weapons with tracker spells were clear evidence of their involvement. It was unclear how they had the strength to carry out such an operation. Silver Zero decided to put an end to this charade. He asked his colleagues if there was any other news. They replied that the Duke of Ashton's youngest son was in the world at that moment. However, he had not been seen near their base. Then the leader asked if the Ashton County was in cahoots with the Rendel Viscount, but his colleagues had their doubts, and Silver Zero asked to exclude the guy. Then the man from the sphere added that the information was unconfirmed, but one of their people had seen a man who looked like Gray. Silver thought for a moment and asked the men to suspend the investigation. The leader also asked to send a warning to the Rendels. After that, he turned to number 3 and asked what had happened at the academy. After all, Silver Zero knew that James was supposed to take first place. The other man said that everything was under control until Raoul appeared. Then the leader turned to number 6, as he was responsible for the boy's family. But he himself did not understand anything. He said that last year, the young man had not shown any hint of talent, but this year everything had changed. But number 6 thought that the boy would not interfere with their plans. Silver, however, believed that Raoul had become too visible. The leader of the hounds said they needed to focus on Gray. Then he turned to number 8 and asked if he was done with the criminal world. The man replied yes, and said that he only needed to deal with one problematic guild. He declared that he would take care of it before carrying out their plan. After that, Silver told his colleagues that they had a month and needed to make sure that no one interfered with them. The man ordered everyone to remain vigilant. The leader of the hounds said that just one random variable could threaten them with a major failure. The next day, Raoul was already walking down the street waving to everyone. He felt that it was hard without sleep, but now he didn't have to worry about anything. The guy gave up his dorm room so he could solve problems along the way. He also made a schedule so that he could attend the academy only for specialized subjects 3 times a week. While the young man was going to school, everyone around him was discussing him and wondering how he had become the best freshman at the age of 15. Many also did not understand why Raoul had forgotten about the academy if he came from an influential family. The young man heard all these conversations and did not want to waste his time on them. Moreover, the academy was only a small part of his journey. After that, the young man looked up and saw the entrance exam results on the wall. He was enrolled in Group S and was first among 30 students. James and Dalton were next on the list after. The young man successfully completed the task from the system, and since it wasn't difficult, the reward was also small. But Raoul was curious about what the bonus reward was. But after a couple of seconds, he thought that there was nothing special about it, since it was a level D task. After that, Raoul decided it was time for class. A little while later, he was sitting in class. Even though they were elective courses, the teachers only covered the basics. Raoul noticed that his classmates were avoiding him. He thought that Caleb, James, and Dalton would bother him, but they behaved calmly. The young man liked that. In our hero's opinion, the first day went well, but then a stranger ran into the classroom and said he was looking for him. The man was holding a scroll and said it contained information about the benefits granted to him for achieving the best results on the entrance exams. This had to be shown at the entrance to the library or training hall to gain official access. The man also said that the vice rector was waiting for Raoul. This news shocked the young man. The system said that this was a bonus reward. Alfredo Gray is a significant figure in the history of Connect. The young man was stunned by the chance to talk to the sage. After a while, standing in front of the man's office door, Raoul thought about how incredibly happy he was about this opportunity, and at the same time, concerned. Gathering his strength, our hero knocked on the door. As soon as it opened, the young man's eyes widened. Alfredo Gray was sitting at the table in front of him. With a smile on his face, he greeted the young man. Then he asked Raoul if he could wait a moment while he finished some paperwork. Bowing to the vice-chancellor, our hero agreed. The young man couldn't believe that he was meeting Gray face-to-face for the first time. Before, he had only seen him in videos and photos of other players. The man seemed to Raoul to be a typical aristocrat, but he was surrounded by an unusual aura. The young man wanted to learn more about him with just a glance. But a little later, he realized that nothing was available to him, except for the well-known facts. Then Gray suddenly asked the young man if he had found anything interesting. Raoul was stunned. He understood that the sage was busy with work, but he behaved as if he knew all his actions in advance. And the guy decided to try something. He apologized to Alfredo Gray and said that he had heard that it was very difficult to meet with him. The man asked our hero not to worry, as he would be staying at the academy for a while. Gray also said that he was almost finished. The sage said that he wanted to ask Raoul many questions, including about the sharp eye skill. This made the young man freeze in place, not knowing how to react to such words. He wondered even more who Alfredo Gray really was. The young man couldn't understand whether the vice-rector knew that he possessed the sharp eyes skill, or was just making an assumption. At that moment, Alfredo said he was done and apologized to the young man for keeping him waiting. He also said that Raoul seemed like a fine young man to him. Our hero felt uncomfortable. He decided that he needed to choose his words carefully. The man said that he would make them some tea. After a while, he handed Raoul a cup with the drink. Raoul thought that the wise man was brewing it with magic, but apparently he was wrong. Then Gray congratulated the young man on his first place in the entrance exam. He said that Raoul had shown incredible results and that he wanted to ask him a couple of questions. Then the young man remembered that their first meeting had taken place at the test site, and he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary there. Raoul did not understand how he could have attracted the vice-chancellor's attention, and he decided to talk to the man. The young man said he was curious why the wise man was interested in him. Alfredo asked Raoul if he knew about the Imperial Pathfinders organization. This question sent a shiver down the young man's spine. Despite his attempts to hide his emotions, it was clear that he felt uncomfortable. 50 years ago, due to the invasion of the Kranan Empire, the continent of Kaneda was plunged into chaos. 4 kingdoms were on the brink of destruction. But in difficult times, heroes came to the rescue. Risking their lives, they tried to stop the empire, and they managed to drive their enemies beyond the mountain of monsters. Then, for half a century, peace reigned. All conflicts between the kingdoms were resolved. However, they decided to prepare for another invasion. Alfredo Gray built a tower to train talented people, traveling across the continent in search of one such person was the alchemist Nakia, whom our hero had once saved. Gray had enough power to solve her problem with her expulsion from the association, but he failed because he was too busy with one thing. Rumors reached Gray that the association had forgiven Nakia for all her sins. Then the man came to Mira to make sure of this. It was at this moment that the sage witnessed the noble deed of Raoul and his guild. Gray knew who was really behind the capture of the Imperial Tracker's secret base. He realized that the Rendell family had taken credit for the young man's successes. The sage thought that in order not to attract the attention of the Empire, Raoul had refused honors, giving the title of saviors to another family. Therefore, Alfredo Gray decided that Raoul was perfectly suited for the role of hero in this world. Then the man ended up in the academy, but the young man would learn about this later. Meanwhile, the young man wondered why the vice-chancellor had summoned him, and that he needed to remain alert. He also thought about how to answer the man's question. Raoul knew that Gray had previously created tasks related to the Kranan Empire, but he couldn't mention the story. The young man decided that the sage should not know that he was somehow connected to it, and the sage noticed that Raoul was behaving cautiously. He said that it was the right thing to do. The thing was, the man had been watching the guy since his stay in the world. He said that Raoul had cleverly resolved all conflicts, causing trouble for the Rendells. Our hero did not understand how the sage knew this. The young man thought that if the Rendells found out that he had betrayed them, he would be in trouble. However, Gray smiled at the young man and said he would not tell anyone his secret. The man believed that Raoul had made the right choice by remaining anonymous. Then, the young man asked the vice-chancellor what else he knew and why he had decided not to spread the word. Before answering, Gray asked Raoul if he knew why the Kranan Empire was dangerous. The young man suggested that they probably had a strong army. That was the correct answer. Then Gray asked Raoul how he thought the empire surpassed other states in terms of territory and population. Our hero thought about it. The empire certainly covered a large area, but most of it was uninhabited due to the harsh climate. Then the vice-chancellor said that their advantage lay in their possession of information. They knew nothing about them, while they themselves were like an open book. The empire is located behind a mountain of monsters and a forbidden barrier. The only way to it is through a gorge. They built a wall to keep them out. But Imperial spies still managed to sneak into the kingdom of Reuben and could attack at any moment. This frightened Raoul. as this is exactly what happened in the past. Using pawns, the empire unleashed a battle, and by the time of his death, it was close to victory. That is why Alfredo Gray said that the kingdom needed people like the young man. The vice-chancellor said that they were their secret weapon. Then Raoul wondered if Nakia had achieved greatness in her past life, thanks to Gray. And if that was the case, the man's help could be useful to him. Our hero thought that if he accepted his offer, he would improve his skills faster and crush the empire. Then Alfredo Gray said that changes were coming, and the young man needed to lie low and make wise decisions. And Raoul said he would do everything. After that, the man said it was time to say goodbye. And in gratitude for the young man listening to him attentively, the vice-chancellor decided to give Raoul a gift. Gray handed the young man a small box and said that it would be useful to him in the future. He added that the instructions for use were inside. Opening the box, Raoul saw a ring inside. It looked expensive and imbued with mana. The young man asked the sage if he was sure he wanted to give it to him. With a smile on his face, Alfredo confirmed this and said that the young man could consider it a reward. Raoul was very surprised by this. In the end, our hero thanked the man. Gray also thanked the young man and said he hoped that academic life would not disappoint him. Leaving the office, Raoul thought that he had worried for nothing, as the meeting had gone better than he had expected. In addition, the young man had received a gift. Our hero was very curious to find out what kind of ring it was, and at that moment, his eyes widened. Judging by his reaction, he realized what it could be. It was Gray's polymorphic ring. With its help, the owner's body could be transformed and take on any desired form. Putting on the ring, the guy couldn't believe that he had an object on his hand that gave him superpowers. Until that moment, the young man had thought that his status was very limiting. He had to think through his every move and be accompanied by guards everywhere he went. With a smile on his face, our hero realized that what he lacked was an item that could hide his identity. And this ring also changed his appearance. Such a spell belonged to Sixth Circle magic and was only available to a small group of mages. Moreover, Raoul could summon the great sage Gray, but now he was afraid of not living up to the man's expectation. However, the young man decided not to worry about it, as Gray had given him a lot of support. Raoul mentally promised the vice-chancellor to use his gift wisely. 2 weeks later, our hero's life at the academy was going on as usual. The guy had not made any enemies. After all, everyone was friendly to him because he tried to be quiet and keep a low profile. Only Dalton bothered him. He approached Raoul and asked if he was free after class because he had found a good weapons workshop. But our hero said he was busy. These words upset Dalton, and he tried to persuade the guy to go with him because he didn't want to train at home again. Raoul thought he would be able to study in peace until Dalton appeared on the horizon and started sitting next to him all the time. Every day, the young man got on his nerve and didn't even want to talk to anyone but him. Dalton turned out to be quite the pest. However, he didn't start fights, and thanks to his company, Raoul wasn't bothered by other students. The guy asked our hero why he was always busy. Then our hero replied that he had things to do and suggested that Dalton call someone else. And Raoul himself went to the library. This made Dalton angry, and he said that if he had known that the young man would be constantly in the library, he would have been busy with his exams. Turning away, he added that it would be better to swing a sword all day long. A smile appeared on Raoul's face. He had been waiting for this for a long time. After a while, our hero found himself in the library. It was one of the privileges granted to students who passed the entrance exams. But in reality, it turned out that access beyond the 4th floor was closed. Only royalty and some professors could enter the 5th floor. But Raoul was not upset. After all, the doors to the 3rd floor were open to 50 students at most. It was time to look for valuable copies. Meanwhile, a fairy was flying around the library. She thought about the fact that there were familiar faces around her, and not a single freshman. In addition, the books were all old. Then, approaching a young girl, the fairy decided that she might find something new by rummaging through her bags. After that, she touched the student, and placing her little hand on her head, said that she should always work tirelessly. At that moment, the girl, who had just looked tired, began to smile, and the fairy thought that it was always nice to see diligent students. Then she saw a boy sleeping behind his notebooks, and this seemed outrageous to the fairy. With all her strength, she hit the young man on the back of the head. He immediately opened his eyes and looked around in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. As soon as the boy saw the little fairy, he immediately ran out of the library. At the same time, he shouted that there was a ghost flying around. The fairy said that it was forbidden to doze off over a book in the sacred library. She was the guardian of the sacred library and did not let anyone get away with such behavior. Meanwhile, Raoul noticed that there were many more useful books on the 2nd floor of the library. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to other people's conversation. They were discussing how a student had been slapped by a ghost. Laughing, the guys decided to be careful so they wouldn't get caught too. This surprised Raoul greatly. He didn't even know that a protective spell had been cast on the library. However, the guy decided not to dwell on it. At that moment, the fairy folded her arms and thought about how many students were trying to get her mad. Suddenly, the guardian of the sacred library was startled. She noticed something in the distance. Ahead, among the cabinets, the fairy noticed a blue flame, and she was surprised that this was happening again. After all, it had only been 6 months since she moved here. Approaching the book from which the glow emanated, the fairy assumed that she would have to look for a new home. A high-quality spell book could provide her with shelter for about 1,000 years, and now she needed a book of the same level. However, the shelves here were filled only with low-quality books. The fairy decided that she would not last even a year in such conditions. But the fairy could not allow this to happen, as she still had one cherished wish left. She felt that something special was coming, and just as the librarian was about to voice her wish, she noticed Raoul. Her face looked very surprised, and pushing herself off the wall, she flew towards the guy. After all, he was holding the book that the fairy needed. Meanwhile, our hero was looking through the books in the library, and finding a unique book of skills was not so easy. Raoul hoped to find at least one book on telekinesis. Even the knowledge he had gained from another psychokinetic couldn't help him, and he needed more information. He had only one option left. After that, the guy seemed to have found the right book. In our hero's hands was a book called Equestrian Acrobatic, Rank A. Looking at it, the young man realized that this book was about martial arts, and it was a great compensation for the artistic skill brush touch that he had stumbled upon earlier. Raoul decided to add it to skill decks. Our hero had to first delete the old skill in order to add the new one, but this did not apply to unused skills. After that, the guy put his hand on skill decks and decided it was time to add the skill book to it. And at that moment, everything around him lit up. Watching what was happening, the young man realized that he was succeeding. After adding it to the skill decks, the book itself became useless. Another player could take it away in the same way. Raoul wanted to extract more skills. The boy said that as long as it was preserved, he would continue his search. All this time, a fairy was watching our hero. Keeping her eyes on the young man, the guardian of the sacred library thought that he was behaving very suspiciously. The fairy noticed that Raoul was taking several books with similar titles and reading the same page over and over again. She also noticed that our hero's preferences were strained. On the table lay books titled The Will of the Creator, The Power of Time, and Unique Handwriting. All of them stood out from the rest. Raoul seemed unusual to the fairy because he understood such books, and she thought the guy was handsome. But the guardian thought that the young man would not be able to save her anyway, since only great sages and archmages were capable of interacting with her. The fairy owed her existence to numerous sacrifices, to harsh fate and circumstances. She struggled to keep herself alive, and despite their uniqueness, our hero's books were not suitable for her. The fairy thought she felt something, but apparently her intuition had failed her. Then the keeper of the sacred library decided to see what Raoul was doing there. At first glance, the book in the young man's hands seemed unremarkable, but the symbol on the cover suggested otherwise. The fairy felt that this book was calling her. As she continued to watch Raoul, she saw that the power of one book had been transferred to another, or rather, absorbed by it. In shock, the fairy did not understand why the book had not changed in the slightest. She had never seen anything like this before, and wanted to take a closer look. As soon as the guy turned away, the guardian of the sacred library decided to take a chance. She flew up to the books, and looking at them, realized that she didn't have any like them at home. She even thought she had found exactly what she was looking for. As soon as the fairy touched the skill deck, her eyes widened again. She didn't understand why nothing was happening. Even the great book of spells and sacred manuscripts told her their stories and allowed her to stay. So, trying to open the old book, the fairy decided she would not give up so easily. Already desperate, the librarian did not understand why nothing was working for her, and at that moment, a shadow loomed over her. The boy looked at the little stranger and asked why she was sitting on his book. The fairy was puzzled and did not know how to answer the young man. Raoul continued to look at her and tried to understand what kind of creature she was. He assumed it was a ghost or a fairy. He also didn't understand why the little girl looked as if she was about to disappear. Then, stammering, the librarian asked our hero if he had really seen her, but without waiting for an answer, the fairy turned abruptly and flew away from that place. Raoul was curious to find out more, but he wanted to catch up with the little girl. The young man assumed that the fairy was interested in skill decks and that she would return to him. After that, the guy added equestrian acrobatics to skill decks, and the level of skills that increased efficiency increased by 10.5%. The absorption was complete. Now Raoul had about 700 skills in reserve, and even in the past, no one had managed to accumulate so many. But our hero knew that skill dex was a rare item. He didn't understand how many more books he needed to collect to see its true power. And then the fairy approached the boy. She was very interested in the book he was holding. Looking at the little girl, Raoul thought about how quickly she had returned. He decided he needed to be careful with her. To begin with, the young man asked the guardian if she would like to apologize for touching other people's things. Raoul didn't even understand why he had to answer her questions. Then the fairy apologized and said it was strange that the boy could hear her. After that, she climbed out from under the table and decided to finally introduce herself. The fairy's name was Ravelina Harriet Meridian, and she told our hero that he could call her Ravel. She was a forest fairy who loved harmony and order. Raoul also introduced himself and said that Ravel was not like a normal forest fairy. Then the little girl said that she was most likely a ghost. The boy asked if she was like a specter. This terrified Ravel, and she said that she was a soul on the border between life and death. They figured that out. Then our hero asked the fairy what attracted her to his book. In response, the librarian said that the book was unique and could not even be compared to the most special copy. Then the young man asked if she knew what the book was about. Ravel said no and explained that it had responded to her call. The fairy really wanted to look inside the book. Raoul knew little about skill dex and assumed that Ravel would be able to improve it, and the fairy would not be able to escape with it anyway. In the end, our hero agreed and asked the guardian to promise that she would tell him everything she learned about the book. The fairy happily agreed. After that, the young man opened the skill dex, and Ravel touched the book with her little hands. At that moment, she felt an incredibly strong flow of energy passing through the book. Suddenly, something surprised the fairy. She noticed a flash and couldn't believe what was happening. A few seconds later, Ravel seemed to be pushed away from the book. The fairy knew that the appearance of this book in their time was against the rules. Of course, Raoul tensed up a little and asked Ravel if she was all right. At first, the little girl didn't answer, but then she stammered and asked the guy where he got the book. Then the young man reminded the fairy of what they had agreed upon. He gave her the book, and now she owed him information. After that, Ravel declared that this book possessed the power of an ancient creator who had disappeared. Hearing this, our hero was very surprised. So he asked Ravel again if this book really contained the power of the ancient creator god, but Raoul did not understand what that meant. Then the fairy asked how he could not know the creator god himself, and the guy said that, to be honest, he didn't care. He was more interested in the book. Then Ravel said that she did not know the details, but she was sure that it was a banned edition. The book had also lost its power. After that, Raoul asked how he could restore the book to its former state, but Ravel did not know the answer to that question, and our hero thought it was a waste of time. The keeper was indignant, and again asked the young man to let her inside. In that case, the system said that if Raoul allowed the fairy to enter skill dex, she would become the library's manager, and that suited the young man just fine. However, our hero did not want to let her use his book for free, and said that he doubted he needed her help. Now he knew that something was wrong with skill dex, and said that he could solve the problem himself. In the end, he said that it was time for him to go home. Hearing this, the keeper of the sacred library was shocked. She begged Raoul to listen to her, but he kept saying that he had things to do. The fairy began to apologize to our hero, saying that she hadn't spoken to a human in a long time. Raoul decided that he needed to put a little more pressure on her. He repeated to Ravel that he was busy, but this time more rudely. In response, Ravel promised to be helpful and said that she really needed this book. After that, our hero decided that was enough, as he noticed that the fairy was ready to negotiate. But at that moment, Ravel suddenly began to cry. She did not understand why the boy did not believe her. Tears streamed from her eyes. Seeing this, the young man was taken aback and began to calm her down. Clutching his head, Raoul said he didn't want to make her cry. After that, the fairy calmed down. Then our hero said that he couldn't just open the book for her, and asked the fairy to tell him everything first. He asked Ravel how she ended up in such a hopeless situation, and since the fairy trusted the young man, she warned him that it would be a long story. Long ago, Connect was engulfed in a great battle between different races, including gods, demons, and even extraterrestrial beings. The continent was threatened with destruction. The forest fairies were on the verge of extinction, and then Ravel's kin tried to save her by imprisoning her in a book. But as a result of a disruption in the flow of mana and spatial instability, the fairy's soul became trapped in the book, and her form disappeared into a spatial rift. Ravel fell into a long sleep. When she awoke, she discovered that in order to stay alive, she had to move from one book to another. The fairy said that every time she woke up, she lost part of her memories, but Ravel knew she had a duty, Then the young man asked what it was. Ravel said that she had to find other fairies who had been scattered around the world. Before her death, she had to share the wisdom and experience of her people. But she couldn't leave the library, and there were no books left to relocate. And from Skilldex, Ravel sensed the same scent as her first book. She begged Raoul to let her in, and our hero agreed, saying that the fairy must become the book's keeper. That way, they would be connected. And the little girl agreed. She said she would do everything she could. But first, Ravel wanted to know why the young man needed the book. Then our hero said that it was all to protect his family and his homeland. It was very important to him. Ravel said that this was a wonderful goal and offered to work together with the young man. She also added that she would hardly be able to help the young man right now, as she needed some time to settle in. The fairy said that she would fall into hibernation for about a month, but the book would continue to function as before. In response, Raoul said that there was no need to rush, and that the most important thing was for her to wake up without any problems. Then the fairy thanked the young man and said goodbye to him for a month. Thus, our hero met his new companion. After meeting Ravel, time flew by very quickly for him, and there was only a week left until the update. The young man understood that he still had a lot to prepare, and that time was running out. But Dylan said he was proud of his brother for working so hard. Raoul asked his brother what the prophet had said. Dylan replied that in a week, the things that had disappeared would return to their places, and the broken connections would be restored. And to prevent the emergence of evil, the savior must open the door and extract the fruit of emptiness from within. Raoul thought it was a vague prophecy. Then he asked Dylan how the temple had reacted. The man replied calmly, and added that the temple had strengthened its army to prepare for danger. The guy wondered what would happen to the nobility. Dylan explained that many had ignored it, and that if it weren't for Raoul, he would have ignored the prophecy too. The Holy Empire is a small alliance of states, consisting of Garnelia and several medium-sized cities, and the Pope rules over it all. Despite its small territory, it bears the imperial title thanks to its religious influence, and constantly suggests possible scenarios for the future. Our hero was afraid that the prophecy would soon come true, and they would not have time to prepare for it. But Dylan told him not to worry. The man added that he had already explained to everyone how to accept their people and close family members. After that, Dylan suggested that Raoul go to training. The young man understood that his family was completely devoted to the cause, and when he told his brother about the update, Dylan took his words very seriously. But as soon as the man learned about Raoul's telekinesis, he began to constantly ask him to demonstrate his abilities. As a result, after some time, our hero and his brother were training in the yard. While the young man was fending off attacks, Dylan yelled at him not to rely on his skills, but to focus on building physical strength. Raoul thought he would never be able to get used to his brother's hellish training. They started training because Dylan wouldn't stop insisting. But thanks to him, Raoul was able to increase his muscle mass and improve his psychokinetic body to the level he had in his past life. But after a few seconds, Dalton realized that he had failed because he had pulled too weakly. Turning around, the young man saw a mace flying toward him. Raoul thought that when the battle with his enemies began, it would not be so easy to defeat them. And before that, Dylan definitely needed to work on himself. The man knew that he was getting closer to the young man's level. Raoul thought that Dylan would soon realize that muscles alone were not enough to defeat him. And Raoul decided that he would find a suitable ability for his brother. He also wanted to find more books with skills so that the people around him would become stronger. That was our hero's plan. The preparations for the update were almost complete, but the young man was upset that people had taken the news of the prophecy too calmly. None of the aristocrats made a move. Unfortunately, Raoul would need the kingdom's help. At stake was an invasion by monsters and a battle with the Empire. The army's assistance was indispensable. The young man said that the government was obliged to take care of this by contributing to its expansion and strengthening. Although our hero was the son of a count who knew about the future, his possibilities were not limitless. After all, he was only a 15-year-old boy. So the young man decided to focus on what he could control. He attended lectures and searched for skill books in the library. And when there were no classes, the guy visited 3 more free cities in the Kingdom of Reuben. These included the cities of Mira, Kessin, Bryant, and Zausek. With a letter of recommendation from Mira, Raoul met with the mayors of the other cities. When he offered to invest in them, the leaders gladly accepted his offer because they were in the same situation as Mira. The young man began implementing construction projects in the center of each city and established branches of the first guild. He spent a lot, but it was worth it. The work had to be completed before the players arrived. In the free cities, Raoul posted an advertisement for the recruitment of soldiers of rank C and above, and groups of up to 10 people. Based on the contract, the young man promised to pay double the salary for the first month. He also gave them the chance to join the guild or train to become knights, but only if he saw that the candidate was capable enough. There were many who wanted to take advantage of such a generous offer. So our hero recruited 50 guys of rank B and 950 of rank C. The latter were trained soldiers or self-taught, with 3 years of experience. As for rank B, it included swordsmen, or guys who held key positions in small groups. Raoul spent a lot to hire them, but the guy understood that it would cost even more to maintain them. However, he believed that his investment would pay off. This way, he could remain calm even in the face of a high-ranking battle. But the people around him still thought that the young man was deceiving everyone. After that, Raoul asked Philip if he had contacted the guild members. The man replied that all 45 members had arrived, except for the leaders. They had also finished training, and Philip had summoned the ordinary knight. The young man praised him and asked him not to forget that they had a mission to accomplish today. 6 newbies reached the expert level and were promoted to ordinary knights. 9 guys, including Philip Jake Pierce, became members of the elite knights. The beginners and other soldiers also joined them. And now Raoul's first guild, or more precisely, the elite knights squad, was ready for action. After that, our hero decided to look at the characteristics of the guild member. Seeing the data, the young man was surprised. After all, he had selected talented guys of rank 5 and above, but they exceeded all his expectations. Raoul was curious to see how they would prove themselves in the future. The young man believed that he had done everything possible to prepare for the update. Now he hoped that everything would go according to plan. Meanwhile, Silver Zero turned to his colleague and asked what the news was. One of the men said that the royal family had not taken any special action, but had only increased patrols. The Templetons held the same position. Another added that the McNeils were doing the same. Silver Zero remained silent in response. He then turned to number 6 and asked if Ashton County was religious. The man replied that it was not. The man said that the Ashtons were on good terms with the temple, but did not adhere to any religion. This was because they had begun preparations, even before the oracle's announcement. He believed that the county had another source of information. Then the leader of the Imperial Couriers asked how things were going with Gray. One of his colleagues said that the sage was currently focused solely on the academy. After that, Silver asked number 8 if he had managed to infiltrate the mercenary squad. The man replied that they had been defeated. Upon hearing this, another colleague was indignant. He said that there were 1,000 fighters recruited, and was surprised that none of them had passed. The man explained that they had easily passed the preliminary test, but failed the main one. He suggested that Raoul had some kind of ability. In response, Silver Zero just frowned. Noticing this, his subordinates asked their leader if he really thought the guy could be a problem. They said that he had no particular advantages. Someone added that these nobles would not interfere with their plan. Silver agreed with this, but still asked the men to keep an eye on the young man. Then he asked if there was any news from their agents. The men replied that everyone was in position. Then the leader said that soon they would carry out their plan and finish off these noblemen. He asked his colleagues to be ready. After that, they all shouted in unison, "Long live the Emperor!" Evening came. At that moment, a mother and her son were walking through the streets of the city, and the boy pointed upward and asked what was up there. Looking up, the woman saw that the entire sky was painted purple. She found it strange that so many shooting stars had appeared at once. A second later, her eyes filled with tears. Holding her son tightly in her arms, the woman fell to her knees. She could hear people screaming around her. No one understood what was happening. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Then he turned his head to the side when he saw a red glow. A portal appeared out of nowhere in front of them. All the townspeople froze at the sight of the strange object, trying to understand what it was. At that moment, terrifying monsters with weapons in their hands began to emerge from the portal. They advanced directly toward the defenseless woman and her son. It seemed that a sad end awaited them, but suddenly a man appeared before them. Wielding his sword, he destroyed the monsters in the front row. It was Jake. Other knights ran up with him. With their spears, they held the monsters back at the portal. Then Jake asked the townspeople to hide in a safe place. As they fled, the woman and her son thanked him. After that, the knights announced that the outer wall number 4, Zone B, Sector 32, was surrounded by enemies. They began to take defensive measures. Then James ordered everyone to evacuate the residents to a safe place and hold their ground. Pierce said that the gates had opened, and several more monsters had entered the territory, but there were no casualties. Philip also spotted enemies in another location. He shouted that they were resolving the situation, and control of the zone would be handed over to the guards. Meanwhile, Raoul was in the palace, and asked his subordinates to continue reporting on the situation. Looking at the map, the guy watched as the gates opened in different places. The fact was that the update had finally arrived. After that, the guy turned to Bernard, who suddenly appeared as a hologram next to him. Raoul asked the man to select several warriors from the first squad and distribute them across the sectors. Our hero knew that this event would happen, but he did not expect it to be so large scale. Raoul understood that their training was insufficient and they were barely coping. While his subordinates were fighting monsters, the young man thought that he had lacked information from the very beginning. The young man only knew that in the year 521 of the Connecta calendar, the kingdom had suffered greatly as a result of the appearance of the gate. Their number, location, and rank remained unknown. Raoul thought about how he wanted to wipe out all the enemies himself, but now he was not alone. Using the power of his guild, the guy could minimize civilian casualties. If only he knew the rank of the gates, he could approach the distribution of troops more rationally. A notification from the system appeared next to Raoul with a new task. The guy needed to close as many gates as possible that opened every midnight. The young man had only a month to do this. Upon learning of the conditions, our hero was shocked. Raoul tried to figure out if there was any way to avoid this. Of course, he had suspected that the situation would develop this way, but he dismissed it. Connect has a protection system that can interrupt the game. It can add additional requirements, as happened now, but usually it just sends the player a sudden task or quest. In other words, no matter how many gates the guy closed, it didn't matter. And even though the young man understood that it would not be easy for him, he was not going to give up. Raoul believed he had to find a way to minimize the possible damage, and he received a notification that his subordinates had found the Golden Gate. They also said that everything was quiet for now, but the energy emanating from them was gradually increasing. Then our hero ordered his subordinates not to approach the gates, as they could be swallowed up by a parallel dimension. He added that 3 B-rank soldiers should be deployed. He also ordered special surveillance to be set up in the area. Philip said that they would do just that. Then the guy turned his attention to the D-rank gate. He thought that he couldn't just stay here and give orders. So, drawing his sword, Raoul Ashton decided that he had to deal with it. On our hero's side was a red-haired guy named Josh. He was 21 years old and worked as a rank C mercenary soldier. After leaving the walls of his native farm, the young man worked hard to become who he was now. Josh said that an aristocrat was recruiting knights, and he seized the chance to become one of them. As a result, they were provided with comfortable housing, and he had never eaten such delicious food in his life. The guy thought he would enjoy a normal life, adapting to the whims of the nobleman. And now, standing in front of the Golden Gates, Josh realized that he was definitely not ready for such a turn of events. Pointing his sword forward, the young man waited for the monsters running towards him to attack. And as he fought them off, Josh realized that there was no end in sight. It seemed to him that he would not last long. As soon as he thought this, a monster even bigger than the previous ones emerged from the portal. Looking at it, the boy tensed up even more at the sight of this huge brute. The enemies began to surround the young man. At that moment, Josh realized that he definitely couldn't fight them off anymore. Then the boy grabbed his weapon tightly and decided to go big. He was going to destroy the strong one, thinking that the rest would fall in that case. However, as soon as he ran forward, his face stretched. Josh noticed that all the monsters fell at once. It was our hero who had skillfully attacked the enemies with his sword. Watching the guy, Josh was very surprised. After that, Raoul landed in front of the young man and asked with a smile if he had gotten in the way. Then our hero said that the guy looked too familiar. He assumed that Josh was from the first guild. The red-haired young man confirmed this. Then, Raoul noticed that he was ambitious, but everything he did was risky. It was not easy to defeat him. After that, our hero said that Josh was talented, but with D-rank gates, it would still be difficult for him to cope. Therefore, he offered him to join them. The red-haired young man was surprised by this offer. He asked who Raoul was. At that moment, Jake was already standing next to him. The man noticed that Josh was new and said that even in this situation, he had to know his master. Jake told the young man that he was standing in front of a first guild master named Raoul Ashton. Hearing this, Josh's mouth opened in surprise. Then Jake asked him if he really thought that just because the Count's son had created a guild, he was guaranteed a sweet life. The man said that the young man did not belong here. Jake added that they only employed professionals in their field and told Josh to repeat after them silently. After that, our hero ordered all his subordinates to get ready and said that luck would be with them. Looking at them, Josh repeated Jake's phrase about professionals and ran after all the knights. Meanwhile, the monsters were wandering around the Golden Gates, and at that moment, one of them noticed something. A second later, our hero flew out of the portal. Swinging his sword at the monster, the guy attacked it. Then Raoul landed and thought that his guesses were correct. The young man knew that there would be many monsters, and it was good that he decided to come in person. The guy didn't have enough time to clear all the gates at once, and it had to be done as soon as possible. Jake was next to our hero, and noticed that there were too many monsters, and that their base was most likely nearby. Raoul said that this was possible, and asked the man to send a scout. He also reminded him that saving the inhabitants should be their top priority. As soon as he said this, Josh ran past him. Without waiting for orders, the red-haired guy ran straight at the monster, aiming his weapon at them. With sharp movements of his sword-wielding arm, Josh attacked one enemy after another. Watching this, Jake and Raoul were shocked. The man even said that the young man was reckless. Our hero did not take his eyes off the boy. He thought that the boy needed to hone his sword skills. Raoul also noticed that Josh had well-developed senses. After the red-haired young man finished with his enemies, he turned to his master and, with an impassive face, gave him a thumbs up. Raoul continued to ponder and suggested that Josh would achieve better results by taking control of his mana. A little later, one of his subordinates ran up to our hero and said that they had discovered a base of winged creatures behind the forest. However, they did not find a single inhabitant. The man said that despite the large area, there were no other monsters inside. Jake said that they had made sure to remove all the inhabitants from the gates, so there should be none left. But Raoul believed that they still needed to check the area again, as they were obliged to leave today without any losses. He said that closing the gate was an important task, but saving the civilian population was paramount. Then our hero turned to Josh and said that he would go with him. The red-haired guy immediately agreed. Raoul stood next to the Golden Gate and told his people that a long night awaited them. A little later, the young man was in his office talking to Dylan. Dylan noticed that his brother was shaken and asked him if he had had a difficult night. Dylan even suggested that the young man resume training because of this. But Raoul thought that this was no time for jokes and asked how things were going back home. In response, the man asked his brother not to worry and said that they had enough information to prepare well. After that, our hero turned to Dylan and asked how many gates had already opened. The man replied that about 100 had been opened, 10 of which were D rank. That's why they had no trouble dealing with them. Upon hearing this, Raoul was shocked. After all, everything turned out to be worse than he had expected. Dylan, on the other hand, thought that everything was not so bad. Then the guy said he would come to his brother and help him. But the man did not understand why it was necessary to do this if they had closed everything. After these words, Raoul's face changed. Then Dylan explained that it took them about half a day. He also said that his father had a good workout. The man added that Trevor, the Golden Bear Master, and Commander Ernest were so excited about what was happening that it was as if they were participating in a festival. He said that ordinary life had become very boring for them. Hearing this, Raoul broke into a smile. Dylan added that it was funny to watch the old men having fun from the sideline. Continuing to smile, the guy forgot how inadequate his family was. After that, the young man said that he knew there were no casualties, but added that Dylan and the others had acted rashly. Moreover, he warned that D-rank gates were dangerous and should not be approached. In response, the man asked if they really had to wait for him to arrive. In addition, Dylan said in a more serious voice that Ashton County was powerful and that he and his father were not weaklings. The man asked the young man not to worry about them and said that they were always ready to fight back against the enemy and could handle any number of gates. Dylan believed that the Ashtons possessed enormous power and did not need help. They could easily close several hundred gates. While his brother was talking, our hero was deep in thought. The man noticed this and turned sharply to the young man. Then Dylan asked the young man not to worry about the house and just do what he had to do. He said that he and his father would take care of everything. In response, Raoul smiled and said that his brother was right. Dylan added that the young man was not yet ready to compete with him in strength. The man also said that some of the gates had not disappeared after they had cleared them. He did not understand what could have caused this. Upon hearing this, our hero was very surprised. He also couldn't understand how this was possible. After a while, a meeting was held in the palace. People wondered if it was really impossible to destroy all the gates. Then the guy said that, according to Dylan, the E and D rank gates, unlike the others, had not disappeared anywhere. Despite the fact that they had caused great damage, Raoul said that what they feared most had happened. Jake realized that they had serious problems. The man said that they would not leave these gates unattended, but that this would not last forever. Philip said that if they increased surveillance, they would have to reduce the defense force. Therefore, it was necessary to resolve this issue as soon as possible. In response, our hero promised to find out why the gates weren't disappearing and to find a solution. Then Bernard asked the gentleman if he should prepare a squad, to which Raoul replied no and said he would only take Jake, Philip, and Pierce with him. Philip reacted to this and asked if the guy was sure about his decision. Our hero said that they couldn't just sit idly by. After that, the young man said that they might encounter survivors, and therefore 10 soldiers should be sent to the gates. Jake laughed and said he remembered the old days. Pierce said that only 2 months had passed, and he didn't understand what old days he was talking about. Philip told him that this was no picnic, and that they shouldn't relax. These remarks hurt Jake, and he said he was just joking. After a while, our hero was already near the Golden Gates. Looking at the monsters with a smile, he asked his subordinates if they were tired. Philip and Jake were next to him at that moment. Jake replied that he hadn't even warmed up yet. They were surrounded by enemies. Raoul said that they didn't have much time and needed to hurry up. As a result, they all rushed at the monsters at that very moment. While attacking them, Jake shouted at their opponents to get out of the way. Continuing to destroy the monsters, the man asked if that was all. After these words, another enemy appeared behind him. However, he did not have time to attack Jake because someone shot arrows at him with a bow just in time. The man was very surprised and turned his head to see Pierce standing nearby. He told Jake that he didn't need to thank him. After that, Jake exploded. He asked Pierce why he got involved if he could handle it himself, but the archer did not answer, and Jake did not stop. He asked Pierce if he really wanted to compete to see who could kill more monsters. Then Philip joined the conversation and asked the guys to stop the commotion. Meanwhile, Raoul thought that apart from the rugged terrain, there was nothing remarkable here. At that moment, Josh approached our hero and asked if he could report something. Raoul agreed. The guy said that it was quite difficult to move around the area, but nothing had been found. And, judging by all appearances, there were no civilians here either. Hearing this, the young man thought for a moment and suggested that the gates were designed so that only players could approach them. Raoul knew that this was possible, but there was one problem. Non-player characters are capable of clearing the gates or dungeons because they are significantly stronger than players, but the latter would not be satisfied with such an arrangement. That is why there are restrictions. For example, NPCs cannot cross the gates and fight against the Guardian. They are also denied access to the dungeon boss's room. No matter how strong an NPC is, unlike a player, they cannot close the gates. Raoul Ashton wondered what to do. Then he received a notification that a hidden location had been discovered and a secret mission had been launched. The young man thought about how he usually enjoyed carrying out secret missions, but now he didn't have time for that. Then our hero turned to his subordinates and asked if they had read the information. They replied yes. Philip decided to clarify whether they really had to find the gatekeeper. He doubted that he was among the monsters they had encountered. Suddenly, Josh turned to Raoul and asked if the monster standing off to the side could be the Guardian. The guy was already pointing ahead. Turning around, the guy saw the cursed dark goblin in front of him. It really was the gatekeeper of rank E. Looking at his new opponent, Philip also assumed that this was the one they needed so badly. With a smile on his face, Jake was surprised that this big guy had fallen into their hands. Then Josh asked the gentleman to let him take care of the monster. He wanted to deal with him. However, Raoul drew his sword, said no to the guy, and said that he would finish it off himself. The red-haired young man stammered and let our hero go ahead. At that moment, Jake asked what had happened to their master, but Philip did not understand the question and said that he had always led the battle. Then Raoul thought that if the Guardian destroyed the NPC, there would be no reward, but he decided to act anyway. Looking at the goblin, the guy wondered if the gate would close if he dealt with it alone. After that, the monster attacked Raoul with a mace. Thanks to his agility and reaction, the young man blocked the blow. Then he gripped his sword tightly and managed to knock his opponent off balance. And while his opponent was off balance, our hero delivered the final blow. Watching this, Jake and Philip believed that their master would defeat the goblin in no time. Josh opened his mouth, unable to believe his eyes. He was amazed that the young man had parried the attack and at the same moment retreated to the necessary distance to create a gap. Looking at Raoul Ashton, Josh realized that the guild leader was an amazing warrior. And now our hero understood what the E-rank gatekeepers were all about. He thought that it would be difficult for inexperienced fighters to defeat them. The guy knew that if the Guardian was defeated, the gate would disappear, but he didn't understand where the notification was. And then a notification popped up on the side. At first, the system said that everything was fine, and the gate would disappear soon. But then an error appeared. Forced mode was activated. Seeing this, our hero was stunned. Then the guy turned to his subordinates and showed them the ore stone. The men asked the gentleman if he had really extracted it from the goblin's heart. The young man replied yes. He also said that they should collect as much of it as possible to start a factory for creating power armor. With a big smile, Jake asked if this thing was valuable or not. Pierce looked at his partner and asked why he was listening to the gentleman at all. Raoul himself looked at the golden gates that remained standing, despite the fact that the Guardian had been destroyed. He realized that he couldn't go against the script. However, the young man had no intention of doing so. After all, with each appearance of the gate, he would become stronger. Then the young man told his subordinates that their task was to clear all the D-rank gates in the capital. He added that they needed to work without interruption. Jake was very happy. Our hero also said that they needed one more person. The guy asked Josh if he would join them. The red-haired young man was surprised. Then Raoul said that this time, he had not given him a chance to prove himself, and therefore was offering him a new opportunity. Of course, Josh agreed and thanked his master for the chance. After that, our hero and his 4 loyal assistants set off on their journey. A few minutes later, they passed through the golden gates. The first thing Raoul saw was an ordinary cave. He thought it was very good that the gates were glowing. Otherwise, nothing would be visible here. The young man did not expect this, and was glad that he had brought something with him that could help him. Jake looked around and asked Raoul where they were. Our hero did not answer, but asked the guys not to stray too far, as it was dangerous here. Then, taking out a lamp, he suggested that his subordinates take a good look around. Jake was very surprised to see the magic lamp, as they were very rare. Philip also expressed his delight, as he was seeing one for the first time. After that, Raoul asked the men to explore the cave and stick together. He also asked them not to scatter, in case they had to fight. Our hero gave Josh a special task. He said that since this was the young man's first mission, he needed to carry the lamp. Hearing this, the guy was shocked. This was because the lamp was very precious. Raoul said he trusted him, and added that if the young man wanted to join the guild, he had to try hard. Josh's eyes lit up at these words. He couldn't believe that he had the opportunity to become a member of the first guild. After that, the young man snatched the lamp from the master and said that he would protect it with his own life. At that moment, our hero smiled, as he couldn't even imagine that he would be so lucky. Looking at Josh, Raoul understood that he would soon reach S rank and be recognized as a possible candidate for the position of mercenary to the king. Then the young man turned to Pierce and asked how the situation was. The man replied that he had seen many moving objects. The only thing he could say for sure was that they were part of a hostile army. After that, Pierce's eyes lit up, and he pointed his bow and arrow upward. A second later, someone growled above them. The man managed to attack the enemy. Jake was surprised and asked his partner if he had really found someone and managed to hit them. Pierce replied that he could hit the target, even with his eyes closed. Continuing to look around, Pierce declared that the enemies were nearby. His eyes were still sparkling. Then, Raoul looked closely and saw a bunch of bats. He yelled at the guys to be careful, because they attack when they see light. With wide eyes, Josh immediately looked at the magic lamp in his hands. At that moment, all the bats flew toward the red-haired guy. He didn't let go of the lamp and began to shield himself from the little enemies. Jake noticed that they had all gathered around the lamp. Then Raoul shouted at Josh to throw the lamp away, otherwise something unpleasant would happen to him. But after that, our hero fell silent. This was because Josh got angry and asked the bats if they had decided to attack the newcomer. With one hand, the young man attacked his opponents, while with the other, he continued to hold the magic lamp. Josh had no intention of letting it go. Watching this, Jake told Raoul that the guy had gone crazy and was inspired by his words, to which our hero replied that they could use someone energetic. It was like an entrance test for him. Then Josh turned to them and asked how long they were going to stand there and watch. But in response, the guys asked the young man to hurry up if he wanted to join their team. In the end, after fighting off the bats, our hero and his subordinates moved on. Jake was surprised that they had already traveled so far, but had found nothing. The man suggested that there was no one here but bats. Then Philip reminded Jake that the gate was ranked D. He asked him to follow his master's example and remain vigilant. At that moment, Josh asked Philip how strong their master was. The man replied that it depended on what the young man meant by that word. He said that the young master was getting stronger every day and also belonged to the noble Ashton family. However, Philip said that judging by his sword skills, Raoul was inferior to Jake. After that, they heard a scream. It was Jake. Jumping up and down, he asked why there were giant bugs here. Philip added that the man looked silly, but was an excellent fighter. Meanwhile, our hero noticed something. Philip wanted to warn his master of the danger, but Raoul already realized that they were not alone. In front of them were level 45 armored scorpions. Their special feature was their acidic venom and strong armor. Looking at them, Jake noticed that they were not at all cute. Philip asked everyone to be careful, because there were many scorpions. Raoul was convinced he was right. Behind the D-rank gates, there were not only bats. This species of scorpion lived only here and in the dungeon. Therefore, the others were encountering them for the first time. Then our hero told the guys that the scorpions were part of their mission, and they had to complete it. He also informed the men that the scorpions had hard armor and a poisonous sting that must be avoided. So they set about completing the task. In fact, the task was not to capture the enemy, but to eliminate them. However, Raoul noticed that there was no mention of destroying the gate. To begin with, our hero suggested that his subordinates deal with the armored scorpion. So they launched an attack. Blood from the monsters flew in all directions. While the men were fighting, Josh asked himself why these vile monsters kept sticking to him. Then the guy felt someone's breath on his neck. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge scorpion there. A look of fear flashed in Josh's eyes. Nevertheless, he didn't lose his composure and began to fight off the monster. However, the guy noticed that the scorpion's sting was approaching him. Josh realized that he would not have time to dodge, and at that moment, someone attacked the monster. Seeing the sword radiating mana, the young man was very surprised. He couldn't believe that swords could float in the air, and standing in front of him was Raoul. Surrounded by swords, our hero asked Josh if it was really difficult to fight and watch the lamp at the same time. Without waiting for the boy's answer, Raoul felt that he was again taking away his chance to prove himself. He said that now the lamp would be under his protection. After that, the young man directed all the swords toward the scorpions. With one movement, he destroyed many monsters. Watching this, Jake said that the gentleman had once again outdone everyone, and he thought that he had hoped in vain to stretch his legs. Josh didn't even bother to comment. He was surprised that the young man was only 15 years old. It also seemed to him that Raoul was not one of those aristocrats who only pretend to be knights. Watching the guy, Josh thought that Raoul was a true master and that he would definitely serve him. Meanwhile, our hero destroyed exactly 50 scorpions. He believed that the minimum requirement for clearing the gate had been met. Then the guy turned to the guys and said they needed to move on. Jake was very surprised because he thought the task was over. The young man explained that since they were already here, they had to see it through to the end. Raoul said it was dangerous to abandon the D-rank gate halfway through. In response, Jake grumbled because he was already hoping to get out of the cave. Philip, looking displeased, asked the man to stop whining. Our hero wondered why the hidden task of destroying the gate had not appeared if the minimum requirement had been met. Answering this question himself, the guy suggested that they had not yet found the Guardian. Raoul believed that it was dangerous to leave him alive. Despite the time, the young man was determined to find him. After that, Pierce approached him. Hearing his subordinate, our hero asked him if he had found anything. The man replied that he had reached the end of the cave, but that it was better to see the place where it led with his own eyes. As a result, after a while, they were all there. The guys were very surprised to see an arena in the middle of the cave with strange gates. Looking ahead, Jake suggested that the Guardian was standing in the center. Raoul agreed with this. There was indeed a dark silhouette standing in the arena. No one understood why he wasn't moving. One of the guys said that it was as if they were being waited for. Standing before them with an ominous smile was the Gatekeeper, a D-rank Scorpion champion. His level was C+. Watching the enemy, Raoul smiled. He found it amusing that the monster had invited them to fight. Of course, he couldn't refuse. After that, our hero immediately jumped down from the cliff. Jake only had time to shout after him. After landing, the young man apologized to the men. He said that this time, he would not give in to anyone, and that it was not just about the reward. Then Raoul turned to the Gatekeeper and suggested that he was afraid of him. The guy asked the monster to show what he was capable of. In response, the Scorpion champion said nothing to our hero. He immediately sprang into action and attacked the young man. Raoul was able to block his opponent's blow and immediately jumped back to avoid being stung by the scorpion. However, after dodging, our hero noticed that the monster was too close to him. Therefore, the young man decided not to delay and jumped back again to avoid being hit. At that moment, the Scorpion champion began to growl menacingly. After that, he attacked Raoul again. Everything happened very quickly, but the young man managed to dodge. His subordinates watched the battle. Philip noticed that the monster was a strong opponent. Jake realized that it wasn't so easy to defeat the guardians of the D-rank gate. Then Josh turned to Jake and asked if they should help the young master. However, the man said that Raoul had an undeniable advantage. He said that against the claws and poisonous sting, the young man had used only his sword from the very beginning. This meant that the guy was quite relaxed, enjoying the battle to the fullest. Meanwhile, Raoul thought about how he had already forgotten that feeling. Now he could take a break from training, real estate issues, and guild management. The young man wanted to focus only on the battle now. His sword began to radiate energy, and the guy said that all good things come to an end. Our hero declared that he was a busy man, and therefore had to move on to the next stage. Turning to the Scorpion champion, Raoul said that he had fun, but there wasn't much time. Looking at the Gatekeeper, the guy added that it was time for them to wrap things up. However, at that moment, the monster unexpectedly pulled a sword out of nowhere. Seeing this, Raoul was very surprised, but that wasn't the worst of it. After that, his opponent threw poison at him. For a couple of seconds, the young man was motionless, but then he deftly dodged the enemy's attack. As soon as the poison landed next to him, our hero realized that he now had to be even more careful. Without wasting any time, the Gatekeeper attacked the young man again with his sword, and he blocked the blow once more. After that, a bright light filled the cave. Josh, Jake, and the other men standing above covered their eyes from it. None of them understood what it was. Pierce realized that the monster was capable of wielding a mana sword. Josh began to panic and said that the situation was critical. He asked the guys again if they were sure that the gentleman didn't need help. Then Jake calmed the boy down and said there was no need to get involved. Philip also believed that they would only distract Raoul and thereby harm him. All they could do was trust our hero. Meanwhile, the young man, continuing to fight, thought about how he could live, forgetting those days when all he did was fight endlessly. At that time, the young man was on the verge of life and death, experiencing constant tension. With a smile on his face, Raoul decided to squeeze everything out of the monster. After all, he was dealing with a great solo player, although the guy's opponent was also strong. The Scorpion champion used a mana sword in battle, and used long-range attacks. The young man also noticed that the enemy was strong and agile. However, His movements were repetitive and sweeping. Aiming his sword at the monster, Raoul decided that this was its weak point. After that, the enemy rushed towards the young man again. Our hero thought that this time he would throw his claw, or sting. A second later, Raoul noticed that the scorpion champion had approached him and taken out his claw. Reacting quickly, the guy dodged, and the monster struck at empty space. This greatly surprised the gatekeeper. Then our hero jumped up and, flying over his opponent, managed to sever his claw from his body. Unexpectedly, the scorpion champion was unable to react and began to scream loudly in pain. While the enemy was discouraged, the young man continued to act and struck him again. After that, Raoul landed and, with a smile on his face, told the monster that it was nice to remember the old days. He thanked his opponent for that. Watching his master, Jake asked the guys if the guy had really become stronger again. Philip confirmed this and said that he had already reached the intermediate level. The man added that it was only a matter of time before the young man surpassed Jake in sword skill. Jake himself was not thrilled by these words. Indignant, he suggested that our hero hurry to the other gate. The man also said that the next guardian would be his. Raoul Ashton did not respond to this. He was just trying to understand what had come over his subordinate again. After that, a notification appeared in front of the guy, saying that he had reached the level of a medium-level sword expert. The task was completed. Then our hero apologized to the guys for keeping them waiting, and suggested that they must have been bored watching the battle. However, Josh had the opposite reaction. The guy said enthusiastically that it was amazing, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. Although Raoul felt awkward, he thanked Josh. Philip also praised our hero, and asked what their next steps would be. The young man replied that they needed to hurry to the other gate. As they set off, Raoul reminded them that they had a long day ahead of them and needed to prepare. Jake was only too happy to do so. After all, he loved this kind of thing. The guys cleared the gates without pause, and after 7 hours, they closed the 4th D-rank gate. Meanwhile, the mercenary units, having regained their strength, headed for the E-rank gate under Bernard's command and successfully completed each mission. Thus, all the gates to the capital of Turum were cleared. On the first day, 500 people died and about 700 were saved. Raoul said that many thought that all the horrors were behind them, but he knew that this was just a warm-up before the real battle. 2 passers-by were discussing these gates. One of them said he had seen orcs there. The other said he had heard that some people had been dragged to the other side. There was also talk about it in one of the city's bars. Many believed that the knights and mercenaries knew about the invasion and were ready to fight back. But the girls were discussing not the invasion itself, but who all the knights belonged to. The matter concerned our hero. Meanwhile, Raoul himself was resting in his chambers. Rumors of what had happened also reached the residents of the county of Rendell. The chief learned that the danger in the capital of Turum had passed. Gritting his teeth, the man read in the newspaper that the noble military family of Ashton had marked their return with this act. Looking at the young man standing next to him, he asked who Raoul Ashton was, whom the residents of Turum had dubbed their new hero. And as soon as the man read that such a big leap forward could bring the Ashton County back into the political arena, he tore the newspaper to pieces. After that, he rose from his throne and, turning to Brian, asked what kind of nonsense this was. All their preparations had gone down the drain. His son stammered and bowed his head, asking the man not to worry. However, these words had quite the opposite effect. The man became seriously angry and began to radiate an energy that forced Brian to lie down on the floor. Then he said that by the age of 60, he had 30 sons. And then he added that none of them were any good. Continuing to pressure his son, the man also added that Ashton's sons were getting in the way. After a few seconds, the energy emanating from the man throughout the room disappeared, and Brian was able to get up on his knees. Then the man told his son that he couldn't handle even a little pressure. He asked Brian if he could really call himself an expert after that. In response, his son apologized to his father. The man's name was Hudson Rendell. He asked Brian to report to him everything that had happened in his absence. His son then told him that about 2 weeks ago, the temple had sent an official document. After that, the count took the report and read how many gates had appeared. About 40 had been destroyed in a week, but their number was still growing. About 3,200 residents are listed as missing or dead. The same was true for 15 knights. Hudson read that the knights were afraid to enter the gates, which led to casualties among the soldiers. Now all the gates are closed and under surveillance. After that, Brian addressed his father with a tremor in his voice, as his father silently lowered his hand with the newspaper. Count Rendell did not answer his son, and a few seconds later, Brian literally flew out of the office. Landing by the wall, he began to beg his father. His father approached him, and once again began to radiate an ominous energy. After that, the man declared that he was expelling Brian from the family. He said that, until he needed him, Brian was not allowed to set foot on the territory of the Rendell estate. Brian looked at his father plaintively. The count said he didn't care that he was his son. He said that if he saw the boy, he would destroy him on the spot. Then Hudson ordered his son to get out of his office and tell the third in command that he was waiting for him. Watching Brian limp away, the man cursed the Ashton family. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy, the girls admired our hero as he walked by. With smiles on their faces, they discussed how the knights had contributed to the defense of the kingdom. They admired Raoul as much as the people around them did. Caleb Rendell watched all this with dissatisfaction. The guys standing next to him supported him and believed that the young man's family had done everything for him. Caleb looked after Raoul and said that as soon as his family sent him reinforcements, he would immediately show everyone who was better. Meanwhile, our hero was beginning to get annoyed by all the attention. He didn't understand why they couldn't just talk to him. At that moment, Dalton ran up to the guy. Hugging him around the neck, he was delighted that Raoul had become so famous in just a week. Dalton praised the young man and asked if he was aware that everyone in the capital was talking about him. Our hero replied that he wasn't interested in that. This surprised Dalton, and he asked if the rumors were true after all. He said that people were talking about the guy being the true heir to the county of Ashton. In response, Raoul looked at his acquaintance with displeasure and asked him again. Then Dalton spread his arms and said that he had heard it. Otherwise, he did not understand who had allowed the young man to take so many soldiers. Our hero turned around and asked the guy to stop talking nonsense. He said that his older brother would inherit the throne, and he didn't care. Raoul also told Dalton that he had assembled a knightly order without the support of his family. Upon hearing this, Dalton was very surprised and asked how this was possible. The young man replied that he had some capital. Dalton rubbed his head and asked if he could go with them to the gates next time. In response, our hero said nothing to his acquaintance and began to look at him strangely. The young man noticed this and asked what was wrong. At that moment, Raoul began to smile and thought that one of them had fallen for his tricks after all. It might seem that the young man had entered the academy just to get away from home, but in fact, he had another goal. The guy wanted to find skill books and hidden talents. With Gray's arrival, the list of students underwent changes. Despite this, Raoul had already selected candidates based on the data from the connection. One of these people was the clingy Dalton. Our hero knew that the strongest person in the kingdom was actually the swordmaster, Marquise Templeton. And in the world of Connect, where it is almost impossible to establish relationships with high-class NPCs, the young man had the perfect opportunity with the man's grandson, Dalton. At that moment, the gates were open to a limited circle of people, and the young man understood that he needed to have at least 50 fighters and 3 knights with him. Alone, Dalton would never have been able to pass through the gates. Even though he was an expert, he didn't have the slightest chance to prove himself in a real battle. Therefore, Raoul believed that he was probably sleeping now and dreaming of conquering the gates. Then our hero suggested that the young man join him. He immediately asked Dalton what he thought about the F-rank gate, and the young man immediately began to jump for joy. He was glad that they had managed to become friends. However, Raoul said he had conditions. After that, Dalton's face immediately changed, and he asked what the guy was talking about. Raoul said that he would only take him, and forbade him from bringing servants or guards. Dalton happily agreed to this, and said that the fewer people there were, the more oxygen there would be. Our hero also asked the guy to keep this trip a secret. He wanted to avoid another wave of gossip. In response, Dalton smiled and said that he himself was not eager to create problems for his family. Raoul was surprised by the young man's calmness. He also wondered what Dalton would do if he had bad intentions. After that, our hero said that the young man needed to get permission from the Duke. Hearing this, Dalton was surprised and asked if it was really necessary. In response, Raoul said that it was obvious. The guy said that someone had to be able to resolve the situation, if necessary. He reminded his friend that this was not a walk, but an official visit. Our hero had a whole squad of knights and was responsible for them. Of course, Dalton understood all this. He wanted to say something, but Raoul said they would return to this issue as soon as Dalton spoke with the Duke. The young man tried to stop Raoul, but it was useless. Rubbing his head, he wondered how he could convince the old man to let him go. After a while, our hero was sitting in a room with his subordinates. The men asked him what the situation was like at the academy. He replied that the attention was tiring, but that everything was fine. Bernard then said that they would try to keep public opinion at the same level. After that, Raoul picked up a cup of tea and asked the men how the deployment of troops was going. Bernard explained that over the past 2 days, 100 fighters had been used as bait. They had also taken on 10 more mercenaries. In addition, the man said that 20 active spies had completed basic training in the main unit. There was a battle for public opinion, and in this fierce battle, they had to strengthen their position. So the guy said that turning to the voice of Reuben was the right decision. Since they passed on information about the gate without asking for anything in return, word of their good reputation quickly spread throughout the kingdom. The young man understood that some people might not know the power that Connect's information source wielded. It was an elite organization consisting of magicians. magicians. The president of the press association was one of the 3 great magicians of the continent, Genus White. He surpassed even those in high positions in status. And Ruben's voice is the most influential of all. Raoul knew that in battle, you can fight not only with swords, but you can use any opportunity. And he told Philip to double the number of mercenaries, so that there would be guys in reserve who could keep up the conversation. They were to be visited for inspection. The man was surprised, and asked the gentleman what he was talking about. Bernard answered this question. He said that they were most likely greedy nobles. Since the situation with the gates had stabilized, they would try to get close to them. Raoul said he would accept them if he could control the gates. But that was impossible. Bernard replied that he thought the nobles would try to tarnish the young man's reputation, but would come away empty-handed. Exhaling with a smile on his face, our hero did not mind if they tried to do so. He said that only the chosen one would be able to close the gates anyway. Then Raoul asked Philip not to disclose the information. After all, if it reached the wrong ears, the lords would immediately pretend that they didn't care about the gate. The man agreed. And our hero thought that by turning people's greed to his advantage, he would gather all the warriors of the kingdom. The young man believed that this was the only way they could withstand the coming danger. Sometime later, a certain fair-haired man was running away from someone. Looking back, he thought that they would stop following them after the gates were opened. Then the man thought that his task now was to distract as many enemies as possible so that his comrades could hide. However, as soon as he thought this, he saw several people in black hooded cloaks ahead of him. One of them said to the man named Elias, nicknamed Faceless, that they were pleased to meet the leader of the Wings of Freedom Information Organization. Elias asked the strangers if they were the ones who had been pursuing the criminal guilds for the past 6 months. The man replied that he was quick-witted. In that case, the leader of the information organization asked what had brought them here. He assumed that he was their next target. In response, the stranger said that he simply wanted to destroy Elias, but decided to make him an offer instead. Unnoticed, Elias grabbed his weapon and asked what kind of offer he was talking about. The man asked him to surrender so that he would not be destroyed, and if he wanted to join them, the stranger in the cloak would spare him. Taking out a knife and running towards the enemy, Elias said he would not agree to this, and although the man was not prepared for the attack, he blocked the leader's blow. Elias was very surprised when he saw the enemy's power armor. After that, he jumped back and told the group of strangers that he guessed they had been sent by the Empire. In response, the man in the black cloak smiled and said that such an interesting conclusion would cost him his life. At that moment, several men in cloaks ran towards Elias. Their leader said that he had no other choice. The man ordered his companions to destroy Elias. Seeing his enemies running towards him, the leader of the information organization tensed slightly. But as soon as the strangers in black cloaks approached him, he disappeared. With this action, Elias misled his enemies. Looking around, the men in black cloaks assumed that he had used an artifact and that they needed to search the area. Meanwhile, Elias was on one of the buildings. He thought again about how the organization that was exterminating the guild members was working for the Empire. Observing his opponents, the leader of the information organization tried to understand what was happening in this kingdom. At that moment, our hero was informed that the right to use the F-rank gate by the Knights of the First Guild had been revoked. Upon hearing this, Jake was furious. He wanted to speak out about it, but Philip stopped him. Raoul said that sooner or later, this was bound to happen. Then he asked his subordinate how things stood with the E and D rank gates. The man replied that our hero and his allies still had access to them. The young man decided to clarify who would be responsible for the F rank gates, but the man couldn't give a definite answer, because there were several families waiting in line. In principle, the young man had expected this. He thought that, given the low level of danger, the F-rank gate would be ideal for bragging rights. In addition, the nobles would be able to earn good money from them. Looking at the captain of the guard, Raoul assumed that he was also confused. Therefore, the young man decided that now was the time to win his trust. Raoul told him that if he had any questions, he could ask them. At first, the captain of the guard was surprised, but then he thanked the young man. He said it would be good if all aristocrats were like our hero. Smiling in response, Raoul said that it was his duty to protect the city and its inhabitants. He suggested that the man work with him from now on. However, after that, the captain of the guard became agitated and said that he should not talk about it. But according to rumors, the Rendell family was behind it all. But the man himself thought that the Ministry of Finance was the initiator. However, he clarified that this was only his guess. The captain of the guard also said that many employees of the department had ties to the Rendells, including the minister. And since the situation was strange, the man decided that our hero needed to know this. In that case, the guy thanked the captain of the guard for the information. After that, the man left the office, and Raoul told his subordinates that this was the outcome they had expected. Jake asked the gentlemen why they were being deprived of their rights. To which the guy replied that they would still have to obey the royal order. Then he said that they had nothing to worry about because they had lost nothing. Hearing this, Jake was surprised and asked the gentleman what he was talking about. Our hero replied that ordinary soldiers could easily handle F-rank gates. There was no point in sending mercenaries, as it was a waste of money. As a result, they would only be able to obtain mediocre items. The young man decided that it would be better to focus their efforts on E-rank gates and above. After these words, Jake calmed down noticeably and said that our hero was right. Then Philip asked what to do with those responsible for the F-rank gates. Raoul said they should be sent to the cities. The guy added that those who ignore items won't last long, and keeping the gates under control is not easy. Therefore, most likely, they will get them back. In the meantime, Raoul wanted to focus on achieving recognition and fame. The young man believed that they needed to forget about everything and concentrate on themselves. In addition, our hero asked his subordinates to take care of managing the hired fighters and personal growth. The men agreed to this. In a week, the official annual knighting ceremony would take place, and Raoul wanted the knights of the first guild to show what they were worth there. The guy believed that they had to work hard to attract everyone's attention. He wanted them to be known even outside the kingdom. After some time, several knights stood near the golden gates. Judging by their conversation, they were eagerly awaiting someone. Looking at the scary portal, one of them asked the other what they should do if something terrible happened. The answer was simple. They had to eliminate the problem anyway. The man added that they had no choice and would simply carry out the orders from above. After that, the knight's attention was drawn to some strange noise. Turning around, they noticed someone's army, and one of the men shouted for everyone to step aside. This was because Aston Carrington was riding behind him on horseback. He was the fourth son of Viscount Carrington. Upon seeing him, one of the knights said that it was an honor to meet the Viscount's son. His name was Bill, and he was in charge of control. In response, Aston Carrington did not offer the knight any pleasantries and asked if it was really them. However, Bill did not understand what he was talking about. Then the Viscount's son pointed to the gate and asked if they were the ones. The knight confirmed this. Then Aston told Bill that his men were blocking the passage and needed to leave. The knight wanted to clarify with the man what he was going to do, as Aston told his men that they would now cross the gate. After that, Bill asked the Viscount's son what they would do with the horses. Aston did not understand the question and asked the knight to clarify what he meant. The knight replied that if the man had no one to take care of the animals, he could leave them with them. However, this seemed unacceptable to the Viscount's son, and he kicked Bill. The knight lost his balance and fell. Then, gritting his teeth, Aston Carrington told him to know his place and asked how the knight dared to ask him to dismount. Bill wanted to justify himself, but the man rudely told him to shut up and added that he would have a word with his captain. After that, the Viscount's son spoke rudely again and ordered his men to move forward. Then one of the knights asked Bill if he was all right. The man replied that he didn't care and that he had warned Aston Carrington. It wasn't his fault if the horses went crazy when they entered the gate. At that moment, Bill thought that the man did not know that there was a high concentration of mana on the other side, and that horses were therefore not allowed to enter. And even if the Viscount's son survived, he would not escape torment. The knight assumed that this night would bring many casualties. Meanwhile, Ascend continued on his way and asked his subordinate what exactly awaited them beyond the gates, to which he replied that there would only be orcs and goblins. He believed that there was nothing to worry about. But these words further angered the Viscount's son, as he had hoped to profit from the treasures. Then he clenched the horse's bridle in his hands and thought that if Raoul Ashton hadn't gotten in the way, everything would have been different. Carrington was very annoyed that our hero had become a star in the capital after killing a couple of monsters, and he wanted to close the remaining gates. After that, the man ordered his subordinates to split into squads and go into battle. He believed that in order to clear the gates, they needed to destroy every monster. But Marco, an Imperial guard, said that this could be dangerous and that it would be better to send scouts ahead. He advised the rest of the men to stick together. Aston Carrington turned to the Imperial guard and said that if he gave in to fear, he would not be able to clear the gates. The Viscount's son asked him what people would think of them if they couldn't deal with such a trifle. Marco did not have time to answer, as he noticed something behind him. He then asked Aston to stay close to him. At that moment, some red monsters began to emerge from the forest. The Viscount's son's subordinates, like himself, were stunned. Marco asked everyone to remain calm and stay in their positions. The Imperial Guard, looking at the enemies approaching them, ordered the knights to prepare for battle. After a while, news that Aston Carrington's men, as well as Carrington himself, had disappeared, reached Raoul. The captain said that all the troops that had crossed the gate had vanished, but the young man did not understand what the man meant by this, and asked him again. The captain of the guard explained that 10 troops had disappeared over the past couple of days. He also said that each of them had been ordered to clear the gates. The young man was surprised, and suggested that the gates could transform, eliminating anyone who entered. But this was only characteristic of high-ranking gates. These thoughts led Raoul to believe that there might be something inside. After that, Bernard approached our hero, but the young man beat him to it and asked the man to gather the best knights, including Homer. Bernard was very surprised and asked why this was necessary. Without dwelling on the question, Raoul said that they would carry out a rescue operation. After a while, Dalton and our hero were already inside the gates. There they were met by monsters resembling toads. One of them was cut in half right in front of the guy, and he complained that he was now covered in its slime. Dalton turned to Raoul and asked if it was always so boring and dirty inside the gate. In response, the young man asked his friend what he had expected. The guy said that they couldn't know in advance what kind of terrain awaited them. Raoul also reminded him that he had warned them that they were not going to play with toys, and Dalton understood that perfectly well. Looking at the guy, our hero realized that the rank of the gate did not correspond to his level of training. However, given Dalton's lack of experience, the young man believed that this was the best place for training. After that, Philip approached the guys. He said that the scouts had returned. Then Raoul asked what they were talking about. The man replied that, as expected, the number of monsters found had decreased. In that case, the young man decided that they were preparing for an attack. Our hero had already received information about these gates. Their maximum capacity was 300 individuals. Raoul said that, first of all, no one except the conquerors should interfere, and secondly, it was a trap. The guy was ready to bet that the monsters did not even expect to find themselves in it. After some time, our hero and his team reached a certain place, and the young man suggested stopping there. He then turned to Homer and asked what he thought about. The man replied that he agreed with him. The first guild knight said that there was open territory with swampy areas in front of them. He thought this place was suitable. After listening to Homer, Raoul Ashton said that in that case, they would get to work. The young man said that this would be their base, and asked the knight of the first guild to tell everyone to take their positions. Dalton had been standing next to our hero the whole time. He asked what the young man was going to do on this hill. Raoul replied that he was going to build a fort there. Hearing this, Templeton's son was surprised and asked the young man what he was talking about. Then Raoul asked his friend to watch carefully and said that maybe he would learn something. As soon as Dalton saw that the boy was emitting some kind of energy from his hand, he was terrified. Our hero, continuing to point his hand upward with a smile on his face, told Homer that they were about to begin. After that, the knight of the first guild ordered his subordinates to activate the artifacts. A few seconds later, a magic circle appeared in the sky. Looking at it, Dalton was still in shock. Then, many bricks began to rise into the magic circle. Dalton asked the young man what was happening, but he did not receive an answer. Raoul said that now they needed to repeat what they had done in training. He meant Formation A, and added that they were moving on to the main part. After that, the bricks began to line up in blocks and create the frame of something strong. Covering his hands from the dirt, Dalton continued to ask why all this was necessary, and as soon as he asked, the answer came out on its own. He saw that the guys had built a fort. With his eyes wide, Dalton stared at the newly built fort, and our hero said that he would fulfill his task. The young man thought it was better to sleep there than in a tent. The fort was 3 meters high and 20 meters wide. There should have been enough room for 100 people. It was the perfect base for meeting enemies. Dalton asked Raoul if he was planning a siege. He didn't believe that the gates could be so dangerous, to which our hero replied that they all posed a risk to life, but the fort was only necessary for these gates. The young man thought about how he needed a large number of artifacts to make the bricks lighter and smaller. He hoped it was worth it. Being a destroyer, the guy had used the technique of building a small fortress and high-level gates more than once to reduce the time needed for clearing. For this purpose, Raoul specifically trained guild members who were capable of activating artifacts, but he did not think that their training would be useful so soon. Of course, Dalton had a lot of questions, but he decided to ask only one. The young man asked what the question would be. Then Dalton asked why the fort was needed at all. After all, he thought they were going to look for missing people. Raoul said that this was exactly why the fort was needed. This made Dalton look surprised again. He understood that forts were used to defend against enemy attack. The young man asked our hero who he was going to defend himself from during the rescue operation, to which Raoul replied that he would soon find out. The young man thought that perhaps they were confident that they were ready for anything and did not even consider the possibility of failure, and our hero wanted to see whose preparation would prove to be more effective. Meanwhile, in some kind of shelter, sat a masked man named Jack. He was the commander of the Imperial Hounds in Sector 8. After that, his subordinates approached him and said that they had captured those people, as he had ordered. Then Jack asked him if the rescue team was already in place, and he replied, yes. The man added that the number of fighters was about the same as in the captured squad. He said that intelligence was watching them. In the end, reaching for his sword, the commander hoped that these people would be able to entertain him. Jack said he was tired of dealing with weaklings. He also believed that they should follow the captain's orders. After that, the man went hunting. But at that moment, a subordinate approached him and, stammering slightly, said he had an urgent report. The news came from the rescue team's intelligence. Jack then asked what had happened there. The subordinate said that, according to rumors, they were hiding in the fort and not doing anything. This surprised the commander. Dalton lay quietly in the fort and yawned. He said he hadn't signed up for such boredom and asked Raoul if he was sure they would come for them. Our hero told him not to relax too much, as they could show up at any moment. Then Dalton said that he understood that the guy had built the fort for a reason, but he still did not understand who their enemy was. So he decided to ask Raoul about it, and the young man said that he hadn't even thought about hiding it from his friend. Then our hero smiled and said that Dalton should ask other people about it. This again caused a storm of emotions on the boy's face. Turning around, he saw a crowd of people led by Jack approaching them. Then Dalton asked if they would have to fight them, to which Raoul replied with a smile on his face, yes. Jack, seeing the fort, grabbed his subordinate by the cloak and asked indignantly when they had managed to build it, but he did not know the answer to that question. Then our hero waved to the enemies and said that they were sure they would catch them in a trap. Still smiling, Raoul understood how confused they were. After all, they had just realized that they had fallen into a trap. After that, Philip ordered the knights to get ready and take aim, and our hero continued to think about how their opponents did not know that they would be ambushed. And since this was indeed the case, the young man decided to take advantage of the enemy's confusion. Looking at the enemy commander, the young man noticed that he was very quick-tempered. Of course, this prompted Raoul to tease the man. So, without thinking twice, our hero rudely shouted at the Imperial Hound and asked why they were running around without a leash. Then the guy said that the enemies looked mentally retarded in their meaningless gear. With an ominous smile on his face, Jack asked the young man if he was really from the Ashton clan, and pointing his sharp sword at Raoul, he noted that the latter did not have the guts to defy him. After that, the commander declared that they would gladly destroy the boys. More precisely, he himself wanted to send the young man to the other world. Sending his subordinates into battle, Jack declared that the fort would ultimately belong to them. However, this did not scare our hero at all. On the contrary, he smiled and thought that his enemies had been caught. At that moment, Raoul grabbed his sword. Dalton still did not understand what was happening, but was sure that these people were from the Empire. After that, our hero ordered his men to shoot. All the knights raised their bows and aimed their arrows at their opponents. Jack's men also went on the attack. They all shouted that they were doing it for the glory of the Emperor. The men in cloaks quickly approached the knights with bows, and the knights were even slightly confused. But a second later, the same emotion appeared in the enemy. Dalton went on the attack. The guy very deftly attacked the Imperial Hounds, and said that even fighting toads would be more pleasant for him. Hearing this, Jack smiled, realizing that there was another upstart here. This made him even more interested. Then the commander waved his hand and asked Raoul and his guys if it wasn't time for them to show a little respect. After that, one of the men in a cloak blew a horn. A look of bewilderment appeared on our hero's face. Someone began to emerge from the forest in response to the horn. A minute later, huge red monsters were standing behind Jack. Then, the commander of the Imperial Hounds asked the young man and his team, with a smile on his face, if they would finally show some respect. At the sight of the strange creatures, Dalton became agitated and asked what kind of monsters they were. Raoul explained that they were Imperial soldiers. Looking at the enemies, the guy realized that since their last encounter, the Imperial soldiers had been significantly upgraded. He even suggested that they were the best warriors of the Imperial Hound. After these words, our hero smiled and decided that, in that case, everything would go smoothly. Meanwhile, the knights who were on Raoul's side and had just been shooting at the enemies with bows were very frightened of their new opponents. Nevertheless, they understood that they must not give in to panic. At that moment, the Imperial soldiers roared loudly. Dalton looked at these red creatures and tried to understand how such terrifying beings could have been created. After that, the Imperial soldiers rushed into the attack. Philip ordered his subordinates not to let the enemies approach the fort. Arrows flew at the enemies, but they easily deflected them. Apparently, it was useless. Dalton also noted that the arrows did not harm the Imperial soldiers. Raoul said that even ordinary weapons could not scratch them. In that case, Dalton turned to the young man and asked what they should do. He hoped that the young man had a backup plan. Raoul confirmed this. However, he said that he would need help to carry out the plan. Then our hero asked his partner what he thought about that. Dalton smiled and said he was in, and that was why he had come here. This pleased Raoul, and looking at his opponents, he called Dalton to action. But the Imperial soldiers did not wait for the first move and attacked the front. The knights who were above shouted in panic for their allies to be careful. Watching this, Philip ordered his subordinates to hold their positions and the spearmen to attack. Meanwhile, Jack smiled, realizing that the people of the First Guild hoped to hide in the fort. But now the man wanted to show them that the Empire was not to be trifled. He decided to destroy the fort. A second later, Jack's confidence wavered slightly when he saw Raoul and Dalton running straight toward him with an attack. The guys deftly jumped over one of the Imperial soldiers, but then Dalton saw that one of them was glaring at them. Then the enemy turned to face them and growled menacingly, spreading his arms wide. Dalton then told Raoul that his sword was useless against the enemies because their armor was too strong. Our hero declared that they would have to work hard. Meanwhile, Jack laughed loudly and asked the guys if they had really decided to come here instead of defending their fort. The man appreciated their plan. After these words, Dalton said that this commander was starting to annoy him and asked Raoul if he was really going to listen to this nonsense. And of course, the young man had no intention of doing so. He took out his huge sword and said that now they would shut him up. In response, Dalton smiled and also took out his weapon, asking the young man if he remembered that he had said he had complete freedom of action. Answering his own question, the young man said that this was exactly what was needed. Seeing the mood of the boys, the Imperial soldiers growled fiercely again. Then Dalton and Raoul simultaneously ran towards the enemy and attacked him. Surprised and upset, the Imperial soldier growled fiercely. After that, Dalton and our hero pushed off from their places and jumped in different directions. Watching everything that was happening, Jack was in complete shock. He didn't understand what was going on. Then, Raoul and his ally attacked the Imperial soldier. Blood flew in all directions. While Jack was in horror, the knights on the guy's side rejoiced that their master had defeated the magical warrior. Dalton stood behind them, breathing easily, glad that he had managed to avoid getting dirty in the mud. At that moment, our hero, standing on the lifeless body of an Imperial soldier, asked Jack why they had fallen silent, and if that was all their fighting power. Then he asked the man why they had to shout in praise of the Emperor, if their loyalty to their lord depended on the presence of magical warriors. At first, Jack remained silent in response, but then said that he was becoming more interested. The man decided that he could finally have some fun. Jack added that he should thank the guy's family for providing him with a worthy opponent. Dalton suggested that if the man commanded the Imperial army, then he was stronger than these monsters. He asked Raoul if he needed help. In response, our hero smiled and said that he would be happy to deal with the opponent himself. Raoul also noted that Dalton already had a rival. After these words, the guy turned his head to the side in surprise. Another Imperial soldier was approaching with a huge mace. Jack ordered him to trample the guy. Our hero noticed that this opponent was smaller, but well armed. He asked Dalton if he could defeat him, to which the young man asked if the guy had forgotten what family he was from. Dalton asked Raoul not to worry about him and advised him to teach the leader a lesson instead. Raoul remembered that his partner was Templeton's grandson, and even though it was the guy's first real fight, our hero decided to trust him. And since his rear was now covered, turning to Jack, Raoul decided it was time to end this. Then he apologized to the commander and asked if they were going to start the fight. In response, Jack respectfully addressed the young man and asked his name. Raoul replied. Smiling, the man said that everyone had heard about the young man's family. He said that there were rumors that they used a two-handed sword, but the commander himself believed that this was not the case. At that moment, our hero noticed that his opponent was talking too much and looked like a gorilla. He decided not to look down on the man. Raoul noticed that Jack's characteristics and level were similar to those of an advanced sword expert. Nevertheless, the man was the strongest of the opponents the young man had ever fought. After that, the commander of the Imperial Hounds said that 2 young gentlemen from noble families in one day was a jackpot. He asked the boys to surprise him. The young man continued to examine his enemy and noticed that he had strong characteristics and power armor. He realized that he must not let his guard down. But then the guy thought that by leveling up, he had improved his stats. Raoul had also invested in equipment and had something to boast about. In his mind, our hero asked Jack to assess what a reborn and fully equipped player was capable of. The man noticed that the guy had a mana blade and said that he was probably not a typical slobbering nobleman. After that, he smiled slyly again and said that Raoul might be able to entertain him. Then, radiating red light, Jack added that, for the young man's information, restraint was not in his nature. The man ran at our hero. Swinging his weapon at him, Jack shouted that the young man shouldn't cry when he knocked him off his feet with a single blow. Raoul Ashton did not respond to these provocations. A few seconds later, their swords clashed, and a bright light spread across the area. Meanwhile, Dalton was also fighting his armored opponent, defending himself against the Imperial soldiers' attacks. The young man noticed that he was quite strong. However, Dalton had no intention of stopping and attacked the enemy. The enemy, as if anticipating the young man's move, was able to block the blow with his shield. Seeing this, Dalton was very surprised. He assumed that the Imperial soldier knew that his shield would be destroyed if it collided with the mana blade. And while the young man was thinking about this, his opponent wasted no time and swung his huge mace at him. But Dalton reacted quickly and jumped aside. The young man realized that his enemy was not as stupid as he had expected. It was clear that defeating him would not be easy. Dalton also realized that if he tried to escape now without fighting back against the Imperial hounds, the old man would not leave him alone. After that, he turned his head to see how Raoul was doing. Dalton immediately realized that Raoul was having a harder time than he was. Our hero continued to clash swords with the enemy. Judging by Jack's face, he was enjoying it. The man noticed that Raoul was doing a good job of imitating his opponent's movement. Then he asked if that was all the guy was capable of. Jack then attacked our hero, but he was able to dodge. At that moment, the young man thought that the man was fast and strong. Looking at the mad commander of the Imperial hounds, Raoul realized that just one mistake and it would be the end of him. After that, Jack attacked the young man again. The guy wasn't quite ready for this, so fear appeared on his face. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, our hero managed to block his opponent's attack. As they continued to fight, the man was delighted. He said that Raoul had exceeded all his expectations and that he almost felt sorry for destroying the boy. Jack shouted that he loved watching the people of the kingdom continue to defend themselves. He asked the young man to keep resisting. Our hero remained silent and wondered how much more he could take. It seemed to him that at this rate, he was bound to suffer psychological damage. However, Raoul believed that the main problem lay elsewhere. He understood that the harder and longer the fight, the more Regnator trembled. The young man thought that if he activated it, the battle would probably end in that very second. But because of this, his comrades could suffer. After all, he couldn't take complete control of them. So our hero decided to distract them, to buy time to carry out his plan. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the young man, in which one of his subordinates asked if he could hear him. It was Bernard, and he said that the situation had been resolved. The man explained that the prisoners had been rescued and the enemy defeated. He said that the plan had been successfully carried out. At these words, a smile appeared on Raoul's face. Jack noticed this. He asked if the young man was giving up. Then the man said that all they were doing was saving their own skins by hiding in the port. The commander of the Imperial hounds wanted to add something else, but suddenly, he noticed how the guy began to radiate energy. This made Jack tense up and freeze in place. Raoul, on the other hand, became more confident. Continuing to glow, the young man said that all this time, the plan had been in the process of being implemented. And now that it was complete, Raoul said that the moment of the real battle had come. The young man told the man that he needed to try to attack him again. Earlier, Asen Carrington's team had fought people in cloaks. One of them said that it was true that aristocrats were not cowards. Others mocked the men because they were surrounded and trembling with fear. The Viscount's son was indeed trembling, but Marco asked everyone to remain calm, because in such moments, you need to be able to pull yourself together. The Imperial Guard could not even believe that the Empire was involved in this matter, and they had fallen into their trap so easily. The man gritted his teeth and realized that there was no way out. Then the men in cloaks said they were not going to destroy them. However, if they resisted, they would have only themselves to blame. After that, the Imperial hounds added that the young master would be enough, and that his guards could be disposed of. In the end, the man in the cloak ordered his subordinates to seize the nobleman and destroy the rest. This caused even greater fear to appear on Asen Carrington's face. At that moment, Marco frowned even more. However, after that, the men in cloaks began to fall to the ground and groan. Turning around at the strange sounds, their leader did not understand what had happened. The Viscount's son and the Imperial Guard also saw our hero's subordinates. They shouted at their opponents, asking how they dared to enter the kingdom's territory. Watching all his allies being destroyed, the man in the cloak wondered who these guys were. He noticed that these knights had instantly defeated a warrior who wielded magic, and that he hadn't even had time to use his mana blade. After that, Jack stopped and said that he didn't want to cause such a mess here. But then, with a crazy smile on his face, he declared that one of the Imperial hounds would be enough for interrogation, so the rest could be destroyed. Meanwhile, Marco explained to Asen Carrington that it was Jack from the Order of the Golden Bear. He suggested that the knights of the First Guild had come to rescue them. The Viscount's son stammered and asked his subordinate what kind of guild it was, but he didn't get an answer because someone else addressed him. Turning around, Asen saw Josh standing in front of him. The boy smiled and said that it was impossible to stand in such a situation. Pierce added that the young men should not be compared. After that, Asen looked at the bodies of the enemies and realized that these guys had easily defeated strong opponents. Thus, the Viscount's son understood what Raoul Ashton's First Guild was all about. After that, Bernard contacted our hero and said that the situation had been resolved. The prisoners had been rescued and the enemy defeated. The plan had been successfully carried out. Meanwhile, Raoul stood opposite the commander of the Imperial Riders. The man with round eyes asked the young man what he had just said. The young man repeated that the rescue team had accomplished its task, and it was easier than easy, since they had directed all their forces here. Raoul told Jack that after capturing the prisoners, they focused on attacking the fort. Then he asked if the man had forgotten why they had come here. The guy said that the Imperial hounds were too cocky and thought they had everything under control. However, because of this, they fell into a trap. At first, Jack didn't respond to anything our hero said as he processed all the information. Then he smiled, and even laughed. The man said that developing a plan was not his strong suit. Then Jack said that hiding and setting traps was no fun at all. Raoul tensed up a little at his opponent's reaction, and even pointed his sword at the commander of the Imperial Hounds. At that moment, Jack's hand turned red, and his veins began to stand out. He said that it was time to act in his own style. The man declared that now nothing was holding him back, and they could fight at full strength. Watching his opponent, the young man realized that this was it. He was talking about the Phantom Blade. Being a destroyer, the guy had dealt with this unusual technique of the Imperial Knights. It was essentially sword swings moving in a chaotic direction. With burning eyes, Raoul Ashton thought that his enemy had finally used this technique. After Jack transformed, he grabbed his weapon and said that the battle could begin. Without wasting any time, he immediately rushed towards our hero. Not expecting such speed, Raoul tensed slightly. The man with a crazy smile on his face struck the ground with his sword, and everything around him flashed red. He shouted that he had apparently managed to knock the cockiness out of the guy. Jack noticed that Raoul was only managing to block the blows. But our hero did not respond to his opponent. He just counted the percentages up to 100. And as soon as the guy reached 100, he struck the ground with his weapon. A bright light scattered in all directions. Seeing this, the commander of the Imperial Hounds was very surprised and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Raoul said something about an imitator, and the activation was complete. Now the guy could work with it. Dalton continued to fight his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he fended off the Imperial soldier's attack. At one point, Dalton managed to repel the attack and catch his enemy off guard. Then the guy jumped aside as the mace spun around the Imperial soldier's leg. But after a few seconds, Dalton realized that he had failed because he had pulled too weakly. Turning around, the young man saw the mace flying towards him. Dalton was very lucky that he noticed the danger in time and was able to dodge the attack. The boy realized that the Imperial soldier was too fast and smart to strategize. Dalton noticed that the enemy's attack tactics were simple. However, the mace surrounded by mana posed a danger to him. In this respect, the young man was inferior to his opponent, as he did not possess a mana blade. Dalton tried to figure out how to win this battle. In the end, he decided to improvise with whatever means he had at his disposal. The knights watching all this understood that the young man was having a very difficult time. One of them asked if they really needed to stand aside. The man wanted to help Dalton, but Philip said that they had been ordered not to interfere in the fight, so they had to stay where they were. He added that they had done the most important part. The prisoners had been rescued. Now all they had to do was trust the young gentleman. At that moment, Dalton suddenly turned to Philip and asked if that was his name. The knight confirmed it. Then the boy said he had a request for the man. Dalton asked him to tell the others to hold on tight to something. Looking at the Imperial soldier, the young man said that he was going to use the fort and shake the people on it a little. Hearing this, Philip was surprised. Without wasting any time, he ordered his subordinates to crouch down and prepare for the jolt. All the knights grabbed onto whatever was nearby. Philip added that this was necessary to prevent them from falling. Dalton noticed that Philip had quickly prepared everyone, and now he understood why Raoul could rely on his subordinates without any problems. Then, turning to his enemy, the young man asked if they could begin. Without waiting for his answer, the young man rushed towards the Imperial soldier and suggested that he try to fight back this time. Once he was close enough to the enemy, Dalton decided to attack him. But how unexpected it was for him that the enemy used his shield again. The young man had to jump back. Then the Imperial soldier decided to make his move. Swinging his mace, he headed towards the young man. At that moment, Dalton jumped up and dodged the enemy's attack. The mace struck the fort. The fort shook, and the knights on it began to shout. Philip ordered everyone to hold on tight. Then the boy swung his sword and decided to attack the enemy from above. The Imperial soldier did not expect this, and therefore could not dodge the blow. After that, Dalton stepped aside. He understood that it was risky, and was glad that everything worked out. The young man turned and looked at the fort. The wall was slightly damaged, and he hoped it was nothing serious. Watching the young man from above, one of the men said that even though it was his first real fight, he was holding his own. Philip agreed, and said that Dalton even looked proud. He reminded them that the boy was a Templeton wolf, and the grandson of a master swordsman. Raoul also looked at his ally at that moment, and noticed that their enemy had been defeated. Then, turning to Jack, he said that it was time for them to get moving. The guy didn't understand how long they could stand around doing nothing. The man smiled and agreed, asking our hero not to count on victory. Jack said that the young man had imitated his technique well, but repeating the same movements was not enough. Running towards the young man, the commander of the Imperial Hounds declared that he would now show him the difference between them. After that, their swords clashed again. Sparks flew in all directions. Neither of them was going to give in to the other. Then they jumped away from each other, and Raoul swung his sword, directing its energy toward Jack. Seeing this, The man was surprised. He didn't react in time and was hit. Of course, this angered the commander of the Imperial Hounds, and he cursed softly. At that moment, Raoul smiled at his opponent and asked if he had noticed the difference. Through gritted teeth, Jack called our hero a pompous brat. His face showed how furious he was. The guy thought his skill was pretty strong and easy to use. He also thought that it had been a long time since he had come across anything worthwhile. Suddenly, an error message appeared in front of the young man's face. It said that due to some error, the imitator skill would be removed. This left Raoul at a loss. He couldn't believe that he would no longer be able to use imitator. Jack was watching our hero closely at that moment and said nothing. The system told the young man that it was searching for new skills. However, the young man was still disappointed because he thought he had found a useful skill that he couldn't even use. But a second later, Raoul thought that he could use it until he found a new one. During this time, our hero decided that he had to finish the battle. Gripping his sword tightly, he told himself that he would squeeze everything he could out of it. So, without wasting any precious time, the boy rushed towards Jack and attacked him. Looking at Raoul, the man laughed and said that he had become too aggressive. He asked the young man if he had decided to speed up. However, our hero did not answer his opponent and continued to fight. Then Jack wanted to deliver what he thought would be the final blow. But at that moment, Raoul jerked his arm. Turning around, the man noticed a sword flying towards him. Barely dodging it, the commander of the Imperial Hounds indignantly asked the young man what was going on. Jack did not understand where the flying blade had come from and looked around. Then he turned back and saw dozens of such swords floating in the sky. The man wondered again what was going on. In that case, Raoul asked him if he had just noticed it, and the guy asked the enemy if he had tunnel vision. Then, with a smile on his face, our hero asked the man a rhetorical question. Did he want to see what he was capable of? Without waiting for an answer, the guy decided to demonstrate his skills to the commander of the Imperial Hounds. At that very moment, blades flew at Jack. The man, fending them off, was still perplexed. Continuing to block the blows, Jack said he was disappointed because he assumed that these were all tricks from a young man. Then, striking with his sword, the man told Raoul to stop with the tricks and start fighting like an adult. With a crazy smile on his face, the commander of the Imperial Hounds declared that he had no time for games and advised the young man to fight with all his might. Our hero still did not respond to his opponent's provocation. Radiating energy, the young man decided to act at a certain moment. After that, the blades flew at Jack again from the front. But behind him, two more rapiers appeared. The man did not see them, but he seemed to sense them. Turning around, he managed to put his sword in front of him and block the attack. Then Jack said with a smile on his face that Raoul was stubborn, but his tricks would not work on him. However, at that moment, the guy was not at all disappointed, as the man had fallen for his trick after all. The rapiers began to press down on the commander of the Imperial Hounds with incredible force. The man did not understand what was happening, and while he was trying to hold back the weapon, the young man jumped up to him and struck his blow. But Jack had power armor, and Raoul realized that his improvised skill was not enough to break it. However, our hero understood that this did not mean that he could not find another way to win. After that, the man turned to the young man and said that he had managed to hit him. This surprised the commander of the Imperial Hounds. And then Jack was even more shocked when a sword suddenly flew at him. He barely managed to dodge it. Following the weapon, Raoul approached the man. He said that even though Jack was strong, he was also very talkative. So, swinging his fist at Jack, the guy said he was going to shut his mouth right now. As a result, there was an explosion. After that, the commander of the Imperial Hound's arm went limp. At that moment, our hero sighed and thought that it was finally over. It wasn't easy for him in the fight with Jack, and given the difficulty of the battle, the young man already imagined how his level would increase. Suddenly, a notification popped up next to him. Raoul assumed that a new skill had appeared and thought that it was very timely. The system said that our hero had acquired a shining aura of rank A+. Seeing this, the guy couldn't believe his eyes. He was very surprised and asked himself how he managed to get this particular skill. The Radiant Aura is a skill available only to the strongest of the Holy Knights. It allowed the use of AoE spells of purification, blessing, and healing. Raoul said that he rarely encountered this skill in his past life, and now it was suddenly in his hand. Realizing what had happened, our hero smiled broadly. After all, this was a real stroke of luck for him. Then, looking at Jack lying on the ground, he realized that he had not even expected the invaders to set up an ambush inside the gate. The guy thought that they had prepared thoroughly, and that an experienced strategist was surely involved. He decided that he needed to be on his guard. At that moment, Dalton approached Raoul and said enthusiastically that the young man had kicked ass. Since our hero didn't quite understand what the guy was saying, he explained. He said that Raoul had punched the man in the face because he couldn't break through his power armor. But the guy said that Dalton's use of the fort was even cooler. After that, Dalton turned to the young man and asked if the mission had been accomplished. In response, Raoul smiled at his partner and said yes. He also added that the young man had helped them a lot. Dalton said he went for fun and couldn't tarnish his family's name. The guy added that the old man would have destroyed him if he had stayed on the sideline. Looking at Dalton, Raoul thought that he had performed much better than he had expected. The young man couldn't even believe that this was his first serious fight. Raoul believed that if Dalton joined the ranks of the first guild, they would become even stronger. Meanwhile, Philip stood aside and heard something. Turning to his master, he said that the rescue team had returned. Raoul's joyful subordinates were walking ahead. Jake told his master that they were done. Pierce told the man not to call the boy that while on a mission, but our hero said that everything was fine and asked Jake if everything was okay. In response, the man laughed and said that as long as he was on the mission, there could be no problems. Then Bernard added that there were no injuries, but there were several fatalities. He suggested that they would need help to move the bodies. Raoul said that the guards would help with that. Meanwhile, Asen even believed that the guy deserved this title through his own efforts. Dalton's approach distracted the Viscount's son from these thoughts. At the sight of the young man, Asen almost choked. Dalton asked him if he was one of the hostages. The young man added that he didn't even know that the Viscount of Carrington was involved in this. Asen looked at Dalton in surprise, wondering if he was one of Raoul's guild. Then, turning his gaze to our hero, the Viscount's son tried to understand how influential he really was. Marco stood next to everyone, but the man decided not to say anything and to remain silent. Summing up, Raoul told his subordinates that the prisoners had been rescued and the Imperial hounds neutralized. The mission was accomplished. In addition to everything else, the guy had acquired an amazing skill. He was more than satisfied with the results. After that, our hero smiled and told everyone that it was time to go home. Sometime later, Raoul was exactly there. Sitting in his office with his subordinates, he asked them what had happened to the Imperial soldiers taken hostage. Philip replied that they had secretly redirected them to Mr. Gray, as the guy had requested. Then the young man asked what condition they were in. Bernard said that everything was unchanged. He added that the Empire had most likely cast a spell on them to block their minds in case of capture. The man said that without Gray's help, it would be difficult to extract any information from them. Raoul said that it was not certain that the sage would find a solution. Then he asked Philip what was known about their motives. The man replied that they had disguised themselves as guards to get into the city. In connection with this, a large-scale internal investigation was planned. That was all the information they had. Philip said that it would be difficult to determine their motive, but that did not satisfy our hero. He said that he would like to have more specific information. The young man believed that the Empire's method of operation was very simple and dangerous. He decided that they needed more information for the next attack. The young man told Philip to leave the matter to the kingdom and Lord Grey. He asked the man if the ceremony for the knights was to take place tomorrow. Philip confirmed this and said that the ceremony would be calm and quiet, as the capital was currently in turmoil. Thinking it over, Raoul figured they were in for a real inspection and not just some fancy show, and he thought that was a good thing. Then our hero said that this would be an important event for which they needed to prepare properly. In response, Bernard and Philip unanimously agreed with their young master. Raoul thought that the most influential families and knights of the kingdom would gather at the ceremony. The first guild was to make its first appearance on the big stage, and so the young man said that they had to make a good impression so that word of them would spread throughout the kingdom and reach the Empire. The young man wanted to show them to everyone. He believed that the greatness of the first guild would be praised in every corner of the continent. The next day, everyone in the city was calmly going about their business when a girl noticed someone approaching them. Turning her head, she saw two flags. It was Raoul Ashton sitting on a horse, and the people around him began to greet him. The crowd was crazy about the guy. The townswomen even shouted at him to look in their direction. Our hero did just that. He smiled sweetly at the girls. Josh was sitting next to him on a horse. Looking around, the young man noticed that the crowd was shouting at him too. The strangers did not know his name, but they shouted that he was handsome. The girls smiled at Josh, and, like our hero, asked him to look at them. After that, one of the knights turned to the guy and asked if this was really the first time he had received such a warm welcome. Josh confirmed this, embarrassed. In response, the man told him to get used to it, as this was commonplace for First Guild mercenaries. He added that Josh deserved it and asked him not to be modest and to respond to the girls. At first, the guy did nothing, but a little later, he turned toward the strangers and smiled broadly. This made the girls squeal. Then Josh looked at the First Guild flag and thought about how glad he was to have joined it. They continued on their way, and the crowd continued to express their admiration for the defenders of Turum. Upon arriving at the location, our hero did not expect there to be so many participants. He assumed that even the free knights had come here. Some noticed the First Guild. After all, they were newcomers who had solved the problems with the gates. The people were surprised that there were so many of them. However, they considered the guys to be show-offs. They also said that, according to rumors, there were few official knights among the First Guild. Meanwhile, Raoul looked around and realized that they had attracted the attention of the people. He liked it. They were here to show what they were capable of. The guy thought that what people had heard about them was very good. At that moment, a man approached him from behind and said that he finally had the chance to see the revered defender Turim in person. Raoul turned toward the stranger's voice and politely asked who he was. The man smiled and said he was the Minister of Finance, Jerry Duplank. Then he said that he had heard that the young man had played an important role in a recent incident. The man asked if they could talk in private. Raoul became very tense. Frowning, he tried to understand what the finance minister wanted. Jerry Duplank added that he had wanted to meet the young man for a long time, but he was always busy. He also said that he had heard that our hero was participating in the ceremony, and that was why he was here, so as not to miss such an opportunity. However, Raoul was still puzzled and wondered why the man had come here just to meet him. After all, according to the Capitol Guard, most of the finance department was concentrated in the hands of the Rendels. The young man thought the same about the man, and since Jerry Duplank had come to meet him in person, Raoul believed that a simple greeting would not suffice. Continuing to think, the young man wondered if the man really wanted to reveal his plan, and he decided to let the finance minister do so. The young man smiled and told the man that he was exaggerating by calling him the hero of the capital. He believed that any aristocrat in the kingdom would have done the same, to which Jerry Duplank replied that the whole capital was trumpeting the young man's exploits and achievements as a knight. He asked Raoul not to be modest. The man said that the rumors about the young man's exceptionality were true, and that all the knights wanted to be like him, to which Raoul replied that it was only thanks to the finance department that supported the treasury that he was doing well. Likewise, the knights had work. In response, Jerry Duplank shook his head and smiled, saying that the young man was flattering him. At that moment, he thought to himself that our hero was smarter than he had thought. The man understood that the young man knew that because of the Rendell family, the finance department was hostile towards him. Nevertheless, the young man behaved as usual. Jerry Duplank realized why few people got along with Raoul. After that, our hero told the finance minister that he had a question for him. The man was surprised and asked what it was about. The young man explained that he had received information that his department had forbidden the first guild from crossing the gates. Raoul asked Jerry Duplank if he knew anything about it. This question sent a shiver down the finance minister's spine. The man was surprised that the young man was not at all shy about asking such questions. He realized that the young man was not going to play the fool. Jerry Duplank also assumed that Raoul was trying to show that he had reason to consider them enemies. Such thoughts made the man clench his fist in anger and consider the young man to be cunning. Then he smiled and told the young man that this was the first he had heard of it. Jerry Duplank said that it was just a rumor, as their organization had nothing to do with such matters. After that, the finance minister asked the young man if he had managed to find out anything about the imperial soldiers who had set up an ambush at the gate, to which our hero replied that they were well prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. With the same smile on his face, Jerry Duplank suggested that they just wanted to annoy the young man, and that this incident could not be called an invasion. Raoul was very surprised. He said that the enemies had gone quite far and had penetrated their territory too easily. This led the young man to think that someone from the kingdom was helping them. This gave Jerry Duplank goosebumps again. Our hero laughed after saying this and added that it was just a guess, but he asked the man if it was really impossible. Gritting his teeth, the finance minister literally cursed our hero. Then he told Raoul that he now understood why the people called him the defender of Turim. The man believed that he had not traveled so far to meet the young man in vain. After that, he decided to say goodbye to the boy. Jerry Duplank also said that he hoped Gray would be able to break the prisoner. In response, Raoul remained silent. As soon as the man turned away, the young man noticed that Mr. Gray's involvement with the prisoners was being kept a closely guarded secret. This caused the finance minister to break out in a sweat. However, our hero smiled and suggested that they were simply aware of many things. Turning to Raoul, Jerry Duplank confirmed this and added that they played an important role in the kingdom's administration. Then, without showing his dissatisfaction, the man turned away again and said that he hoped they would meet again. But he himself, clenching his fists, was furious and thought that the guy had exceeded all his expectations. With a maniacal smile on his face and burning eyes, Jerry Duplank wanted to destroy Raoul. But our hero understood that the man had messed with the wrong person. He believed that empty talk was always an important skill for playing Connect. The young man, of course, did not know how Plank was connected to the Empire, but he thought that from now on, they would put even more obstacles in their way. And Raoul didn't mind giving his enemies a chance to try. After all, he understood that they would not give up so easily. At that moment, a suspicious man in a cloak was standing not far from our hero. He was watching everything that was happening. After a while, an announcement was made on the street that the mentor competition was about to begin. All participants were asked to gather in the hall. Jake was very happy about this. Clenching his fists in anticipation, he said he had been waiting for this moment. Raoul was surprised that the man was so enthusiastic, because recently he had been indignant, saying that he had not signed up for this. Jake replied that he had changed his mind after arriving here. In response, the young man said that this ceremony was an opportunity for them to show their skills and talents. He also noted that most likely everyone had noticed how contemptuously they were being looked at. Everything was going according to his plan, but something was missing. Our hero spoke about the feeling of fear. He said that their goal was to make people afraid, as this would lead to respect. Raoul stated that they had to leave a lasting impression on the people, so that they would forever understand what they were capable of. After that, the young man asked Philip if he could leave him in charge. The man confirmed this. As he left, Jake said that if the guys lost, they would go straight to hell. But Philip asked the man to focus on the goal. Watching them leave, our hero realized that he could now rely on them and no longer worry. For now, the guy had other things to worry about. The mysterious stranger was in the crowd again, and the young man noticed him. The man in the cloak turned sharply into an alley, and, looking around, moved forward. However, Raoul was already waiting for him there. As if nothing had happened, he asked the stranger if he had gotten what he came for. Hearing the young man's voice, the man flinched. Our hero said that if he had any questions, he could ask them. The stranger was still tense. He didn't understand how Raoul had ended up here, and how he could have gone unnoticed. Then the man asked the young man how quickly he had uncovered him, to which our hero replied that it was difficult because he was quite good at disguising himself. That was exactly what he expected from the leader of the best intelligence organization, Wings of Freedom. After all, it's not easy to detect the presence of the Faceless One. Elias remained silent in response. Then Raoul suggested they stop playing games and talk seriously. Our hero asked the man why Wings of Freedom was following him. He also hoped to resolve the issue peacefully, as he had no desire to use force in a public place. At first, Elias remained silent, but later asked if the guy knew that they had no right to disclose information. Raoul understood this, but said that the man had no choice. He said that since the head of the group had taken up the matter, it was not without reason. The young man suggested that there was a problem in the guild. Elias remained silent, but was shocked that Raoul had understood everything so quickly. Looking at our hero, the man realized that the rumors about the young man were true, and that he really did have a sharp mind. In that case, the leader of the information group agreed to tell him everything. Raoul was very surprised. Taking off his hood, he said that he had no reason to avoid answering questions. Elias introduced himself and confirmed the young man's guesses. In response, Raoul said he was glad that Faceless had quickly grasped the situation. Then he asked again why their group was following him. Before explaining, Elias decided to clear up the misunderstanding. He said that he had studied Raoul, but his original goal was different. Faceless mentioned the man our hero had just met. He was referring to Jerry DePlank. The man stated that if he was not mistaken, this person was much more dangerous than the guy thought. Meanwhile, the mentors' competition was in full swing. The stands were packed with people. Suddenly, one of the participants dropped his sword. The audience froze in fear. The host shouted that the first guild had won again. Jake stood on the battlefield. Everyone was shocked by their winning streak. The defeated man looked at Jake and considered him a real monster. He couldn't understand how he managed to move so fast with a giant sword. Then Jake turned to him and asked if he would surrender. However, he was not opposed to fighting with his bare hands. In response, the man nervously swallowed and said that he would surrender after all. Shouts of delight rang out around them. The first guild had won again. Pierce and Josh watched from the sidelines. Pierce thought Jake was getting cocky again, and that someone needed to rein him in. Josh was just very happy for his partner. Philip was standing next to them, and noticed that Raoul was very late. This seemed strange to him, as the young man himself had emphasized the importance of the ceremony. Continuing to look around, the man assumed that something might have happened. Meanwhile, our hero was talking to the leader of the intelligence group. He said that Viscount Plant might be more dangerous than he thought. Faceless said that if his guess was correct, they posed a great threat to the entire kingdom. However, Raoul Ashton did not understand what he was talking about, and asked the leader of the intelligence organization to repeat himself. Then the man asked if the young man knew anything about the Imperial Hounds. The young man replied that they were a special unit of scouts from the Kranan Empire, whose existence was considered a myth since there was no more information about them. Faceless confirmed this, and said that if Raoul was aware of this, it would be easier for him to explain everything. He said that recently many small guilds had been raided, but since the attackers left no traces, the investigation had reached a dead end. They called this phenomenon the guild hunt. Then Raoul asked Faceless if they suspected that this was the work of the Imperial Hounds, to which the man replied in all seriousness that he was completely sure of it. Faceless said that Wings of Freedom had become their next target, and that he had personally encountered them. In that case, our hero, not understanding the situation, asked what Viscount Plank had to do with it. The man sighed heavily, bowed his head, and replied that it was only his assumption. He added that he believed many members of the royal nobility were secretly collaborating with the Empire. Raoul asked if Plank was one of them. The man confirmed this, and said that there were many reasons to believe so. The Department of Finance was connected to many families that influenced the preservation of capital, and they had interfered in the incident with the gates. Bezliki said that it was they who tried to impose a ban on the First Guild's use of the gates. Raoul was shocked by what he heard. The man did not understand why they would restrict the rights of those who had provided the most support in resolving the gate situation. He added that immediately after that, the reconnaissance squad that had come to investigate was ambushed, and the families supporting the finance department did nothing. The man also said that as soon as they found out that the Imperial Hounds were behind it all, the department immediately took measures to keep it a secret. In conclusion, considering all of the above, Bezliki said that the person who maintains contact with the Empire is most likely a member of the finance department. Upon hearing this, Raoul smiled. After all, he had thought that the head of the Information Guild was aware of many things. Then Bezliki said that they did not know for sure that the mole was hiding there. He stated that it could be someone they did not even suspect. After these words, the leader of the information group looked at our hero and said that it could even be him. The guy didn't respond, but you could tell from his expression that he wasn't happy. But a little later, Raoul decided to ask the man why he thought so. Then Faceless said that the first guild had appeared out of nowhere and achieved great heights in a very short time. He could even bet that every resident of the capital had heard of them. Bezliki also said that the guild had shown itself at its best when the gates opened. The man said that this event shocked everyone, except the first guild. Faceless claimed that the young man seemed to know everything in advance. All of this led him to believe that our hero and his companions were well aware of the impending invasion. Continuing to listen to the leader of the information group, Raoul smiled slightly. He realized that the man had passed his test. Then the guy said that sowing chaos and then stopping the villains to earn universal recognition was very risky, but effective. He said that the man's suspicions were not unfounded. In that case, the young man decided to show him everything rather than explain it in words. Faceless was very surprised because he did not understand what was going on, and our hero, extending his hand, offered him to become a member of their guild. Raoul said that this was the only way the man could find out whether he was with the Imperial Hounds or had them by the throat. In that case, Faceless asked the young man again if he was really offering him to join the guild. Without waiting for an answer, the man added that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He said he suspected Raoul. Smiling, the young man said that he could suspect him as much as he wanted, because the decision was his anyway. Raoul declared that the Wings of Freedom no longer existed, and that he needed experienced informants. The young man considered it a profitable deal. After these words, Faceless frowned without responding to the young man. Then he turned abruptly. The man asked Raoul if it was time for him to go to the ceremony that was so important to him and his knights, but the guy said they would finish their conversation first. Then the man said that the young man's people were fighting to gain official recognition from society, but he was behaving carelessly in this situation. Our hero said that he trusted his subordinates. Moreover, he was sure that his presence did not matter, as they would win anyway. And Faceless reminded him that renowned knights from all over the kingdom were participating in the ceremony. It seemed to him that the young man was underestimating them. Raoul knew that his guys would have a hard time, but he still believed in them. After all, they had fought side by side in many battles and simply could not lose. The man did not respond. However, he wondered if the young man really believed in them that much. After a short silence, the leader of the information group agreed to Raoul's terms. He said he was not opposed to cooperating with the young man, but he needed time to think about the offer to join the first guild. In response, our hero smiled slightly at Faceless and said that he had made the right choice. Putting on his hood, the man said it was time for him to go, and declared that he didn't like to stay in one place for too long. Watching Faceless walk away, Raoul smiled and said goodbye to him. The man replied that our hero could call him Cain. The guy understood that the meeting had been successful. He wanted to find a suitable informant, and in the end, he got the master of Wings of Freedom himself. Raoul also hoped that his allies would forgive him for his absence, as this issue had to be resolved now. However, he couldn't miss the entire ceremony, so the young man decided to see how things were going with the guys. Meanwhile, a red-haired guy was fighting on the battlefield. He quickly dealt with his opponent. Watching his movements, the audience froze in their seats. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. The host announced that Rendell had won. It was another victory for them. Hudson Rendell watched all this. The host continued to say that the Rendells had once again used their unbreakable shooting star strike, and that only the first guild could match their power. Jake thought they were too aggressive, but Philip said that the Rendells were just trying to impress the audience and outshine them. Then Pierce asked a knight standing nearby if they and the Rendells were the only ones left undefeated. He was surprised that they hadn't fought yet. The guy suggested that they were simply avoiding them, but the man said that sparring partners were chosen at random. Jake added that, judging by their hostile attitude, the Rendells were planning to give it their all in the fight against them. After that, he asked Josh how he felt. The man asked if the kid could handle them, but he didn't answer. At that moment, Raoul's voice came from behind, saying that the young man had to deal with them. Otherwise, our hero said, they would have problem. Seeing the master, Josh was very surprised. Raoul asked the boy if his opponent was standing in the distance. There was the 10th son of Viscount Rendell, named Roy. Without waiting for the boy's answer, our hero said that it would take some effort, but defeating him was entirely possible. Raoul believed that Roy was surely happy that he had gotten a novice of low birth. Then, our guy smiled at Josh and told him to show off his skills and not stand around dreaming. After that, Josh straightened his back sharply and said in a serious voice that he would do as he was told. With a fighting spirit and his shoulders squared, the red-haired boy moved to the center of the field. The knight standing next to Raoul asked if he was sure about his decision. It seemed to him that Rendell would surely try to destroy him, but the young man asked the man not to worry, as he was sure that Josh would not lose, even if he wanted to. As soon as the two red-haired opponents stood facing each other, the crowd cheered. Everyone was excited that the First Guild and Rendell were finally facing off in a duel. It was supposed to be a battle of the undefeated. Grabbing his sword, Roy thought he had waited for a fight with the First Guild, but in the end, they threw some plebeian at him. He said that he wasn't interested in this, and that he would deal with the boy with a single blow. Josh understood that he was facing an aristocrat belonging to one of the 5 most influential families, and he was clearly stronger than the enemies the boy had to fight. But, gripping his sword tightly, the young man decided he couldn't give up, all because he was already an unusual boy, and not a mercenary. He was a member of the First Guild. Josh was determined to win for his master and his comrade. After these thoughts, Roy rushed at him to attack. Randall did everything confidently, but despite this, Josh managed to dodge the blow. Flying past the boy, Roy was surprised that he had managed to track the movements of his sword. In that case, he suddenly swung at the young man and decided to see what he would do now. But Josh was able to block the blow again. The audience began to whisper. Everyone was surprised that the young man was dodging attacks and didn't even seem to be getting tired. And that began to annoy Roy. Gritting his teeth, he continued to aim his weapon at the guy. Josh decided to take advantage of this moment and tripped Randall. Unexpectedly caught off guard, Randall fell to the ground. Roy looked at the young man with wild eyes as he continued to lie on the ground. Josh looked at his opponent and wondered if that was all he could do. Then Roy got to his feet. The red-haired boy was amazed that he could predict his every move and didn't even feel fear. Josh realized that if his opponent was incapable of more, victory was assured. The spectators continued to watch what was happening and were shocked that the Rendell offspring could not fight back against the newcomer. This enraged Roy even more. He asked Josh how he dared to humiliate him. However, Josh didn't even think he should care about his opponent's feeling. The young man asked if Roy really wanted him to cater to his mood. Then Rendell asked if the guy knew who he was standing in front of. But Josh rubbed the back of his head and said it didn't matter. And even though it was just a mock battle, Josh was serious. Grabbing his sword again, the boy said that it was more important to find out which of them was stronger. Randall flew into a rage again. Rushing forward to attack Josh, he wanted to silence him, but he failed to do so, as the red-haired boy blocked his blow again. Jake watched the fight. He thought Rendell would be a genius, but there was nothing special about him. But Philip said that Roy was considered a skilled fighter among his family, and that was not the case. Raoul said that Josh was simply stronger than him, and the knight standing next to our hero said that the boy had exceeded all his expectations. Raoul suggested that Rendell hoped to defeat Josh if he acted harshly right away, but he miscalculated. The guy said that Josh had successfully completed his mission at the gate and that he would never lose. The battle continued on the battlefield. The red-haired boy attacked his opponent. Randall tried in every way to block the blows. Noticing this, Josh got angry and practically ordered him to fight for real. After that, the boy attacked Roy again. Roy dodged the attack again. However, he did not take into account the fact that Josh was already aiming his fist at him from the other side. Roy jumped back and asked the young man how he dared to swing his fists when he should be showing off his sword skills. He said that this was not a street fight, but Josh ignored all these words and struck his opponent. He wanted to do it again, but Roy blocked the blow. Rendell's eyes showed his bewilderment.